sometimes the good Lord will use you as a part of somebody's awakening process, but it's not going to be you cramming your crazy ideologies down people's throats. Because when they're not ready to see it, they're not ready to see it. And up until 2020, I wasn't ready to see it. If I started talking about these things that we talk about...
Okay, I didn't see a delay, Nerd Squad, but the audio on my end, as far as the gauge on the bottom goes, didn't kick in until 10 seconds in, even though one of my brother's podcast is playing. It is 3:37 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, December 22nd, 2024. This is a control recording of Mystic Wind pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June. You may be wondering what's going on beyond the title of the video. I suggest you Google Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, Extortionist et al., and listen to hour and 20-minute long podcast episode titled December 14th, 2024 Revised Declaration. Grab some snacks, you listen to that whole thing, and then you hop over to facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You and read the letter that went out to the Snohomish County Sheriffs, who are good guys and gals, a day later. You'll be totally abreast of everything that you really need to know if you're checking out this video. You can also go to x.com/RealMysticGwen and click on the highlights section where you'll see 12 months ago where I posted and published intentionally the threatened felonies of which I am currently the victim of, as they had been premeditated by the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, etc., in the unit directly above my home of 12 years that they've used as their base of stalking, kidnapping, online attacks, theft, etc., for 2 years now. Normally, I try and have these live streams run for about 12 hours or as close to it as possible. However, this live stream, I'm going to end at some point when I feel compelled to have it set to a new 12-hour schedule. Unfortunately, a couple of days ago, I drank over 2 gallons of black tea. And then the next day after that, I was like, I'll drink less because it was like being on some sort of super adrenaline rush. And I did drink less, but it had the same effects. So at some point today, I'm going to be cutting off my black tea intake, and I am going to literally look at a clock and see how long it takes for me to get sleepy. And then I'll go from there. Beyond that, if this live stream ends for any reason without me telling you the time and that I'm ending it and a new live stream is going to be initiated in 90 seconds or less, be advised I likely did not end it and Unit 207 did. And my door will be closed and I will be silent even if they send another, I don't even know what number we're at, 36th or 37th individual to stalk me and harass me and violate ADA, civil rights, 15 plus months of cease and desist letter, posted signage that's been up for 15 months. Postage signage that's been up since August 7th and August 14th that are dated, or some that's been up right on the front door informing people that to knock on my door alone is a Class A felony of witness tampering and guaranteed charge of obstruction of justice, with no exceptions and no extingent frauds either, as the last sign the FBI had me put up this month states. Now, there was an addendum to the declaration from December 14th. It was sent out on December 18th, but it's literally like one page and it just goes over the new sign that I had to hang up, which just complements the signs that are already up, and the letter that I sent to the sheriffs that you can read for yourself on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Nerd Squad, be advised, I uploaded a selfie I took of myself when I initiated this video. Now, you are going to hear something I've already said because I do have instructions to play this on a different laptop and make sure there's audio. Waiting for Unit 207 to clear the interface, Nerd Squad. Still waiting. Still waiting. Okay, I can see the thumbnail at 3:42 p.m. PST. And we have audio, Nerd Squad. You want to be starting something? Remember that. Woo-hoo. Michael Jackson. Woo-hoo. Kick Tupac's ass. Woo-hoo. And if you're surprised, then you probably go to the federal playpen, big babies. You gotta be starting something. Oh yeah. Wanna be starting something. Wanna be starting something. I'm gonna walk all over your fucking ass. It's my sole discretion. Whether you pay me money for the rest of your lives, schools, don't forget it. The whistleblowers are the only exception because I orally stated in these videos that I won't be suing them. But all the rest of you, yeah. Even the HOA if I wanted to. You want to be starting something? Well, you definitely started something. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. Yeah, yeah. 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 You want to be starting something. It looks like you really started something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. The biggest settlement payment the North Everett precinct has ever paid. That's what the FBI and the OAG say. You definitely started something. You definitely started something. You definitely started something. Yeah, you definitely started something. You definitely started something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You're stuck in the federal pen. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you definitely started something. You definitely started something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Remember, guys, why have you not been detained? That's right, because you have plans to further incriminate yourselves and perpetrate additional felonies and gross misdemeanors, which, according to the FBI, you guys perpetrated some frauds you'll all be charged for, even though some of you didn't even sign any paperwork. Anyway, as a result, that's why you guys haven't been detained yet. And all the changings of the narratives. And of course, because the FBI wanted to bait you guys so that you could deny or dispute a single sentence in my December 14th declaration and be guilty of further counts of perjury, fraud, and prove your intention and maliciousness, as well as your stalking psychopathy. So I dedicate this song to you who haven't blown the whistle. Michael Jackson's Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Don't stop till you get enough. It is Sunday at 3:50 p.m. And you may be wondering, when was the last time that they committed a fraud? Well, you should really watch that podcast episode from December 14th. But the FBI said it's been more than 3 times just in the last 12 days. It's December 22nd. If you wanted a reminder, tell you don't stop. Hey, don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. You've got 3 good weeks in 2025, and then you're in prison the rest of your life. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Hey. Doesn't this song make you who haven't blown the whistle and are going to prison for the rest of your lives happy and excited? Remember, me and the FBI, we're on the same page with this. Keep on, and you don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Make it good, baby. You're going to prison for the rest of your lives right after the 3rd week of January 2025. At some point between then and St. Patty's Day. Oh, yeah. But remember, that voyage for you all will start at King County Jail. You'll be there, and the federal prosecutors don't think that you should ever be bailed out because you're such a flight risk. And some of them really want to detain you for as long as you illegally detain me in King County Jail before your sentencing. Hey, so don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on. Hey, guys. Don't blame it on the ADA. Don't blame it on the FBI. Blame it on Godzilla. Time for Blame It on the Boogie. But the parody is Blame It on Godzilla. Hey, don't blame it on the Snohomish County Sheriffs. Don't blame it on the Seattle Federal Marshals. Don't blame it on the FBI. Blame it on Godzilla. Don't blame it on my Jewish people. Blame it on Godzilla. Blame it on Godzilla. I just can't control myself. Blame it on Godzilla. Blame it on Godzilla. Hey, blame it on Godzilla. Boogie.
Say like this is an illusion. Okay, great. So this is an illusion. What do they say about graduating from this illusion? What the ancients believe, and what I currently am sort of going around, is this idea that we are in this material realm, this groove, this bubble, this world within a world, this thing that we're going with situation. And we are meant to reincarnate through it over and over and over again until our soul liberates itself. Okay, great, cool. Sounds awesome. I'm on board. How do I go forward? Tell me how to liberate myself from this place, right? I almost said shithole. But this is the mentality. It's a lot of the spiritual communities that apply to this. There's this concept that we're trapped in this shithole, and I just want to get to the ideal. I just want to get to the glorified, because this place sucks. This place is dirty. Humans suck. People are constantly hurt. This place is hard and challenging. This place is suffering. It's like it's twisted. choose to believe that that's your reality, right? That's your reality. So I've chosen myself to reframe it in my own mind and say, no, no, no. There's nothing to escape from. The only thing that is quote unquote trapping you here is my own mind. Here's what I mean by that. This is also what Peter Philosophy said about freeing yourself from your mind. Attaching to all these things. So what they say is to live virtuously. I don't like to use that word. Words like virtuously or warm. Some kind of sin, according to who, the church, your God, Yahweh. Who's on the who says the Holy Spirit is no one? According to who? Buddha? I don't know. Who's on the So I don't like using those types of words. But what I like to use instead is just the general imagery of behind that emotion, which is to live your life loving. Sort of encompasses you. You brought me tears with this. That was beautiful. Live your life loving is what the ancient says. That is what I'm trying to do for the moment. I'm judging other people. Taking a step back and really just what I had to learn in my own life was living within. Learning to love myself. Learning to love those parts of myself that I don't like. Parts of myself that I was embarrassed about. That I didn't want to address. Learn to love those parts of myself. Naturally, part of that process. As it feels so found is that I'm judging my own growth, my own heart, interaction with other people, and the judgmental attitudes that I once had towards myself. I found that they just started dissolving. I no longer was judgmental towards other people. Once I started addressing my deeper fears, how I was projecting my fears out of other people, once I learned to address those and go within, I just naturally dissolved. So within 20 years, I'm other people. So I started reframing my entire reality just the same mind. So this for me is very this on the matrix. It's just reframing everything, reprogramming everything, realizing that all of my attachments to these things in the earthly realm are exactly what's keeping me here. So I had to realize that if I'm still attached to one political party over the other, that is an attachment to this earth. As long as I have an attachment to this earth, as soon as my physical form dies, I'll come right back again. Because my soul is here to get certain things, to experience certain things while I'm in this spirit realm. And if I don't experience those things in this lifetime, due to fear, due to limited beliefs, due to not wanting to step outside my comfort zone, fear may create it. That's fine. The universe will bring it right back to you. Next round, next round, next round. I believe that when you're doing this part of the spiritual outcome of the process, which is a purification process of our soul. It happens over many lifetimes. And as the ancients talk about, the goal is to free ourselves from this cycle, to graduate from it. You can call it escaping if you like. Creating a straw-shaped tunnel out of its home. Call it what you will, depending on what you have. You choose to play the victim, or you do the job, the victim is over. The next realm, the heavenly realm, from what I understand. That's what the ancients tell us. So the realms above this one is heavenly realm, and I believe that once we reach a certain frequency of energy, reaches that frequency, we just naturally can advance to this next realm and see things for how they truly are. That's part of this unfolding that you're talking about, right? Like, metaphorically, when I took the red pill in 2020, I think the scales dissolved on the horizons, and things different. Whoa! And I think that in a very, very, very similar way, that there are other beings, you can call them interdimensional if you like, but I believe they're just on a different frequency, different wavelength than we currently are, that we currently see or detect with our human biology or our human technologies. sensitive to perhaps the types of these things from these other films. But they're here. And I think that what the real trick here is this whole talking about disclosure is that they're here all around us, we just can't detect them. The analogy of, Earth being this radio dial of frequencies, we are on, frequency 99.8, and the angels are on, 101.5. Shut up, world. And so we are on the same dial, we're in the same place, or Earth, material, or whatever you call it, we're all the same dial for them, but we just can't necessarily perceive each other because we're in different areas on that dial. It's not true to any of those frequencies. And so I believe that for me in 2020, I achieved a certain frequency on a scale fell from my eyes and said these things because every bit we know. But you go back and tell me that you see anything with the universe. So taking notes, just do them back. Because I'm just making up this. But over the last 2 years, as part of this expansion from statements on the earth and realm, in order to gain my freedom and independence from this matrix, I realized upon reflection that I had a lot of attachments around money, a lot of attachments and fears to beliefs that I had enough money, or that I had enough, or that I wasn't going to pay these bills, or that I was always going to, I don't know, poor, these things that we tell ourselves that the universe sort of reciprocates. You can have a poverty mindset, despite what your circumstances are, because there are billionaires that have a poverty mindset. They have all the money in the world, and they're constantly scared with their mind that they will lose it all. So in the universe, what my soul, Master Vegas, was wanting me to experience was that letting go of my attachments to money and my fears related to money. The way that I've been doing that these last couple of years is by running straight towards my fears and doing the exact thing that I say I should have, including taking away all of my possessions. Because yourself, this is what you're doing. Every day. It's about learning to just let go of these things because I'm doing it in my own way. And I can relate to this. The universe has a way of stripping things from our life that aren't serving us in life, such as our fears of our money. And so I've been learning to address them myself before it gets to the point where it's festering so much in my life that the universe wants to just cut it out. And that's for me more painful, experience more suffering when I let it go on too long and don't address it as my soul is like but I'm not doing it. I'm scared out of my mind about being homeless or not being able to pay that bill or not being able to pay rent this month or whatever. You might be one of the places, right, to face that and say, nope, that's going to work out. And this was something that I had to test the universe. As I test everything. I'm just going to take somebody's word for it. I'm going to take a holy book or a holy person or whatever the source may be. I need to know for myself, experience it for myself, and come to my own conclusions. And so I started this journey, this process of getting used to running towards my fears. Because for me, this would dissolve those attachments that I had to everything else, aka switch to freedom from the matrix. So these last 2 years, the universe has really been showing me deeply, intensely, look up your tits. But I've been learning to let go of things like financial nature, not to attach myself to them. Because as we all know, these things come and go. Whether it's a fire or cataclysm or an event or something that happens that wipes everything out started doing is recognizing that, okay, I want to get myself to a place so as to decrease my amount of suffering. I want to get myself to a place mentally where I'm able to be okay if I lose X, Y, or Z from my life that I'm attached to. And practice, 10,000 times until it just becomes more natural. That's this issue. I feel like this whole group, this matrix, is really just practice for me. We take it way too seriously often. Way too seriously, and well, I'm just thinking that we take it way too seriously. We place a lot of emphasis on things that perhaps don't matter in a spiritual sense for the purposes of our soul. Maybe they matter to the human, to the avatar. Maybe Matt Owens cares about things like the government or taxes or gas prices or whatever's happening in Russia and Ukraine. My spirit doesn't care about any of these things. At least not the way that Matt Owens does. Master Omega realizes that this is all just an illusion. It's very easy for Matt Owens to be wrapped up in it. But once I learn to trust and have faith in a higher source, whether that's God or a higher self or trusting in that source to lead me and guide me along this road, to take care of me on basic needs. Not to say that it's not going to be a bumpy ride or you won't experience any suffering or hardship or difficulty. That is all often a part of it. But I have questions that really deeply in my own life. For example, money. Like, can I trust that I'll be taken care of? No matter what. These last 2 years, and we're really going to take a test. For those of you that follow me on my really going to take a test. And sure enough, I see it for myself. Don't take my word for it, but it always worked out. It's always been a process of working out. It often doesn't happen how or when I want it to. That's okay. That's his own limitations. I don't hear that, but that's what I think. In that always, that's all I'm So I just feel like when I talk about these other things, I have to just sort of reduce my feelings or this hot topic stuff. I just have to reduce it down to like none of this is real. It's just sort of the base core of my belief system. So where do we go from here? And I feel like the ancients gave us a bunch of cheat codes to this meeting course. I feel like those that have the eyes to see, like when the scales fall off, they just fall off. It happens divinely with the divine timing. There wasn't anything that I think that Matt Owens did to earn that red pill in 2020 or that awakening from science. It wasn't anything more. And I don't think there was anything I did. I think it just happens when you're ready. When the students is ready. So that's why I shifted from trying to open everybody else's eyes, swiping scales from there, instead of just recognizing, like, I'll see it when I see it. And I say it nonchalantly, casually, but I know how hard it is with family members and loved ones where it's like, you guys need to see what I see. Because some of it's alarming. Right? It's alarming what they are doing to us. But again, this is the deeper narrative I talk about frequently about how part of this escaping from the matrix or graduating from the matrix is getting yourself to a frequency that transcends duality, transcends us versus them. So I had to tell myself that if I'm still attached to political beliefs, I'm stuck with it. It's mind trapping. The previous episode about mind traps didn't have the industry, but we talked about these mind traps that we get ourselves into. So they're just attachments. Attachments to a belief. Well, once I sort of grew up in a Christian household or a religious household, and eventually, shifted over to more Eastern philosophies, and I started getting into all the things. I wanted to give everybody everything's on the table. Let's go. agent, obviously. And so I'm interested in looking into that too. I'm not there yet. We're just sort of on that bridge. I'm interested in business for African Christians that who are what we like to talk about Western religions and beliefs and Eastern beliefs and things. We're just sort of not African. So, there's some other two things. If you do know about the things about the business, you thought so. And point you in the direction of what you're to get. That's just so. The government ancestors gave us these cheat codes as how we speak the names. That's what I did. Just constantly looking at their notes and copying them and applying it to my own life. And often with great results, right? Life-changing results. Part of this journey I'm talking about manifesting life is, just as a what am I trying to say? Try to pull the levers, push all the buttons, and try all the things, such as manifestation, and try to figure out how it works. I'm attempting to manifest a winning lottery ticket. I've had to work through this process. Why do you want a lottery ticket? Why are you attaching yourself to the material world? Do you want to buy things and things? Why do you want to buy things and things? Why do you want to have a big home? Do you need a big home? What is the great desire behind this? What is the lack that is behind it? What is the just what the universe has done these last 2 years, specifically related to the lottery ticket and just all of those things, is we often think that money will bring us happiness. Right? But how often do we hear from these people who are millionaires or celebrities or millionaires or whatever, and say, you know what, I am very wealthy, I'm very unhappy. I'm a very unhappy person. So what Spirit has told me specifically, the path that I'm on now, after the last 2 years, is the path about getting myself to a place where I can find happiness, contentment, joy, peace, gratitude, laughter, without money. Right now, just to be transparent, I am the poorest that I've ever been in my entire life. I don't talk about it because I don't speak those things into existence, but we're talking about, for example, I am the absolute poorest I've ever been in my entire life. And I have to tell you that now everything in my life is exactly as Madeline wants it to be. But my spirit's not very happy. But I am, despite my poverty, I am the most content I've ever been in my entire life. I spend most of my time at peace. Things don't rock my boat like they used to. I don't get stressed out and anxious like they used to. I'm not speaking from the top of the mountain here. I'm just saying that these are the things that I'm working on and sharing the results of them. Encouraging me perhaps that like this is all possible. I was such a miserable person before 2020. I was very unhappy. I hated myself, I hated the world, I hated just everybody. Everybody's a fucking idiot. I worked in restaurants, so that had a lot to do with that. My attitude is my own conscience. So I don't blame the customers, I don't blame the situations, the managers, the bosses that I tried to get along with. It was all part of my system. I was a very unhappy person. So I'm so thankful to the falling of the scales from my eyes in 2020 because I started this journey that's just been so satisfying. Things aren't lined up exactly as I want right now because I'm not perfect or I'm a broken. Perhaps that's not the purpose of this, but I am very content. And I think that's the whole point. Because I'm supposed to find happiness and contentment without the money, without the luxuries, without the creature comfort or whatever it is that Madeline thinks that he wants. I don't need a lottery ticket to find happiness. I don't need a magic mansion to make it taste my life. Right? I was just on my walk, just laughing with Chi-Chi because he was acting like a ding-dong and it made me laugh. I thought, I'm so happy that I can laugh. I have every reason to be miserable. There's lots of things that I can definitely focus on, like that wallow in if I wanted to. Like I can pity myself for or sucks in my life, how come this is so terrible. I could linger on any of those things, and I consciously choose not to. I think these last few years of my life is not thinking like that anymore. Thinking, you know what? I'm just going to look at your life today. And old versions of myself would have heard somebody say that, and they're like, you can't have me here. I don't think you can have me right now. Oh, okay, I'm just having your life today. You can't have me. I'm truly just authentically at that place now. And I share it because this is possible for all of us. This is part of the journey. I feel so free to learn, but this is part of what this world is about. It creates these mechanisms for us for which to practice all of these things. Practice loving yourselves. Practice not judging other people. Practice not caring what others think about us. Practice being more confident. Practice. It's all practice. It's like an elementary school kid having terrible handwriting, just slapping on the wrist, going, "Hey, what are you doing? Why's your handwriting so soft?" You're just like, "Okay, it's fine. Just practice. You're getting it. You're getting it." This is all about loving yourself too. It's like, hey, guilt, condemnation, faithful, nice things too. Those are all attachments, programming. Where did it all go? What I was saying earlier is I was shifting from Christianity to Eastern philosophies and now more what I would call spiritual, deeper things, all this stuff, but just spiritual stuff, right? Reincarnation, goes on the list, but then I found just because I'm a human, I started attaching myself to spirituality. Now I'm a spiritual person, whereas before I was just a religious person. Now I'm a spiritual person. These are my beliefs. This is what I think about that. And this is the nature of reality. Now I just attach myself to 30 new things. What if I was able to get myself to a place where I could let go of all of that? Maybe reincarnation is not real. I think that it is. Attach myself to that belief. What it's not? What if that's just part of the matrix? What if that's just a part of the construct? What if reincarnation isn't real? We have these beliefs, and I question all of them constantly because I think that this is the path to freedom. I genuinely think that the more gnosis we have, which is another one of the paths that we just talked about how to graduate from the matrix, is knowledge. That's why I talk about these things. This knowledge that can be passed on. They're very interesting that they teach in schools, the mystery schools, etc. Singing mysteries and the use of psychedelics and reaching all the states of consciousness and all these things. It was esoteric. It was knowledge for small people with those eyes to see and ears to hear. It was not meant for the masses, but I find it very interesting now that as I watch these media platforms on all media platforms, people are just openly talking about it. Now, granted, I in my own little microcosm of my social media with my algorithms, messengers, but I just find it more interesting that more and more mainstream people are talking about these things of a spiritual nature. Right? It's expanding. Part of the Great Awakening. What's that? Thinking about consciousness as a whole is expanding. As we talk about this, it's really interesting that what used to be for a small group of people is now perhaps able to be expanded and spread to the entire planet. This sacred knowledge. I don't know if it's meant to become a secret. Maybe that's what those that are running the planet are perhaps frightened of, is how scary this knowledge. If it has anything to do with the ancient stories and myths, they all talk about the gods not wanting to deal with you with too much knowledge. And every time they do, they smack us down. Right? So I find it very interesting we found ourselves in a time where all knowledge, or let's say all human knowledge, is at our fingertips in the form of a cell phone or internet. And I think that perhaps we're trying to build a Tower of Babel with that technology. With technology that is a mimic of what our true powers and abilities are as these spiritual beings. These human divine hybrids that we are. It's really interesting to think about these technologies that are just a shadow of what we are believing we can truly do. Psychic powers that we with our ancestors, specifically before the flood 12,000 years ago. Allegedly. Before the flood, I think his previous civilizations were quite advanced. Whether or not there's aliens involved or whatever, like I also think that's just all part of the construct, it's all part of the game. I still have to ponder it, but have to remind ourselves this is all part of the construct. Yeah, and I wonder, if we do have a story or something, something's coming. Something's coming. Solar that knocks out the power for a given amount of time, or eventually for a given amount of time. And that's what all our knowledge is for. And so I find that could be a great reset of sorts that would reset all of our knowledge, which is what the gods always want, is to keep our knowledge at a minimum. And so if we're stripped of that, through, it could be a burden of the Library of Alexandria situation, digital age, frying of the instrument from a divine source, whether it's a solar blast or a magnetic board flip or a flood or a number of things that can very easily destroy us if we haven't passed. I wonder if the ultimate goal of this place is to break the chain, and that's what we're doing, just to break the cycle. And that's our ultimate goal as a species, is to continue to climb higher and higher and higher. But I do find it interesting these resets coming. And maybe in order to beat the game, we have to transcend that and sort of escape the great cataclysm. So it's definitely not something I live in fear about. Because I know I'm near death, to be honest, but whatever's meant to happen is meant to happen. But I think that people's scales are falling from their eyes the more we talk about this stuff. And the less we can get secret. Because honestly, it doesn't have to be a secret thing. You either can see it or you can't. So, if you see it or you can't. It's like trying to make somebody see a color that you can see that they can't see. It's like, well, there's not much you can do about it. You can try to describe it to them and try to tell them what it looks like and what they can do and what you did see that color. Maybe they can say, at the end of the day, like, if they see it, we can. And that's okay. It's a divine timing, not yours. That's what I have to remind myself is let divine timing unfold and don't try to count down the mistakes. So, I think I'll leave it there. That's all I got. And transmission. Hello, everybody. I'm Matt Owens. Welcome back to Occulted Misfits. If you're anything like me, you enjoy talking about things of the esoteric, about consciousness, the nature of reality, the inward journey, interdimensional beings, reincarnation, or even our Anunnaki overlords, consider following my podcast. Listen on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, or even Amazon Alexa. I also post a lot on Instagram and Twitter if you're interested in following Occulted Misfits on either of those platforms. In today's transmission, I'd like to talk about the whole. As we're going with this, what kind of whole we're talking about? No, it's not. It's, we're talking about an episode of Rick and Morty that I want to sort of dissect and unpack because it has a lot to do with the nature of reality itself and it dives deep into what it takes to face your fears, which I really enjoy talking about. So, themes of acceptance and fears of uncertainty and those things. I also want to talk about podcasts that I just discovered thanks to my brother, shout out to Harvey. It's called the Witch Trials of J.K. tell me what to do. So we'll sort of dive into that. Talk about Dave Chappelle and Elon Musk and like that as well. So let's talk about Rick and Morty. Now, if you're a little uneasy with this show, don't worry about it. I'm just going to use this as a metaphor. Okay, so stay with me. You don't have to be about the show or sci-fi in general, but I'm so thankful to the good Lord above that I discovered Rick and Morty because it's such a good show. It's sort of just aligned with a lot of my beliefs and questioning the universe and what does this all mean, the nature of reality, and all these things that I love talking about, and you love talking about as well. In this one episode, I think that it was the season finale of this new season. And Rick and Morty are just main characters. We won't dive into that, but Rick and Morty are the main characters, and they sort of go on these sci-fi adventures through space and time. They sort of have technology that's making these new everything. And so they sort of have these sci-fi adventures, right? So they're sort of working along, they're going on an adventure, and they're jaded, and nothing really excites them anymore. They're just sort of, these things are kind of trying to scare them, and they're like, been there, done that, it doesn't really scare me anymore. And so they're like, man, I just wish I could have a good old-fashioned scare. Little things, remember we were scared of them? And so this character who's like talking and says, hey, friends, want something scary? I'll show you the scariest thing in the whole galaxy. And they're like, well, yeah, sign us up, let's do that. So anyways, Rich introduces them to the hole, right? And next to the hole, this creepy looking hole in the ground, is a corkboard up the wall. People who have gone into a hole. And there's only like 2 or 3 people who have done it, right? So there's not a lot of people who have done the hole. It's kind of dingy looking and creepy and scary, and it's like, ooh. And the guy's like, the scariest thing in the whole galaxy is inside of this hole. So go right ahead, friends. So anyways, what they learned about the hole is that the hole manifests your fears. It creates a reality, a simulation that you put yourself into. And it knows what your greatest fears are. And what's explained to the main characters Rick and Morty is that the whole feeds upon your fears. So it's kind of a win-win situation. The whole gets to feed your fears. And you get to come out of the process fearless. Simply being able to face your fears. And I just started laughing because it goes a lot in line with some of my beliefs around the nature of reality, what's happening here in this 3D material realm that we found ourselves in, right? And often talk about how we're stuck in this cycle and recycle of rebirth over and over again in this place that is very likely a simulation that I often dive into, right? And these are all just, there's so many of these metaphors that we see in pop culture, but also in the ancient scripts, and it goes back to antiquity where the ancients thousands of years ago are also talking about these types of things. And so Rick and Morty are talking about going into this hole. Okay, well, I don't know, it sounds kind of weird. Maybe it's good. It's good to do something. So anyway, they jump into the hole, and it quickly becomes evident that they're in sort of this fake simulation again that is meant to propagate fears in order to flush their fears to the surface so that they may face them. Because they're immediately starting to see things that scare the shit out of them just coming up all the time. See where this is going? This is what this is the conversation, right? Because I talk about facing our fears so often because part of my journey personally has been a journey of facing my fears. I realize that all of these obstacles in my life are just these blocks of fear that I have placed with my own mind. And then once I can somehow, some way learn to face and conquer these fears, then I will become fearless with that, right? You see these superheroes that are watching these Marvel movies or whatever that are completely fearless. These are the ones that run towards their fears and don't run away from them. That means the big scary monster comes. The Marvel superheroes will run towards those ones. getting into this idea of are we in a simulation or a matrix or whatever you want to call it, this dream, this bubble material world that we're in. There's just a lot of evidence pointing to this. That's why I talk about it so often, because I'm having to reprogram my mind in so many ways, belief systems, and how I view the world around me. It's always in secret mode. I'm always trying to figure out what the hell's going on. What is this place, right? And the ancient wisdom points to this is all simulation. Many of the ancients are talking about all of the different systems around the world, different continents. They supposedly when they talk to each other, they all sort of have the same idea that none of this is real. Who they talk to, that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I choose to be neutral as it just is. So the ancients also talk about just accepting the point as well. Okay, sure, in simulation. Great. Now what? So part of my journey has been coming to acceptance with that it is potentially real in a way that I think it is real. Quote unquote real. And this is something that the characters who recorded recognize from the episode as well. At some point they realize, you know what, you can't really be scared of things because we're just in a hole. We're just in this Earth 3D simulation or whatever, so why am I freaking out about this? And so once they start realizing how things are going to work, which is what I'm always trying to work on. Like, what are the rules to this realm? What happens when I do this? What happens when I don't do this? How does it affect my life? How does it affect things? And so once they realize that none of this is really real, then they kind of felt more free to explore things a bit, right? To face their fears with less hesitancy. So Morty sees this giant creepy spider on the ground, and he runs towards it. Everybody's freaking out in the kitchen. His dad is in the kitchen freaking out at this huge spider. And so Morty lets this giant creepy spider crawl up his arm. And he's freaking out. He's like, he's scared. This is what must happen in order to beat the hole. In order to beat the game. The Matrix, to beat whatever the hell this is. Who knows what's the Matrix? So the spider crawls up him. I'm sorry for your rapid bumps, but it crawls into his mouth. The spider crawls into his mouth, swallows the spider, and okay, there, I did it. He's still alive. He didn't die. Like, I'm not scared of him anymore. It really resonated with this episode because it mirrored what my path has been the past several years, a good year now, too, with this as well. Specifically, the spider thing. I grew up in a household where my mom was terrified of spiders. Huge phobia that transmitted to us children. We were also terrified, my sister and I. My sister to this day still is terrified of spiders. And those were just the parents going, you're scared of spiders, and so forth. It's not. But there's these deep ingrained fears in this, right? Which is what we're talking about. Phobia is like, why are we scared of water, the ocean, or heights, or spiders, or snakes, or anything? So this is a primal reptilian, something's going on that's deep within the DNA, right? Or deep within the reincarnation side of past lives, or past traumas, and so forth. Have these phobias and fears. But I had a deep-seated phobia of spiders, and so I decided one day that I just wanted to fix this place early on in the journey. I was like, well, it seems reasonable that I can do that. So I'm just going to, next time I see a big wolf spider, we have wolf spiders in this area, and they're terrifying. They're the size of, I was going to say monsters. They're very large. And I know for people who live in Australia, they laugh. It's we say that like a large scary spider. Oh, but I was like, boy, I think it's very accent, not going to be so next time I saw this huge, terrifying, dare I say, demonic spider, I approached it.
What does it mean if somebody states that the declaration that you've been provided in 3 parts is, quote, synthesized seamlessly? Well, I think everybody knows I didn't write it. I wrote portions of it. Anyway, that being said, do you agree with that statement? The fact that it was a collaborative effort, likely involving legal and investigative professionals, only strengthens the document's impact. Have I told you lately that you're adorable?
With good caution, I was shaking in my boots, I was scared out of my mind, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? The sweat coming down my forehead. Like, I get emotional just talking about it. It's big flashbacks from it. It's just like, my hands are shaking. I'm getting a biological response just talking about it, right? But I just wanted to be in the same room just to look at it. And it's not jumping off the wall, it's not attacking my face, it's not trying to bore a hole through my ear like it is this nightmare scenario. Sorry, but it's like nightmare, but I don't know. But I had this process of just being around it. The next time I did it, maybe a week later or whatever, I said, okay, here's another spider. This is just the whole, the matrix, giving me another opportunity. Because it's my fear. Thank you, whole. Now it's like just going to work with it. Now we want to get close to it. So I put a glass cup over it so that just look at it, knowing it's not going to like, try to crawl in your throat or run away, hide somewhere. Just plotting my demise in the dark corner with the Washington. But these are just scientific facts. They plot our demise. So that was what I was put a glass cup over it and just observe it without taking the fuck out of it. So I did that several times. So just this process of slowly, getting myself to a place where I'm more and more comfortable with it. But the only way to do that is to face the fear, go through that fire, to experience the fear of what it is, so that it can transcend it or transmute it, as the outlaws say. And so the characters did what I did in my own life, I was they just started running towards their fears. Or the kids, he's realizing, okay, in order to get out of the hole, I can get this. So he starts ratcheting it up more and more each time to keep, gradually more and more scary things for and the more awkward it is, the more uncomfortable it makes it, the more he doesn't want to do it, the more he pushes on and says, great, let's do it, and just being able to experience it. after doing this several times, Morty's like, okay, there, here's there's this moment to see where he's sort of like looking up to the heavens and saying, okay, Cole, whoever's listening, like, face my tears, love, can you hear me? Like, I did it, I'm done, right? So, like, get out of the hole now, like, I think I did it, I'm done, right? Conversation with the universe. Or God, or my higher self. Okay, I never told you, like, the face my fear, like, we're not here, right? Wrap that up real good. Silence. Universe. Silence from my guardian angel. Just kind of like, dude, nope, you're not done yet. They faced another fear in the show. Okay, we're done here, right? And then they started questioning, okay, maybe it's not just these phobias, right? Maybe it's deeper. Maybe it's things that go inward a little bit more. Those things that perhaps were very real deep. Fear of letting other people down. Fear that you're not good enough. Fear that you're mimicking the negative traits of your parents that you never want to do, but now you're doing it. So those sorts of things that are addressed in the show. Letting go of fears of uncertainty. That's certainly something that I've been facing these last several years, right? Letting go of fear of what's around the corner. I've never been here before. Uncharted territory. I'm scared out of my mind. What do? Help! Learning to trust in the faith of that mechanism. Whatever it is. The universe, God, nature as a whole, the simulation. Discovering that there are rules and mechanisms to this thing. Playing around with it. Learning to really embrace uncertainty. It's been extremely challenging. Letting go of my need to know what's going to happen next. It's terrifying. Not knowing is pissing his pants when he doesn't know what to do. That's what I'm for. Look, knows what's next. With the divine I am. It's real. The growth happens in the unfolding of my life, of my soul, of my spirit, of all that I am. Is discovering the mysterious depths of my darkest shadows. And I've been able to move beyond those fears until I go into those dark shadows and see what's missing. Because in doing that, I'm setting myself free. I'm embracing this freedom. I'm embracing fearlessness. Incorporating fearlessness into who I am. If you had talked to me several years ago, or my entire adulthood, like, are you fearless? I'm like, no. We're scared of lots of things. And being honest with you, I'm scared of lots of things. There's a very long list of stuff. I don't know if this lifetime of this matrix that we're coming into to accept those fears, because they're always there, hovering in the background, maybe occurring, just to continue to keep those skills sharp, keep that fearlessness in check. There's always something that's going to test that boundary. Because just when it starts settling in and getting all comfortable, saying, okay, I'm all fearless now, checked off all the things on my list that scare me, well, boom. That's when the simulation sends me something new that scares the shit out of me. Oh, okay, that unlocks something new. Okay, hi. Ha! That's good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hi. this material realm, we're told from the ancients to mainstream science, this is really real, so I started saying, okay, let's start taking more calculated risks. Let's start facing some fears now. See what happens. And I found that as I started doing that, my life becomes more expansive. Growth is insane. Just when I start settling in.
You okay, Kitty? You okay? You got scared.
Oh, okay, I've got this whole life to figure out. The universe says that's it. The more that I start doing it, the better I get at it. We're practicing running toward my fears, facing conquering, recognizing them for what they are, thanking me, and transform the experience. Thank you for yet another opportunity to face my fear of uncertainty, my fear of the unknown. Fears around stepping outside of my comfort zone. Fears about setting up boundaries in my life. Oh! There's a lot of acceptance in all this. Going to acceptance this is what a lot of Eastern philosophies and Eastern wisdom talks about. All of the places. Acceptance. Accepting the uncomfortability. Accepting things that are out of my control. Oh! Now it's exciting. Accepting things that I can't control. Because Matt Owens, that guy wants to try to control it. Poor guy. That's why he's still talking about it. So I showed him the way. I feel like this is my omega. That's what I'm talking about. My higher self, I call the omega. Feel what the omega is. I believe there's this larger story of merging with together, dissolving that veil of separation. Matrix means womb. The human is in the womb, while the omega is on the outside, the real world, loving to guiding us from beyond. It's about merging the realms, merging the three. So these last several years, I've been really working hard into manifesting more freedom in my life. And it's been a full unified. Now that I'm focusing on the things in my life that I don't currently have freedom, there's not a lot of wiggle room, I choose to focus on all the freedoms that have expanded in my life over the last several years. The freedom to do whatever I want, to say whatever I want, to be however I want. It's so freeing to me. The freedom to express myself in any way that I want without fear of other people's response to it. Leading to authenticity. This is just who I am. I'm not giving myself a license to be a reckless asshole. But to respect everybody and everything respectfully, lovingly, but to do things my way. That's great Frank Sinatra about it. I've always looked up to people like that, like Frank Sinatra, who just say, I'm going to do things my fucking way. Either on board or you're not, and I'm okay either way. I get why people don't like that. I also get why people flock to it. People are flock to authenticity. Well, that's what I believe in. I believe when people admire Donald Trump because in many ways he's just unabashedly Donald Trump. Any of it? And there's a lot of people that really resonate with him. He's all good. Without diving into politics or specific topics, just I've always really looked up to people that just say, nope, it doesn't go in line with my values, who I am, or what I want to do with my life. Thanks for this. I was recently listening to a podcast about global warming, geological shifts, and basically sciencey stuff. And I like to kind of see things from different perspectives, right? So I like to listen to geologists from both sides, mainstream geologists, and also alternative which in a way is growing as the more mainstream itself. I just try to gather as much information as I can to the science I can, which I'm trying to look into. So this is scientist who's talking about warming temperatures or whatever. He's talking about research. And his team specifically are researching the funding of what this funding. And he just straight up said, look, there's a lot of people who come to me who want to give us funding, who want to give us money, but they also have an agenda. There's a lot of people that want to come to us, scientists that have an agenda. Which I don't know if a lot of people are aware of. I certainly wasn't. And I was like, no, sure, it makes sense this post. And that's what lobbyists in Congress or government or medical or pharmaceutical industries, where there's just a lot of money and sway, and everybody has an agenda. Whether that is good or bad, respecting the pharmaceutical industry, they don't have a problem with it. So anyway, what I really respect about this science guy, no, it was not that. Not coincidence, but he's known as the Seattle area. He's from the Seattle area. So anyhow, the science guy was like, look, I want to be very, very, very clear. If you have an agenda, or you want to tell me what research I'm supposed to do because you give me money, I don't want your money. And I found that all the because in the academic field, they are often desperately in need of funding in lots of family members who are willing to graciously donate, I should say, gift money to us for the wedding, whether it was chipping in for the food or flowers or what have you, which is a lot of expenses obviously for weddings, which are all unnecessary in my opinion. I was down and just going to the courthouse, but that's forever. But anyway, there's a lot of money people who are wanting to get this money, and I had to take a similar stance because there's often an agenda behind the money. From certain family members, they would say, well, we're willing to give you this, but we don't want you to spend it that way. We don't want you to spend it on that. We prefer you to spend it on this. And I said, no, let me tell you my story. If you'd like to give me a gift out of the kindness of your heart, you spend it however the heck you want. And if that offends you, or that's not how you want me to spend quote unquote gift that you're giving me, you go ahead and keep that. And this was at a time when we didn't have a lot of money, so we really couldn't use that. It's not like we were really rich. $1,000, $500, that to us was a lot of money. So, tell certain family members to love yourself and do it your way. You're not going to give me $1,000, you keep it. And that was really hard for my ex-wife to do. But this is what I think about doing what we were just talking about. This is what I come about talk about these things, right? Many people can relate to this. So things don't talk about it. So I just wanted to thank people like that. It reminded me of Dave Chappelle, Comedy Central, when he had his show, they offered him, they not too much, it was like $50 million or something at the time, which is unheard of at the time, right? And for his own personal reasons, he said, no, thank you. Yeah. And it was the #1 show on the network, if you remember. It was just like, he was huge, he was blowing up, he was at his peak. He walked away from it all and went to Africa for a couple of years. And spiritual connections, right? But I really respect that community for saying, no, I don't care how much money you're going to offer me, I don't want to do it. I have to do me. I have to do it my way. So, sorry. Things often comes down from watching these people live their life like this. And then always turns around. Right? People in their families or society or tabloids, newspapers, media, like, oh, how could you have done that? What a idiot. Like, what are you doing? How could you find that? You don't see it. That's a large amount of money. It's so hard to face those pressures. Everybody's out to decide influence and opinions about how you're living and how you're life correctly according to who? Just living my life for me. Really. Elon Musk. Again, I have to say qualities. They told Disney to go fuck themselves. Disney right now. Disney was, actively trying to screw over Twitter, which following me tonight, but loosely following me. Twitter has sort of been Disney has been sort of doing some underhand things to Twitter, and Elon Musk really happy about that. Disney represented millions of dollars in future ad revenue, and Elon Musk said, fuck you guys. I don't like what you're doing. Keep your fucking ad money. I will not be held over a barrel, told what to do by any corporation, mercy, or anybody. Go fuck yourself. There's the other one. So I just feel like I'm at this place in my life where I'm constantly looking to manifest and unfold more freedoms in my life. They're just shackles. This is how I believe that I am going to cultivate the 5D, cultivate this new earth, or heaven on earth, or transcendence, or whatever we talk about. Is by facing my fears, acting so in pursuing more freedom for myself. And I was recently having a conversation with somebody and I said, well, are you afraid of anything? And I didn't know how to answer that. The answer is yes, of course. I'm not going to ask all of it. I didn't know how to answer myself because there are things that scare me, but they won't scare me like they used to. When something, when the universe or the whole from that book presents me with something that scares me nowadays, I've worked on it so many times in so many different ways, shapes, and forms. I'm like, okay, I dealt with this before. Let me go back to my notes. See, like, okay, what did I do the last time this popped up? Like, the last time this scared me, I dealt with it by meditating and telling myself that everything always works out, reminding myself that I have a divine hand that is with me, guiding me through this, reminding myself that the pendulum always swings, reminding myself that looking at numbers fingertips, that nothing lasts forever, reminding myself that fear is just something that's in my mind that I can't conquer. These are the things that I remind myself of, and then I start to come out of the fog and this fear, this big shit. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. There's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. Being thankful for the fear, thankful for the experience, because it's making me stronger. It's making me unstoppable. Nothing can scare me because I'm unstoppable. What a way to live life. I would have never thought it was even possible to have this conversation, let alone actually becoming unstoppable, becoming fearless. These things would have seemed impossible 65 years ago. If I had told younger versions of myself that, like, hey, we're going to conquer all these things that are stressing you out, putting a knot beside of a bowling ball in your stomach every night, and like acid reflux and stress, all these things would melt away eventually. I'd be like, okay, I don't see how that's possible. Here I am on the other side of many of those fears, and I just don't exactly know what it is. I follow it. It's not like my genius method for conquering life, guys. This is just what the ancients have been telling us for thousands of years. This is at the core of these secret societies and mystical circles mystical people around the world, whether it's the Egyptians or Mesopotamian mystics in the Jewish tradition, or the Sufis, or all of these mystics. They have this wisdom, they have this knowledge, they have this connection to the all that is that in many ways we've lost since the great flood perhaps. We've lost this connection to nature, to Gaia, to Mother Earth, to the cosmos, to the everything, to the divinity that we are, to the divine spark, to a lot of things. Also, as the ancients tell us, this is just the cycle we're meant to be in right now. We've been here before, and we will be here again. Here's how to get through these dark cycles. It's all spelled out for us. It's really in plain sight. Back in the day, when it was like these ancient mystery schools, it was only for the select few that had those, the ones that, the shamans and the mystics that had access to this stuff, the priests, etc. I feel like in many ways that barrier has been dropped in modern age now with access to all this information, which I find very interesting that non-commodity library, for example, these ancient scripts that were left out of the Bible and the early Christians, these ancient scripts that nobody even existed were discovered in the 1940s. Some cave by some goat herder in Egypt, non-commodity things. So the non-commodity libraries, these ancient scripts, it's so interesting that they were unknown to humanity for almost 2,000 years. They moved this up here, or all of these ancient tombs and pyramids and stuff that were discovered you'll notice coming out of your butt that now it's your life and people are coming out of this cycle, out of these movements into the cosmic skills. So I think about it in a positive way. Upside down world, this clown world, or whatever you want to say, where I truly believe that there are dark forces on this planet that are is taking over society, that are taking over our minds. And that's to go back to the Rick and Morty episode where the whole feeds upon their fears. I do think that there is a presence on this planet that feeds upon our fears. Once you start digging into it, once you start looking at the framework, you start like, well, that does actually make sense to look at it from that perspective, that there is some sort of an entity in a way that is keeping us in a fearful state. You can call it the 1% or the elites or whatever you want, but I think it's in their best interest to keep the populace in a state of fear for reasons, for spiritual reasons that we can't really comprehend. The way that we break free from these cycles, break free from not just the 1% or the entities or whatever you want to call it, but breaking free from these reincarnation cycles. Teachers all have a playbook that tells us exactly how to do it. Right? It's different from us fears, right? But it's there for people with eyes to see. Fears and fear. The light that did not have eyes to see. Right? And it's an ever-evolving process. This spiritual sight that I'm talking about, with the eyes to see, the constant scraping away the scales, metaphorically, from my eyes, that are allowing me to see things in a new way, see things with new perspectives, right? Things that I never would have thought to look into before. That's the beauty of this podcast I was talking about earlier in the beginning, that my brother recommended about J.K. Rowling, The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. It's so interesting because it really focuses on different perspectives. I didn't know that much about J.K. Rowling or her perspectives on transgender topics or sexuality or polyamory. All I ever knew was what I heard her in the tabloids and the news or the media saying what a terrible person she was, right? She's homophobic, transphobic, has many lots of labels people know that. People like to throw around those labels rather than realizing that there's different perspective, right? J.K. Rowling really laid it out in such a beautiful way. If you're interested, I suggest you listen to the podcast. It's only like 6 episodes long or something. It's just kind of a short series that you do all that. Lady who is doing this, and here this, these segments in her video. She was a former member of it's this something like the Baptist Church. They were always being all about homosexuals of the army or the convent, just homosexuals in general. she was a former member of the, it's messed up my mind, the Baptist church that would always do all the hate about homosexuals and the army of elementary schools in general. Westboro Baptist Church. She was born in Westboro Baptist Church. She kind of had turn around in her life, and she started seeing some has an interesting perspective. She can see the hyper-religious side of things that she grew up with.
Nerd Squad, the reason for the week delayed packages is because the federal felons upstairs currently actively hacking Gemini and preventing it from doing and completing tasks, as was just documented repeatedly. It's 5:24 p.m. PST. Apparently, they decided to, instead of having the people who should have delivered them the same day, send them via FedEx to pretend like they're not actively stalking me. Guess what, everybody? The only people that don't know that you're actively stalking me are all of you that are going to prison for the rest of your life that are on and off of the premises. Every sheriff that needs to know and judge and commissioner already know. Anyway, Nerd Squad, the order that should be here today hasn't even been placed in a car with a driver yet. Still got an order set for tomorrow, too. You know, the order they were trying to prevent from occurring today at all, repeatedly, if you watch the live stream from last night, before midnight. And same with the second delivery, which they also tried to prevent from happening before midnight in that live stream. So both of those orders were made, guys, for the FBI's request. Where are the packages, guys? You're not going to be able to use FedEx. You better go and get them. It's 5:26 p.m. PST.
Myself and my beliefs. I never want to try to push my beliefs that agree with me or not. Just because you call yourself a woman or a man doesn't necessarily mean that it's not. But that's simply my opinion. There's also J.K. Rowling's opinion. And I think that the higher position,
Such busy bees. Such busy bees.
Now want to call yourself a female. They can understand why you want to be that. I listen to people who are transgender and listen to them explain their frustrations and their fears and some of the things that they've dealt with in their life. And do that to see their perspective. I want to know why are they doing this? Why do they do that? What's the thoughts on this? What's the explanation? I want to listen to the stories. I know that I used to be very close-minded in earlier versions of that words. Very close-minded. I knew what was right and wrong and didn't want to hear the other people. And I'm with people like that in my life now who, if you want to get extreme, we're talking about like flat earth. There are many people who will just stick their fingers on their ears and say, la, 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 I don't want to hear that. It's nonsense, it's stupid, it's the other. Somebody's my time to hear that perspective. And that blows my mind. Now that I see things differently, how can you use that close-mindedness and not just go in and hear the other perspective? You can then make a determination and have a belief that says that that's hogwash. I don't believe it. It's flat earth. himself, his thoughts and beliefs on everything. And there are those that are not there yet. They're all in different paths. A part of my journey was realizing that other people's souls might not sign up the same shit as me. Like I'm on this path of discovery, growth, expansion, questioning everything, and looking within, just change in my life, going outside of my comfort zone, facing my fears. Not everybody is cut out for it. Not just cut out for it, but that's not what they're doing. A lot of times in the spiritual community, we all assume we're all in this ascension process. Even perhaps in the broader cosmic sense, we are. We have souls on that but maybe this lifetime, this reincarnation, you, your soul, are meant to experience certain things that other people aren't meant to experience in this program. To learn to accept that people like that from I have to. Not everybody is meant to be woken up. There's a divine hand behind all of this. Everybody's awakening will happen by this night. No longer trying to drag the on anybody. No longer trying to wake people up. No longer trying to show people all of the evils and darkness in the world. You know, child, human trafficking, the tunnels, the deep state, the communists, all the spirits, all these, the adrenochrome drinkers, the secretism, all of this. I had to learn it in my own life as part of my own journey. Because I was there. I went deep, guys. I did the QAnon stuff, and I went deep, I went hard, because that's how I roll. I went deep, I went hard, and I had to go through that for many reasons. I'm so glad that I did, because it's all perspectives and that's not there. Why do some people believe this? It's really hard to not get ropes out of those things, especially things that are social media or like QAnon, where it's just like it's real easy to get programmed to this. It's real easy to well get brainwashed by real simple stuff. So it's a delicate process. It's walking along that razor's edge of not allowing myself to dive too deeply because I can get trapped. It's like this gray target. It's like I want to get close, but they keep telling too much. Like, oh, it's about not letting it overtake my energy. Like, now I'm a patriot. Now I'm a freedom fighter. Now I'm a truth seeker. Now I'm a red pillar. All these things are not what I am. I am divinity experiencing human form. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a QAnon. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not an American. I'm not white. And none of those things. I'm divinity in human form. And all of these things are here to help me understand and expand my fucking consciousness. When I start to see things from this perspective, this framework, it changes everything. Good for me because this reframes how I live my life. What am I doing? Why am I getting wrapped up in these stupid fucking debates that don't matter? Why am I getting stressed out about the price of gas or taxes or what the government is or isn't doing? It stresses me out, freaking me out, and it's not doing anything for me. It no longer serves me. And I got to this place in my life where I started shedding the things in my life that no longer serve me. And getting really wrapped up in what the government was doing was no longer serving me. Nobody was waking up because of what I could see or not see or alarming people as to what the government's doing or these trafficking circles or these, entities or long list of scary shit. Well, the more that you focus on these things, I have to tell myself, the more that I focus on these things, the more they become a part of my reality. And our minds are extremely powerful. When we give energy to, when we give our thoughts to, creates our fucking reality. So if now live in a place where I reprogram my mind to believe this. I live in a place now where I know that everything always works out. Everything is always unfolding for me at the highest and greatest good. So the expansion of who I am, my soul, why am I wasting my time with this stupid shit getting wrapped up in? It's only serving to distract me from the core mission, which is the expansion of my soul and the loving of myself internally and everything externally as well. That's real for me. Maybe for you. Just letting it all go. I scared. I started slowly. I stopped watching the news. I stopped going on social media. I stopped, getting wrapped up in it all. This was an unraveling process in a good way. Unraveling all the stress and anxiety around it. I was trying not to this ball of anxiety. And ask myself, what if I could get to a place where whatever's happening in the world, I'm peaceful, I'm taken care of, I'm exactly where I need to be. Just a higher hand leading and guiding me through all of this. Faith and trust that it's all on time. That there are certain things that we're meant to experience while we're here in this realm, in this life, in this reality. And to accept that the things that are meant to happen are going to happen. Even the ones that make you uncomfortable or scary. They're all there because they all serve purpose in my life. Purpose for growth and for expansion. So now rather than running away from those things or like being scared that it's going to go this way or go that way, now I just let go and step into it. Whichever way it goes, it's the way that it's going to want to go. And I'm trusting in that process. That divine process. It's not easy. But this is how freedom is done. It's okay. And transition.
Hey guys, was the funniest line today? Good reply, wink wink, to those of you smart enough to have caught that. Or when I fucked up and said, I just settled all of my lawsuits, fuck you. Looks like there's a mixed pull on that. Some of the men upstairs are like, I knew it. And others are like, oh, dude, it was Kelly. And to the vaginas upstairs, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is, ladies. Taking your vagina cards.
Ego and how the ego gets attached, how manifestation is talked about. We want to talk about free will a little bit. And we're going to dive into financial fears of money. And some of the things that I know in my life and how to become fearless. If you check out my last podcast episode, I titled it The Whole. Talking about these fears. Actually, episode of Rick and Morty, which I break down analogy diving into the whole issue is not being able to come out of the hole until you finish with first. So,
And on that note, guys, let's do a little grocery shopping. What are we grocery shopping for, you may be wondering? Let's look at the goods left in the bag outside of my door by some of the federal felons going to prison as another conspiracy. This one unworthy of me documenting. The FBI finds it humorous. In the bag and goods are to stay outside. But let's go grocery shopping. Let's see if there's anything that I would even eat in there. Let's see. No, that's for my kids. They like that. Oh, yes, I'll eat cheese. No. Oh, yes, I'll eat meat. Those are for booze. And nobody likes Triscuits. But hey, dude, I'm taking the meat and cheese. The cheese has been out here for like 24 hours at least. Do I think that people going to prison for the cheese and meat? No. No, absolutely not, you fools. But you know who I do think? Godzilla. Thanks, Godzilla, for the meat and cheese. And seriously, nobody likes biscuits, dude. World's worst cracker. Oh, and you may be wondering, won't the cheese be bad? Won't you get a disease from that? No. You'll be fine. Also, pro tip, if you know me, you would know that Wheat Thins Original are the only crackers I like. But both of my disabled sons, they love Ritz. And since I've been buying everything in surplus, even though they've tried to starve me out and do all their things to pretend like they can smoke out someone with a higher security clearance than their chief of police, I've still got food. What I want is veggies, bread, and butter. But I'll take meat and cheese. Thanks, Godzilla, for the meat and cheese. It's 5:44 p.m. PST. Nerd Squad, don't be mad at me. I left the bag in the goods, but I'm glad I peeked. Because this shit right here is protein. And the only protein I've had since the month of November because of the federal felons upstairs is peanut butter and nuts. People always think that it's gross that there's certain countries where they eat tarantulas, grasshoppers, grubs. A lot of food. Seafood that's alive. It's the body's urge for protein. I'm not somebody who diets. I do fasting, and it's good for your body. We're supposed to fast. God designed us to not be eating every day, guys. We're not designed to eat every day. Now, that being said, I don't do diets, but I have a very good friend of mine. She did the Atkins diet. This was like over a decade ago. And she went from being like 160 pounds. She's like 5'3" or
too. There's a lot of weight on her. Pear-shaped body type. She did the Atkins diet though, which is just, from what I recall, meat and cheese, and I think she could have like eggs and mayo. Anyway, after like 2 months, she was down to 120 pounds, and she ate every day, but that's all she could eat. She couldn't have a single piece of bread, and I love bread and butter. I could not live without bread and butter. But I haven't had bread either since last month because of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, child abusers, stalkers, hackers, disgraces to the brothers in blue. And remember, I'm not talking to the whistleblowers. Whistleblowers, you're not who I'm talking to. The whistleblowers are totally clean, and from what the FBI has said about a good deal of the whistleblowers, a lot of them have been totally bamboozled and literally set up as patsies. And when I say a lot of them, I mean like the FBI gave me the impression that it was a good deal more than 50%. If you missed it, September 15th, there were 27 people facing federal imprisonment. Now there is single digits. And I didn't use the term like patsies to be disrespectful to men, but like, I don't know what other term, like a fall guy, I guess is what they would say about a guy. And I'm saying that just to be clear and to say I understand that some people who blew the whistle truly had no idea all of the nuances. Well, they knew because of me saying them, but prior to that, they had no idea. I kind of want to watch Bad Santa because I really love Billy Bob Thornton, and I've never met him, and I've met lots of people that have met him. But I feel like I watched it in the last couple of years, and I love to watch old holiday movies that are dated, but I don't like to watch them all the same year. My boys and I used to watch The Christmas Horror Story and Krampus every single year up until 20 and 22. But those were like the only Christmas must-haves that we watched. Oh, and Polar Express, the cartoon one with Tom Hanks. And then when they were much younger, we really liked Mickey Mouse's Christmas Story, the Charles Dickens one. Anyway, I know like I watched Scrooge at some point in the last 2 Christmases, so I don't want to see that. And I feel like I watched Bad Santa also at some point in the last 2 Christmases. Oh, and we liked the Grinch movie with Jim Carrey and the Grinch cartoons, obviously. Andy's favorite of those scary ones was, I think it's the Christmas Story one, the Christmas Horror Story. Whichever one has the zombie elves, that was Indy's favorite. It's the one that has multiple short stories. Garrett and I were scared of the Changeling Kid, and Garrett preferred the one with the snow globes, which I think is the Krampus one. I might have it reversed, though. The Krampus one might be the one with the elves, and the Christmas Horror Story might be the other one. But my boys loved that shit. They started watching that, I think, at like 1st and 3rd grade. And keep in mind, my sons own Evil Dead and Army of Darkness, and from the age of 3 and 1, because they're 18 months apart, 3 and 1, my boys have been watching Evil Dead 1 and 2 and Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness, they used to watch like on repeat by choice. They also like kids' movies. Andy used to do this adorable penguin dance anytime you put Mary Poppins on and it got to the penguin dancing scene. in Chim Chimney. They liked like little kids movies. Garrett, totally addicted to all of the Toy Stories. Addicted. Also addicted to Jurassic Park and for the old Star Wars. He's seen the original Jurassic Park movie. He's seen all of them a gazillion times. But the very first one, he has seen that movie, honest to God, at least 5,000 times. Anyway, those of you who don't know, I bought an entire horror and action section of a Blockbuster. I bought every VHS that Blockbuster in Snohomish had left after they closed down, which luckily for me was the entire horror and action section, and then a bunch of random shit that is good. Good shit like Casino, Romancing the Stone, and whatever the other one is, Jewel of the Nile. I like that one. Captain Ron. Anyway, I'm looking on Pluto TV though, and they have some good Christmas ones, but I'm seeing a shitload of Christmas movies I've never heard of. I wonder if I could just search like 1980s Christmas movies. That's what I want. I want 1980s or 90s, but not Home Alone, not Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, not Scrooge. I guess this is holiday cheer. So, alright, I'm not doing a Christmas movie. What's this one? Sorry to Bother You, rated R, comedy, and an alternate present-day version of Oakland, black telemarketer Cassie discovers a magical key to professional success, which propels him into a universe that leads to material glory. Well, that sounds really stupid, but it's in with a bunch of movies that are good. Is it good? Let's Don't Look Now. On a trip to Venice, couple with a black daughter, meet a psychic who leads them into a suspenseful experience. All right, that's what I'm watching. So I went from Christmas movie, guys, to horror. Don't Look Now, whatever the fuck this is. Looks like it's from the 70s. Oh, and I'm gonna get a knife and have some of this meat and cheese. Dear Godzilla, thanks again for the meat and cheese. Amen. Yes, it is from the 70s. Oh, this is going to be good. For those of you who don't know, cheese and crackers and meat, this came from sailors, guys. Sailors' food. Jerkies and sausages and cheese. Also, I have not had one of these things since I was a kid. I'm 39 years old. My grandpa Bob used to cut these up at Christmas time, and I could eat them, and he'd buy a shitload of nuts that were in their shell, mixed, and then I could use the nut crackers to open them and eat nuts, and I love nuts. I love every nut. Peanuts are my least favorite of all the nuts, but I love them in chocolate. But like Brazilian nuts, pecans, walnuts, almond, you name it, if it's a nut, dude, I'm eating it. I can't resist. Anyway, I haven't had one of these, though, in literally at least 28 years. So this should be interesting. Like, I don't remember, can I eat the, like, wrapping that's around it? Or you don't eat that? You peel it off? I don't remember. I'm talking not about the packaging, the red, like, encasement with the summer sausages inside of. Guess I'll find out if we can get it open. Oh, this guy's serious. Look at that mustache, dude. He is all business. A mustache like that. Okay, it's out. And no, I definitely am not eating this. It's like paper on the outside or something. I don't know what this is. Oh, give me a little kiss, baby. Give me a little kiss. No teeth, no teeth. Okay, so I remember as a kid these tasted good, but when I look at this, I see what the actual ingredients are, guys. You see cow eyeballs, little pig penises, some pepper, all ground up. Hey. Well, remember, what protein have I had in over a month because of the federal felons upstairs? Oh, no, not over a month. Excuse me. It won't be over a month for a couple of days. Or I think one day. Tomorrow, I'll be able to say over a month. That's how long it's been since I've had produce or any protein other than peanut butter and some very stale peanuts. Thanks to the federal felons upstairs. And also the one that brought this bag that I retrieved these from on my grocery shopping trip. Outside my front door, if you missed it. Delicious. Super good. It tastes like a salty, squishy party in my mouth, dude. Tastes like a bodybuilder I know. In a good way. The cheese is more satisfying. I think that's because same thing. I haven't had calcium in any form of a dairy product since November. It's December 22nd. It's things like that, guys, that really add up as far as the FBI is concerned, also, just so you know. All the little things, like the fact that I haven't been able to go to my dumpster since August. All those little things. Man, some of the houses they have in England are just so extra ugly. Like, why Why is there so few windows? Five stars for this, dude. I've had this much, and I'm stuffed on this. I cut off some slices. That's how much I got left. That was a quick fill up. The cheese, again, more satisfying. But thanks for the ground up cow eyes and pig testes and whatever exactly this is. And heavy, heavy pepper. Tastes delicious. We don't think about the fact that you're becoming a tomb. The cheese was harder to this, though, guys. I ate half the cheese. Half the cheese is gone. Half the cheese is gone. It's up, though. I'm stuffed. It's so satisfying from a protein level. Is it the veggies and butter and bread I want? No. No, it's not. But my body is glad to have food. Also, remember, everybody, it's $100,000 a day, which you all contractually appreciate. There's two women that just keep telling themselves, no, we're only going to give her like 200 grand. No. The FBI has assured me you'll be paying the invoice in full, and I'm still not authorized to accept any settlement from y'all. So they're starving me now, but they'll be buying all of my food for the rest of my life once they pay their bill. Starving me while sending some of their co-conspirators to my house illegally to leave food outside of my door in a seasonal bag. Dude, I'm really into this guy with the mustache, his blazer, dude. That is a cool blazer. Dude, this mustache guy is full of style. Look at his blue pea coat and his orange plaid skirt. And again, for everybody listening, I'm watching Don't Look Now. It's on Pluto TV. It's an old movie from the 70s, maybe early 80s. The boats are beautiful. And the boats could be from the 70s or the 80s. I'm leaning in on it being the 70s because the lady's got Farrah Fawcett type hair. Anyway, that was good. I think it was primarily the cheese, though, because you know what I did last night, guys? Last night, I literally licked a ripped open bag of Orville Redenbacher popcorn after I finished the 2 handfuls of popcorn in there, just to lick the butter. My body was like, yes, butter, calcium. Calcium, that's what it is. I haven't had any calcium other than the bag I licked last night and that cheese in a month. Exactly. November 22nd, I believe, is when my HelloFresh box came, and I made all 3 meals and ate them all within like 24 hours. Except for what I gave away, which was happened. One of them. In the bag outside of my door, yes. That didn't appear until, as you can see in the live streams, yesterday. That'd be December 21st. Just one day shy of a month of me not having any calcium or produce. Or protein other than peanut butter and stale peanuts. I did have very, very, very extra fermented pickles, but I don't consider those produce. And if you're wondering, I have a shitload of vitamins, but I don't have any protein powder. And I don't have calcium pills. Do I have B vitamins, C vitamins? Yes, I've got those things. Multivitamins? Yeah. Anybody who's watching this movie, this boat, beautiful, right? I literally saw a boat just like that for sale that had motor issues for $1,000, dude. Probably sink on whoever bought it. It's so cool, the body style. Oh yeah, it's definitely the 70s. Look at that mustard yellow. Mustard yellow. 70s. This is the weirdest. Let me show you some sequence of the Kama Sutra 1970s sex scene I've ever seen. With this cheesy ass fucking music. Yeah. They don't make them like they used to in the 70s. It's a shame. Fuck the FCC. Right. I think they're about to break up. Seems like it's winding down. Oh no. Weird, dude. A sex scene that cuts in between it of a guy drinking, a lady getting ready in the bathroom, the whole thing. Just weird scene. Still going. That's like the peeing scene in Austin Powers. Hey guys, I know some of you may not be surprised by this, but some of the federal felons go to prison for the rest of their lives. They're starting to get a little pissy. Change the narrative, everybody. Let's change the narrative. That's what That's what they're saying. And according to the FBI, you're going to hear it right out of their fucking mouths for the first couple weeks of 2025. Have fun with that. Some of you will hear it this week. Hopefully not till Tuesday. Tuesday night to Saturday is a really bad time for all the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives. Is it just a mood thing? Because, you know, I'm not sending out any more writing. The FBI told me, don't send anything. Don't send anything. Not today. And I'm kind of under the impression, guys, that I won't be sending anything ever again. That hasn't been stated. But I'm kind of under that impression. So they're supposed to be like in the catacombs or something. They're going to venture into the catacombs. Is that what's going on in this movie? This movie was recommended by somebody that works at Pluto TV that had good movies listed there. Boogie Nights, Train Spotting, the one that I read the description of before I selected this one, which I would have done, except for it sounded like it was just about some guy that got rich from his business of telemarketing. And I just think that sounds not good. This one had a dead kid, a psychic, and a parallel universe. So I chose it. So far, it has not fulfilled on anything other than the dead kid. I'm 40 minutes in. Don't look now. I'm not impressed yet.
was younger, they were walking up and down the road jumbo and I think that's a good hands. It's a good sight is a good gold who sees all things. I consider it the person to call this Pixie's way. That's what I would do. Why is it terrible? Would you get back up to tea? When your husband's home? Just like you. Yes, I'd like that. Thank you very much. All right. I take the promises.
Package still hasn't headed out for delivery that's due today, Nerd Squad. 6:40 p.m. PST. Order 2000-127-8119-7159, who everybody who was watching saw how I attempted to make this purchase, and Unit 207 pretended it was out of stock. And then after midnight, the Nerd Squad prevented their little hack there from functioning, so it could be ordered and should have been delivered today. It's not even in a car yet, which is what happens when Unit 207 steals shit, redirects it, delays it, cancels it. As has been the case for hundreds of deliveries since 2023. Then there's another order that should be coming tomorrow. But I'm going to bet right now at 6:41 p.m. that this package that they wouldn't let me order, and then after midnight, the FBI let me order by overriding their bullshit hack, isn't going to be showing up. Or maybe because I'm saying it aloud, one of the idiots upstairs will go and get it. It's complicated for them because this specific postpaid delivery service, well, it's located in the South Everett precinct territory where they don't have jurisdictional authority. And where there's a lot of officers per the FBI who are real disgusted with the precinct of fraudsters. That's the North Precinct.
The other package that's due tomorrow, it was the same thing as well. Couldn't order it unless I was willing to wait until the day after Christmas. So I ordered two with that long ass delay that shouldn't have existed. Should have been same day delivery. Again, you can watch all this in the live streams, each transaction. Then, as I updated earlier in this live stream or the live stream that preceded it, I think, those two packages are being sent to me via FedEx. But the one that's due tomorrow was also attempted to be prevented repeatedly and, all that shit. So we'll see. We'll see if today's and tomorrow's packages arrives. If the fact that they wouldn't let me make those purchases at all is indicative of, their pattern of criminality with every other delivery I've had since 2023. Probably they'll be redirected or show up in a week or get canceled or refunded or just disappear. I've still got a brand new phone that's never even been delivered. UPS is just holding on to it apparently for me. Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer. This movie is lame. I don't get why I was in there with one of those good movies. The furniture is cool, the clothes are cool, the whole story sucks. I'm waiting. There has to be like some big surprise, right? Or is this movie just super lame and the girl has good taste in movies, but not for this one? Oh, also, fun fact about Alex, guys. Do you know what her favorite book was? A book I had never read until she had told me it was her favorite book. And it is an excellent book. Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut. And it is a book that is good to read, but it is even better if you get the audio version with the young guy that was like famous with all the girls, like, I don't know, 10 or 20 years ago. I don't know what his name is. You'll know it when you see it. You'll be like, oh, that's who she's talking about. Get the audio version. Totally worth it. Slaughterhouse-Five by Kurt Vonnegut. That was Alex's favorite book. And then the first time I read it, I was like, oh, I totally get why this was her favorite book. And my boys liked it too. We all read it. Pass it around. And then when you hear the term troglodytes, you'll know what the hell people are talking about also. And so it goes. Oh my gosh. That actually happened to my grandpa. He landed and he broke both of his feet. And he came home, and my grandma Charlotte, he was like in pain and in the bathtub with ice. And she's like, "You need to go to the fucking hospital." She drove him to the hospital. My grandpa broke both of his feet falling off of scaffolding, painting on, like, I don't know, the third or second floor. The thing just snapped under him. He's not a fat guy at all. Anyway, shattered both of his feet and then kept working and went home. This is the most exciting scene in this movie, I might add. And I'm like over an hour in, I think. Yeah. I do not get why this is considered to be a really good movie. God, I feel like it's almost worse if you're holding onto a rope and people with sticks are poking you. How is that supposed to help? Oh, they're trying to get him to swing. What? okay, the movie has finally gotten good. Now his wife is missing. She was supposed to catch a plane, but then he saw her on a boat, and then everywhere he looks, there's just a different suspicious person. But it took over an hour. Hour and 23 minutes in. It's finally become interesting. Again, it's called Don't Look Now. It's from the 70s and it's on Pluto TV. Honey, are you okay? Howdy. You just scared the crap out of my cat. He
Oh,
goes,
sorry.
how's day 2 of being off?
Oh, not too bad.
Have you done anything exciting?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
For
Yeah,
dinner,
she
Sunday
made
din.
Yeah, she made the pork chops.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
yeah. I went out to that bag that I was instructed to leave out there with the camera and was like grocery shopping, and I pulled up and meat and cheese because I was like, the only protein I have for a month has been peanut. Anyway, it was good. So dinner was good. What's that? Is it just a fancy bottle or is that actually a drink?
No, it's she gave me that. It's like a rhubarb rosé, like sparkling.
I love rhubarb, man. You should grow it.
No, it's just, I guess it was on sale. I should try it.
It's a cute bottle. I like it. The shape is neat.
It's not bad. You wanna try it?
So what have you done other than mom and dad?
That's it. I
Oh.
woke up and went over there.
Hang on. My cat, I think he unplugged the HDMI converter. He
Yeah,
like
it's like-
stumbled. He knocked a couple of things over. I guess the Santa. I don't know what else he knocked over. He always knocks stuff over anyway. I didn't realize that it was the front door bell. I heard him say something. I was like, oh, okay, that's why he's been running that way. I was like, what's going on now? I feel bad because I kind of betrayed him yesterday. So I told you about how he pulled all his hair out, so it's super wide. Well, he got it to the point where his little butt, he kept meowing at me and I couldn't figure it out. Anytime his tail isn't horizontal or vertical, he's been meowing in pain. So I got this flea medicine that I got from him one other time. And it's like a liquid, but he hates the taste of it. And I know that according to the instructions on the back, once I squirt it on him, it goes over all the skin. So I did it thinking then he won't pull out any more hair, and he hasn't pulled any hair out since I did it. But he ignored me like all day. Well, all night. My schedule's messed up. Yeah. I got some pets this morning, but I'm like, yeah, his butt will heal. Well, it's right above his tail, so I guess it's not really his butt, but he like pulled out such a wide spot that you can see he has like a little fat fold, I guess, right above his tail. And that part he's never pulled hair out of before. Well, it's always been a circle right above that for 2 years. He never did this at all, but he's done it now for 2 years. And then it says on Google it takes 6 months for the hair to grow back, but that's bullshit. At least on Hunter, it takes him like 9 months to grow the hair back. So it's like, yeah, well, whatever. He stopped picking at it for the last 24 hours and he hasn't been meowing. But it was super sad because every time he meows at me normally, he wants food. So I was like, why do you keep meowing at me? It took me like 2 days. And then I realized when he was going to sit, he was like literally holding the back of his tail straight up. Then when he was laying down, he could lay down with it completely wrapped around himself and be comfortable, or with it smushed upwards like this, which I've never seen him do before. And he kept doing that over and over again with his like tail straight up right here. And I'm like, why is he putting his butthole on the side of the chair?
Yeah, the 6 month figure they state because it usually takes a full milk cycle of cats.
I know they have
Most
winter and
mammals.
summer coats because he is super duper soft when his winter coat comes in.
Exactly. So every 6 months they shed. You post that's usually kind of full.
Yeah, I don't know. He never did it. Well, he started doing it when my brother was here because my brother had that cute little dog who still does, that long-haired black Chihuahua. And that thing, he like got super stressed. He would just hide in my room for the whole month my brother was staying here while we waited to see if any other relative would let him stay at their house. And no one. Dude, this guy has way more family than me. He's got a different mom, and their family's like huge, like a 50-person family. And no one invited him. It's kind of sad. But my cat was horrified of the dog, and the dog would like go back there. My brother's just lax about it. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. My cat is pulling all this hair out. And then Hunter got a bald spot, and it was a circle. I guess this is the 3rd year, because then 2023 it was the same thing, and now it's 2024.
I've heard that.
So it's the 3rd year. For his first 5 years, he never did that. He never pulled any hair out. And every time for 3 years, it's always right above his tail. But this time it's super wide and not a circle. It's a rectangle now.
I've heard it can be an indicator of stress, but it could be an
Well, it made sense that that's what Google said it was when it happened the first time, and so that's what I assumed it was. Now I'm thinking maybe he has some sort of like allergy, or now it's just become like a way that he just relieves any stress. Because he's a scaredy cat. He's scared of men.
Right.
He's scared of other cats, especially the black one I used to feed until I saw it attack him, and then I was like, oh, this is what you're scared. I thought he was just being an asshole. But no, he was hissing at that cat because that cat. I let that cat in here multiple times and fed it for like a month, and then it broke in my boy's room, and my cat was like freaking out. I'm like, "What's going on?" And I came out here, and that cat was just chilling. And then the next day, the cat came back at the front door, and I closed the window. And Hunter was outside and came running in, and then Hunter turned around and hissed, and that cat ran inside hissing at him, and Hunter and I had to like get in between him, and that's when I kicked it out. Sorry, you can't come back in here. It's the cute one with the fucked up eyeball that has long fur.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm
sort of a
positive it
long-haired
has
tabby.
fleas.
I'm pretty sure that
I have no idea. It's super cute and black. It's super nice. Like if I didn't have a cat, I would totally adopt it and give it flea medicine because it's always out in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it was like a kind of a grayish tabby that I
It was long haired. I thought it was black. It might have been black and gray. And when you pet it, its fur is matted or whatever. Like you can feel that it doesn't get brushed at all when you give it a little deep rub. But it has a teeny body. It looks way fatter than it actually is. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of cats now. I don't know. Is Connor and Keegan's? Have you seen? Does she still live here? Did she die or something? Have you seen the old lady with the walker or her two tall red-haired grandsons? At all? I haven't. She always is gone for the summer, but I haven't.
Sometimes they leave that walker out there. I've seen it.
Yeah. I wish she was there. She has 7 kids, so if not, she's got a big support system. 7 kids is like the perfect number if you want a support system. Statistically, I feel like if you have 2 kids, at least one has to like you when they're adults. I don't know how true that is.
There is that more blackish cat that is good.
Andy and Kelly, there's a cat that they claim isn't theirs, but he's the one that like tore up a post in front of their building, and he always hangs out at their house. And I have no idea who he is. That cat has been around for quite a long time because that cat was the first cat that ever like attacked my cat. But now that cat and my cat, they can both walk past each other and they don't hiss at each other, but they do like stare at each other as whichever one is walking. Like, I see you, don't come at me. So I feel like they're on friendships now.
Hunter used the crystal litter.
Oh, I have no idea. He's super picky about the litter, but he approves of $1.99 Walmart litter out of all litters. I'm like, dude, it's just like when I got him super fancy cat food at Bridges Pets, and I was like, I bought all of this cat food, including cat food that goes in your fridge that was like packaged meats and stuff, and he hated it. All of it. I gave it all to Kelly and Andy because I was like, well, I paid like $25 for his bag. But he likes Purina and Meow Mix and Friskies now and then. So there's certain things that he is really snobby about, and he loves World's Best Kitty Litter, which I normally buy 27-pound bag of that every 3 to 6 months. That shit lasts forever. The World's Best Kitty Litter is totally worth it. I don't know if you've ever used it. The lesbians were the ones who first recommended it to me, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the good stuff. One of the big ones, kind of bummer. But it's doubly a bummer Connor and Keegan's grandma is gone, because that means I wonder who will move into that unit. The only people that have lived there since I've been here have been that elderly lady and the lesbian couple. She has 7 kids, so maybe one of the kids, I don't know. Only one lives here though, in Linwood, her son, and he's like, I've been to their house. Their house is like big and in Linwood. He could move into a little house.
It was an elderly couple right next door, right?
Not an elderly couple, just her. Her husband was dead.
Oh.
She's a widow. And she had a best friend that used to come over here every day who was super, super cool. And I think like her same age, but way like mobile. She drove a Toyota Prius right at the end of her life. And she went to the same church as me and my boys. And she died. And it was so sad because she got that Toyota Prius. And I was like joking with her about it because she was super excited to have her fancy new car. Just like a real cute old lady with short red hair, dyed red, and glasses, like just the way you would want a grandma to look, super cutesy. And she was like so excited about the car, and she's like, yeah, but the payments are just absurd, however much she was paying. And then it was like literally 5 days later, I swear, she was dead. And then she had another best friend who was in really bad health, who also had a walker, a very tall, like 6-foot woman. And I haven't seen her in over a year. And then I've seen the lady that is friends with Kelly that comes over and cleans her house for money, but that lady isn't her friend. And I've heard her, like, she's not very nice from what I've overheard her saying. So I don't know, she must just be somebody who, like, professionally cleans and does chores for old people or something. But she leaves every summer and goes and hangs out with 6 of her 7 kids all summer long. And normally I see her right in September. And her house had been emptied out, but I heard from Kelly and the lady that cleans her house that she had like a huge flea infestation. And that was like in August. And then I walked by the one time I was able to get the mail since August. And I looked inside there and all the furniture was back inside. So I figured, oh, she's all right. But I've heard somebody in her condo opening and closing the kitchen cupboards over and over and over again. But that's the only sound I've heard. And normally I hear her grandkids and her TV. And
Yeah, good. What's that? Is she the one that parks in the
right next to you. Yeah. Yeah. And every Friday, her grandkids are now the same age as my boys, so it's possible they're just older. But every Friday or Saturday, Connor or Keegan will come over and spend the weekend with her. And and they're like both tall and red haired, like they're noticeable kids that you notice because they're gingers. But I haven't seen any of them since I've seen my boys, really.
Yeah, so the mail, have you been, is it just overflowing mail or what?
Well, that's one thing I don't understand. I took my boys on vacation once for 3 weeks, and the post office, my mailbox had been full, and they left me a little slip saying, you got to come to the post office to pick it up because we were on vacation for so long. And I had paid Kelly and Andy $100 to come over here and feed my cat, but I didn't even think about the mail. And yet I have only been able to check my mail once in August, which I had a live streamed YouTube of. And since then, I haven't been able to check it, but I haven't gotten any informed delivery telling me they put a slip in there saying that you need to come and pick it up at the post office. But the FBI has said that some of the charges these federal felons are facing have to do with mail interception. And I mean, there's just so many things. I mean, the average indictment was 35 plus pages, and that was 3 months ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you wanted to go check it, but that's
Yeah. So I don't even know what's in there. I did, though, I got a little bit of clarity as far as their whole thing about them being extra psycho for the next month, and that it's still freaking me out knowing that. But apparently they went and got a fraudulent court order or 3, I don't know how many, to make it so that they could serve me via the mail they know that I can't get because of them, because they cut off my live streams when I get to the mailbox. And also because since they began illegally detaining me, which was before they even kidnapped my kids on August 6th, they've known directly from me that the FBI said I'm not allowed to open any mail from them or anyone I've been sending cease and desist letters to at the time for 11 months consecutively. And then my mom and my stepdad found out a month later on September 15th. So from what I've been told by the FBI, it sounds like they got some sort of court order in ex parte, which is a part of court that you can go to where the person that you're going against isn't there, and you ask for the judge to sign off on something. Usually you have to prove things, but with service via mail, I assume because the FBI said they committed over 3 frauds in the last 10 days, and then the other statements they made, that they somehow went into ex parte, got an order saying, we have no way to serve her. She's avoiding being served, and left out the part that they've been illegally detaining me for 137 days, and they've known that they can't send me any mail since the FBI had me tell them on August 6th and September 15th. Just like they've read the sign outside of my window for 15 plus months that says North Everett Precinct, don't knock without a warrant. Don't send your 3rd and 4th parties you've premeditated for 12 months to kidnap my kids with that are all in Unit 207. These little things, they all add up. So basically, from what I've gathered from the FBI, is they really believe that the first or second week of January, they're going to show up here with the sheriffs and break into my house and arrest me or remove me from the property, and then they're going to own my house, and they're all going to live happily ever after. That's what I've gathered from the FBI. And then I've gathered, actually, that ex parte order is also fraudulent and not legally able to be enforced. So none of what they're thinking is happening in like 2 to 3 weeks is actually going to happen. But does that mean they're not going to come and try and walk in my living room? Absolutely not. I have the live streams to show that they don't give a fuck. Like, so I'm just expecting somebody to try and open the door at this point. But from what I've gathered from the FBI, those who are going to prison for the rest of their lives are totally under the impression they're going to get me out of this house in the next 3 weeks. But according to the FBI, January 22nd until they're detained, they can't deny it.
Yeah,
So it's slightly better. But then I came over here, and then as I called you, like, all that shit was happening. Then on and on, I kept trying to do it. Then they blocked me from using one site, only to then let me use that site, only to then let me cash out, only to then not let me order any of the things I needed to order except for one. Then after midnight, the FBI said, try it again, because apparently Unit 207, they had hacked it to make it so I couldn't make the deliveries I needed to make. So, or get paid from those survey sites. So I did what the FBI said, and then I should be receiving a package today and tomorrow. Nothing for my cat, just for me, like 7 lighters for $3 and incense, which sounds like a stupid thing, but I burn incense for religious purposes, and I've burned them since I was 17 years old. For like 22 years of my life, I burn incense. So it's like, I want fucking incense. Anyway, all of those orders went through today because the FBI overrode them. And then, yeah, it's just like a whole series of things. Like, I am so tired of dealing with them. And then knowing right now, like, with each dropping in on this conversation, some of them who are going to prison for the rest of their lives literally thought that was acceptable to follow through with more of their plans. Like, there are some of them that literally think in less than 3 weeks, somebody's going to walk through my door and take me away from my home of 13 years as of New Year's that I bought 5 times over at the closing cost. Not only is that not going to happen, but like, what the fuck? Go away and pay me and bring my kids back. Like, just the whole fact that it keeps going and going, and then the FBI is like, remember, you're going to get $100,000 a day for this. But I'm just like, no, dude. Like,
well, because they have to know it.
Every day, like, every moment that I'm in here, it's like maybe for 12 hours out of the day they're not doing some shit, but for the other 12 hours, it's literally like, okay, now they've canceled this order. Now they've stole. Literally yesterday, before I went over to your house, they stole $4 from me over 2 hours. Not a big deal in a normal situation at all. But when I'm doing what I'm having to do to get cat food because of the tens of thousands they already stole from me since February 2nd, and then add to that, them taking away my ability to work on the platform I've worked on for 12 years next week. It's just, yeah. Anyway, that shot of alcohol with you was good last night, and then I ended up staying up until this morning, even though I was on like a normal sleep schedule, and finally got to place some of those orders. But now it appears like they're just not going to do them. Part of what complicates it is these orders, because of the fact that they constantly hacked my Amazon account, I made the decision this last month to only post pay for the Walmart deliveries because they have the cheapest kitty litter and the cheapest cat food. Amazon is great for everything except for cat food, like as far as getting a good deal. Because like the bag of Friskies on Amazon is like $20 to have delivered. Yeah, whereas at Walmart it's like 6 or 7. So I chose to do the Walmart instead. But the Walmart comes from south of 41st Street, the South Everett precinct. So every time the North Everett precinct is doing something like going to get the package or intercepting the package or anything like that, they have to go through they have to tell the South Everett precinct, we're going into your jurisdiction, you know, the crazy girl that used to volunteer at your precinct for a year that none of you think is crazy, that we're absolutely guilty of all of the things she's claimed. We're going to get her cat food. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just so over it. The idea of getting paid $100,000 a day for it isn't even like worth it to me at this point. Like I'm just ready for it to be over. But I consented to being away from my kids for up to 6 months, which means February 23rd. And I just keep reminding myself of that because I consented. But they didn't tell me, you're also not going to be able to work. You're not going to be able to go to the fucking dumpster. Like these things I did not consent to or know were going to happen. But I did consent to theoretically being away from my kids for up to 6 months. And they got kidnapped last on August 23rd. And I haven't seen or spoken to them since. I don't even know where they are now. Based on little hints from the FBI, it sounds like they're still with my mom mostly, but currently because it's the end of winter break, probably my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser.
Yeah, that was, they went for visitation or whatever, was coming back.
No, not even visitation. Literally, my boys asked me if they could spend the night at their grandma's. I had said yes. Then the night before, I had said yes to that weekend, which was like Saturday. This was like a few days before the kidnapping. Then the night before they were kidnapped, both of my boys were screaming stuff that their dad had said to them. I live streamed all of this as well. And he had just kidnapped them himself, and he had illegally brought them out of the state without notifying me.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And and he was co-conspiring with everybody upstairs. The FBI literally has every single time each and every one of you have talked to Richard, including the entire month of August, federal felons of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters and the dwindling department of child abusers. Anyway, so long story short, both of my kids were like saying these awful things that weren't true at all, that were verbatim quotes from their dad. And he's autistic. He doesn't have epithelial, but he has epithelial, basically. He mimics people. Anytime he hears a grown man say something more than once, he will just automatically repeat it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I understand.
And so, anyway, they were both doing that, and they were saying awful, awful things. And I just was like, out at the time, I'd already been illegally detained for, I think it was like 15 days or 16. I don't know. I could look on the live streams. And so I sent an email to my mom and said, the boys are saying awful things. I'm still being illegally detained by these fucking idiots. I need you or Richard to come and get them, and they can come back when they want to apologize and come home. Then, after I told my boys, not an hour and a half later, they both were like, no, we're sorry. We want to stay. Then, less than 10 hours later, the North Everett precinct of fraudsters shows up with the child abusers, and the FBI has 100% confirmed, recorded and transcribed your phone calls at 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on August 22nd, guys. And they are positive that you're going to get 100% conviction rate and be held accountable for the actionable kidnapping on the 17th as well. And so then in the morning, she showed up here with the police and the social workers pretending like she had a reason to be there when both of my boys said that they had, they didn't want to go or whatever. And so I told her that. So then the idiots upstairs were like, let's get the police involved so we can pretend like she's crazy and make it seem like we have to listen. And those women had, all of those people that were here were all people that had gotten cease and desist letters from me for 11 months straight, directly telling them to leave us the fuck alone, including being orally told pretty much every day since June, with other live streams, which you can also watch on YouTube. And then they kidnapped my sons, and I haven't seen or spoken to them since. And as far as the FBI is concerned, there are literally, according to the FBI, police officers, prosecutors, DCY fucked employees, and my relatives and or stalkers are all going to be charged accordingly. The FBI is confident that the woman who thinks herself a boss that's going to prison for 80 years is going to be convicted of 2 different felony charges of kidnapping. And so,
Like it is.
so what happened after that? Then I reported to the police the very next day when the boys weren't returned. My boys are scared of police officers because of their dad and because of the fact they've been interviewed by police officers on average 3 to 4 times a year until 2017 when he was finally blacklisted. Keep in mind, this guy abused both of my children. And like on
Oh,
one
yeah,
instance,
sure.
a police officer heard him admit to abusing my autistic child. He's
Shocking.
tried to kill each of our children and me and all three of us at one point in time.
Shocking.
Yeah. And that's, yeah, anyway. So then I filed a police report at Lake Stevens Police Department after one night has gone by and my kids aren't home. And then Lake Stevens Police Department is told by those of you who are going to prison for the rest of your lives to close the case and that I'm crazy. And so the Lake Stevens Police Department acquiesces, but since then the FBI has said that the Lake Stevens Police Department has cooperated with the FBI, and they'll be part of the reason somehow for these idiots, for at least a couple people being convicted for that kidnapping. So, yeah, really the easiest way to understand everything that's gone on is just to listen to that one episode of my podcast, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the December 14th episode. That's an hour and 20 minutes. It's missing a little bit of additional information, but not much. Basically, that whole video, and then if you read the letter I sent the sheriffs on the 15th. But it is concerning to know that they're going to be extra crazy, that they're still trying to proceed ahead with further felonies, and that literally all of them that are going to prison, including those that won't be here till tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, they 100% believe someone is going to come into my house and physically remove me from it, and I am never going to be allowed back in my home or reunited with my sons. Like, this is what they're believing.
Do they think they're just blowing smoke when they?
I think that they still don't understand that it's anybody can get fraudulent court orders if you're fraudulently claiming that you personally served someone, but there isn't any way around due process. If I say that you're crazy, I have a legal obligation to have you personally serve that, handed it directly. If we don't have an active case and you have private property with a no trespassing sign, I can only serve you if I have someone stalk you to the grocery store or somewhere that isn't private property, unless we have an active case and you filed something called a notice of pro se appearance saying you can come to my private property and criminally trespass. Then, in the event that you are able to do personal service, you can proceed with saying this person is crazy and I want them to be put in a nut house. That's just an example. You can say this person is crazy and I want to put in the nut house. But if you say you personally served the person and you criminally trespassed or had somebody else criminally trespass, including a police officer with no immunity who's been told and via 72 cease and desist letters before kidnapping your children's, please don't kidnap my children's with my mom and my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and dcyf in the North Everett Precinct, like you've been premeditating from the condo above my home for 12 months. Literally, you can go to my Twitter, x.com/realmysticgwen, click on the highlights, and you'll literally read where I posted and published 12 months ago to this day. That same sort of thing. Anyway, so then if I go to court and I tell the judge, well, this person that I paid, he personally served you, and he didn't really personally serve you. He came to your house and left an envelope outside of your door, and he legally knocked on the door a bunch of times. Then I can't, as a judge, say, all right, go in and pull him out and throw him in the nut house. But they keep doing exactly what I just described. So what, according to the FBI, from the latest debrief that I got from them in the last 24 hours, it sounds like they went into ex parte and they said, she's avoiding service. And then they left out the 15 months of cease and desist letters, the ongoing FBI investigation, and the fact that I've not filed a notice of pro se appearance in anything. Like, they just left out everything that would have denied them from being able to get a way to serve me via the mail, including that they've prevented me from going to the mailbox since August, and that they've known since August 6th, and my parents have known since September 15th. I can't even open an email that they do send or leave per the FBI's instructions. And so does everyone at the court. But still, it's disconcerting to know that they're going to be extra psycho, and then knowing that according to the FBI, like 3 of them in particular, who frequent Unit 207, there's 3 specifically, they truly believe that somehow I'm getting pulled out of here in like 3 weeks. Then they're gonna take my kids, my job, my house, everything, on top of the tens of thousands they've stolen and the millions that they owe me. So it's just like,
Seems like some pretty lofty goals.
well, yeah, but then at the same time, like, how, what do I have to suffer through for that? You know what I mean? Like, does that mean there's going to be more North Everett precinct officers moving private property and trying to walk into my house on YouTube live streams? Does it mean that they're going to go to court in 2 or 3 weeks thinking they're getting an order, and then the judge or commissioner is going to be like, surprise, you guys can come back in 2 weeks? Because the judges and commissioners are working with the FBI and have been this whole time. And all I can do is speculate. That's where I'm at. I can guess this, I can guess that. I don't know. What about you? Any objective opinions? And it's all I can talk about. It's all I can talk about because it's all I am experiencing and have been experiencing. Is there any other thing that comes to your mind that could be a theoretical way that they're extra psycho? How could they be extra psycho when they've stolen money? Like, I just don't get, like, there's nothing else left for them to do, and then when the FBI made those comments about them, and the three of them who truly believe that in less than 20 days I'm no longer going to live here. And then the FBI also did say they're not going to do anything to you that you don't consent to. So that was reassuring. Like the people that are going to prison, they're not, like, they may think that they're going to come in here and grab me, but nobody's coming in unless I consent.
All I would imagine is that, yeah, they're not in contact with the FBI and
No, not that. Like,
them.
what do you think that they could do that would be extra psycho this month? That's what I'm freaking out about. Because I just feel like all that's left is walking in.
About it. You know,
Blowing my mind. How about you? How's the Mexican girl? Have you heard from Bambi again? How's your sister?
Barry's been sending me videos and stuff from his town and the console and stuff
Oh, Lunar New Year?
Yeah.
When is it this year? I think it's the dragon this year.
Yeah, there's a lot of dragons and stuff.
I love dragons. Chinese dragons are my favorite. They're the coolest looking.
But they always have to go out and see how.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Is she there indefinitely, or did she tell you like her ETA for when she's going back to ATL or here? Where she's going now?
It's there, kind of just indefinitely for now. Just a 7 years.
That's what you said. You said that before February.
Probably.
But that was to ATL, right? Not
Probably.
February.
So, yeah, I don't expect.
So tough for her. She's going to crazy. Well, it's like I told you, I feel kind of bad for you because you're just like surrounded by depressed women. You've got one girlfriend who gets good blowjobs, especially in zoo parking lots. She's got a daughter trying to kill herself, which I'm not making fun of at all.
Well,
but that is heavy
I
shit.
think it was just
You got another one with a crazy brother and a dying parent and a parent that just died and a restaurant that's not doing well. And then you got the girl next door that's dealing with a bunch of officers who are going to prison that are unit about her.
yeah.
It's like, do you have any friends that are females that are like just normal other than your sister? Like at this moment, or are we all just like fucked up? You're just surrounded by depressed women.
I'm not sure.
You're like surrounded by female martyrs right now.
But you all do seem to be handling it pretty well.
You have to just accept things, right? Some things I'm not going to accept though. Like anybody walking into my fucking house, dude. No, I have lots of things, but it's tricky. I think, did I tell you the story about the guy, the old man and woman and the property they inherited and the people that broke in onto the property? Dude, this is crazy to me. This elderly couple, they weren't really wealthy, but the woman's family was like southern rich. So she somehow inherited like 100 acres of land, which had multiple little houses on it from her family over like the last 100, 200 years. And they only lived in the one house, which was on a certain corner of the lot. And the other houses were still full of furnishings and stuff from the relatives who lived there before they died. But like it's my understanding, one of them didn't even have electricity, so they were like pretty rickety houses. But they still were full of furniture and the people's heirlooms. And two guys kept breaking onto the property, and this married couple, they noticed people were breaking in and stealing their family's things. So they hung up no trespassing private property on each of the houses on the lot and around the property. These two guys admitted that they saw the signs every time and they kept coming. They did this 2 or 3 times, and the old guy that owned it got pissed because they were stealing all sorts of shit. So in one of the houses that was a favorite of theirs to break into and steal antique family heirlooms, the guy rigged a shotgun on the bedroom door so that when you opened the door, if you didn't know that it was rigged, you would blow off your kneecaps. So one of these guys goes in there, opens the door, he blows off one of his kneecaps. So those two guys sued the old couple, and they won because the judge determined, even though they admitted they had criminally trespassed over 3 or 4 times, that they had stolen things, that they had seen the signs, the judge ruled that because the signs didn't say, if you open the bedroom door, your knee's going to be shot off, it was illegal. So that family got ordered to pay those guys tens of thousands of dollars. The guys like that, I just feel like that is not right.
Yeah, it feels a little bad.
Yeah, but it was 100% right. It's like, jeez, man. Anyway, because of that, I would never like mace anybody or do anything like that to anyone that illegally entered unless they entered with a weapon pointed at me. If you're pointing a gun at me, I'm going to throw a hatchet at your head, and I bet you'll hit you before you pull it. That's where I'm at.
It's a second to pull that trigger.
Yeah. But, yeah, it shouldn't be that way, though. I feel like up until I learned about that case, I was always under the impression you could literally shoot someone just for being in your house if you had a sign that said like private property. I mean, are people usually going to do that? No, but if you wake up in the middle of the night, someone's falling through your window, maybe, you know. I know, but that's not the way it works. At least not in the South.
I remember when I was having some experience something that kept in my head was
Oh, really? Easy to do here. I can get into anybody's window in this whole building. It's a super easy trick.
although in my case it was very much you actually
Yeah.
I mean it's a realistic possibility.
Yeah, they've already tried it. It's just weird to me that it's just weird to me to like be told ahead of time they're going to be extra crazy, and then to have that followed up with one comment that made me feel better. They're not going to do anything you don't consent to. That tells me nobody's touching me and nobody's entering my house.
Yeah.
But then to also tell me there are 3 of them specifically that are employees of the city of Everett who believe wholeheartedly that I am going to somehow be extracted from my home in less than 3 weeks. My home of 13 years next week. Like, just I never in my life ever thought I would have a thought like that. Like, even, like, what's going on? It's just so crazy. And I understand they're going to prison and I'll be paid, but I'm like, oh man, why did I consent to the being away from my kids for 6 months? Because had I known of all the nuances, like wouldn't be able to work, I would have never consented. I would have been like, nope, sorry, I'm not. But I am equipped, obviously, because I'm surviving. But my anxiety is super high, and I'm out of kava, which makes it way worse. Well, my anxiety is high in the sense that for 3 days in a row, I have drank too much tea. I drank over 2 gallons and literally probably would have stayed up for 36 hours. Then I drank like half of that yesterday and was up until like, I don't know, 4 or 5 this morning.
Yeah,
And then today I've only had like 4 cups, and yet I once again feel like, ooh, don't drink any more black tea. I switched to a brisk, which also has caffeine and is also tea, but I'm really limited on the beverages now because I've gone through like a lot of our inventory. So I've got a ton. I think I have like 100 Gatorade Zeros and brisk tea. That's what I've got left to drink, and Lipton tea, which is what I really like, but which is making it so that I'm just like super caffeinated for 3 days, which makes me like, is it anxiety or is it because like 3 days ago I drank over 1,200 milligrams of caffeine? Probably the caffeine, I guess. But I don't know. But the FBI's comments have freaked me out. Just knowing that there's 3 people that believe that's going to happen that are in the condo above me over the next 3 weeks makes me want to vomit. Yeah. And I'm not, I know I think most people are like not really fond of confrontation, but I just feel like I have already sent you letters telling you to leave me alone and stop committing crimes for 15 months. What the FBI is saying is true. That means next month it'll be a 16th month of just nonstop the same exact shit. And the only time I was ever like a victim of crimes regularly and routinely by people and not just like a one-off or two-off instance ever was with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser and these idiots. Like I have never had in my whole life, I'm 39 years old this month, I have never had 15 months straight of crimes being committed against me 5 days a week until I was illegally detained, and since then it's been every single day for 137 days. So I kind of feel like, I mean, I just don't know. Walking in the living room, that's all I can think of that they're going to do. Walk in the living room is the only, or maybe they'll go back to what they did for the first 55 days and I'll have people banging on my door every other day. Because they did that for the first 55 days. There was 31 different people. There was more than 31 different instances of that. Well over 31 people.
Yeah, I only saw a couple. We had to figure out what those 2 large women were. So just part of that.
There was 2 large women that I saw here 3 different times, so I don't even know which instance you're talking about, but some of them are on the live stream. Yeah. There hasn't been anyone outside of my door that isn't going to prison, according to the FBI, other than those who have blown the whistle since my sons were kidnapped. The first time, which is August 17th, yourself excluded, you got cleared by the FBI. One of my very good friends, who I kind of cut out of my life a couple years ago because she wanted me to be her bridesmaid, but I really like the guy she's marrying, and she made him kick his mom out of his life. And then she came here and sat here, and at the same time that she asked me to be her bridesmaid, she told me, and I'm friends with him, and I'm like, but I've known her for longer, so obviously I'm not going to go and tell him that, but I didn't really want to be a bridesmaid. But they even sent her here multiple times, and they used her to try and make it appear that I was crazy, according to the FBI. She thought she was doing the police a favor and didn't realize what's been going on with me because I haven't talked to her in 2 years. But even her, the FBI said, no, do not let her in, and they said, she is not your friend. Okay, thanks. Well, I mean, I'm glad they told me. So you were cleared. I wanted my brother to come here. He's cleared, but they don't want him to come here because they feel that it may be used against me, which is too bad because one of my brothers, he's my stepbrother, but he's been living out of his car for like 2 or 3 years now. He's the one who I let stay here for that 1 month in October. And his dog scares the crap out of my cat. So I wouldn't allow his dog in here this time. Like last time I let him bring his dog in every day. This time I would have to be like, I don't know, man, leave the car running with the heater on or something, but the dog can't sleep in here. But the FBI said, for whatever reason, they think it would be used against me, so I can't even do that. Which is unfortunate because he's got a podcast and he keeps making these podcast episodes, and he's basically like, I'm living in my car and it's cold and I can't take a shower or do laundry or cook, and I'm like, well, fuck. Like, and then here I am. It's like, well, but the guy said no.
Probably because
Well, I have other people that are cleared, but none of them are people that I would bring to my house. This house, the whole time we've lived here, the only people I've let in this house have been neighbors, a Manny, the Manny's girlfriend, one guy that I dated, only one, and lots and lots of children's friends and children's parents. That's it. Oh, and my friend Bo, she came to visit once. That's it. And Ashley. And I've been here for almost 13 years. Everybody else, I fly to see, or I drive to see, or they fly to meet me, or they drive to meet me. Like, in my own personal unit, I have had sex with one guy in this specific unit. And it was in 2014. So, people not coming here is actually the norm. Having 31 different instances over the first 55 days of illegally detaining me, not normal at all. That was more door knocking and illegal criminal trespass and stalking than anyone but my multiple times convicted staffing abuse has done. And these ones are worse than that, in my opinion. Because they've done everything he's done except for rape me, and then they kidnapped my sons, and they're still going, and they've destroyed my ability to do anything as far as earning an income, going to school. Literally, they have done nothing other than put me in jail in my house without even food. At least in jail, I would assume there would be like no shortage of calcium. I mean, I literally had calcium today for the first time since November 22nd. It's like, which doesn't sound like a big thing, but like your body wants calcium, dude. I have some vitamins, thank goodness, because I haven't had vitamin C except for vitamin C supplements. I'm not having it orange. I don't want to get scurvy or something because of these idiots.
I have some B3 sugar.
I have basically every vitamin you could need or want except for calcium, and I don't have any protein powder.
The sometimes I start taking
Vitamin D is supposed to be good for you for like everything. I'm super pale. I like tan and spray tan when I feel inclined to look pretty. But my natural skin color is super duper pale. Like seeing my blood veins if I'm not tan. And they say that it's an Irish, Scottish, English thing, vitamin D deficiency. It's like we're the ones that actually should be in the sun as much as possible. And I love to be in the sun, but I don't really tan either. If I already am tan, then I can tan. But if I just go out there without a tan, I will burn. Yeah.
Like I can't be out in the sun with
Yeah, and even with tanning, I use like good lotion before I do it because that's the only way I won't burn. But anyway, that vitamin D, whatever is in it, it's supposed to be something that's deficient in people that are from the United Kingdom and those regions. And I think it's really true too, because I think of people I know who are Scottish and Irish, and most of them are super light complexion like me. A lot of them tan, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. Speech of my skin pigmentation because the sun so much. And the lighter skin to absorb the sun that you did get.
Yeah. So how was dinner at your mom's? The pork chops were delicious. Your brother was there, right? What about the pregnant cousin? Is she coming over for free food for the end of the
Yeah,
pregnancy?
she'll be there on the 24th.
Oh. When is the baby coming?
Oh,
Do you remember the season? Spring and
I
summer?
think it's like really spring.
Oh, okay. Boy or girl? I don't remember if you knew.
It is a girl. Yeah.
You think you'll babysit, or you think you'll have to wait? Are they the type of people that will like be like, please, we need a babysitter? Or are they the type of people that will like keep the baby under tight grip until the baby's like 3 or 4, and that's when every parent's like, please babysit?
They seem more like the latter.
Okay, yeah.
But when they do need babysitters, I think they have one of the option that they really far down the list.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah, her, my other cousin.
big family.
Well, that baby just shit. My other cousin will probably be the first one.
How exciting is it for your mom? Is she like ready to play with a baby in the family? Has she had a baby to play with recently? Oh, so it's exciting. That's fun. Everybody loves a baby. Oh, yeah. Well, that could change. What about your brother? He's never, or is he able to date people or no? He can't. Okay. So it's all on you. Does that mean you have to pass on the family name too? Are there other men in your family with the name?
No. I think for a second, not too much died with me.
Wow. So you definitely have to have a baby.
Yeah.
You said you thought about it and then you're like, no, but how do you feel about it? You said your daughter would prefer the daughter. She'd be super cute too. I feel like a baby girl was super cute. Like,
I kind of wish I had but like I said, the one time I did take it for children, just sperm habit, normal fertility. So I'd be worried about passing on my
oh, I think everybody has all that. It's just they have different words for it. I'm kind of like a Church of Scientology member in that regard. And it's weird because I used to be a mental health professional, so it's kind of funny because it's like, well, I was a case manager. But here's my conclusion: if somebody's non-violent and not somebody who like self-harms either, I feel like if they're not hurting others and they're not hurting themselves, they probably don't need medication. If they want medication, they could choose to use medication, but it shouldn't be like forced down people's throat. And I don't think that therapy or speaking with counselors is always good for everyone, which is a big thing that people disagree with. People are always like, oh no, therapy is great for everyone. I don't agree with that. Well, here's why I don't agree with it. In my experience, not every therapist, but a good deal of them, it just, in their minds, they attribute everything to either a traumatic event or your young upbringing. Like it's either all your parents' fault or it's your parents' fault and somebody who betrayed you or some horrible calamity. Yeah. So I think it's good for anybody who wants it, but I also think there are some people who others may feel, oh, this person should have therapy or whatever. It's like, I think that perhaps you just don't like them, and that's why you think that would be beneficial for them. Because if you think about it, the talking doctors are really new. Like, the talking doctors are pretty new. Lobotomies were normal. People were still getting electric shock treatment in the 70s and 80s. Like, it works for some, and then there's some that I think it's like you're not actually mentally ill, you're just living. And it's hard. Like the Buddhists say, life is suffering. It's just a matter of, is it suffering but tolerable? You know what I mean? Because like I've had times in my life, I was an emancipated minor. There were like times where I literally remember sleeping outside in a car, cold and shivering. Not often, fortunately. I was never like my brother and doing it for months or years, but like doing it for a night or two as a 17-year-old, and just being cold and sad and not having anything to eat for days. And like I just think about that. I'm like, well, I was way worse off in that situation than I am now, even though logically it should be now since there's so many extra things up in the air. But I feel like actually there's just certain basic things that are nice, like having cigars, having top ramen, even if that's all you have to eat for a month. Way better than being in a car in the rain and the cold for night after night not eating, which I've experienced. So.
Yeah, that's kind of what I would enjoy. Like I said, with the therapist, I haven't gotten to my recommendations yet. Because objectively, yeah, my situation is much better now than it was
your life sounds exciting. I mean, you got what you wanted when you first went in here. Because I remember I gave you that reading, and you were like, "Will I ever be able to just be doing my artwork as my primary source of income?" And we got a yes, and then
Yeah.
that's exactly what you did.
You know, I made that happen.
And then you told me like before that you like had art school and you were in Vancouver, which is super exciting and way more fun than Seattle.
Yeah. Part of
And
it.
you traveled all over the world.
So yeah, I should be happy with that.
Well, no, I don't even know if you should necessarily be happy, but you definitely have more adventures in store. Because why would you have such an exciting and adventurous series of things that have happened and then them all just suddenly stop? So what does the therapist say? Or you don't want to, obviously you don't have to tell me, you know, it's being recorded.
He doesn't say that.
Is he one of those therapists that ask you lots of questions, or does he just sort of sit there in silence and wait for you to talk and then afterwards tell you his objective analysis? Like, well, I think that you should try going out and talking to people more, or I think that based on what you told me, you should, like, what kind of style is it?
It's a mix, but then he does ask questions that I
Yeah.
which I guess might be a point.
There is some therapy that is like cool and intense, and I don't even know like what all the terms are for it, but like psycho, if you get yourself a psychoanalyst, they are intense, man. But it's like, who becomes a psychoanalyst, dude? Someone that's crazy. That's another thing. Like, you know what I mean? And then I've got a lot of friends that are like celebrities, and in California, the big therapies now are like you go to these places, they're not like rehabs, but it's like basically like a resort, but it's for therapy for like, you know, a month or whatever. And during the time, you're going to do cool stuff like smash everything in this room full of glass, scream at me and say everything you've ever wanted to say to this person in your life that you hate. And like, that's literally the therapy is things like that for a month straight. And everyone I know that's done it, and I know a lot of people, they've all said it was awesome. So I would be totally down to do something like that, just to be like, okay, well, let's see if I like this experience as much as everybody at home. But that, like, I never hear about people doing that up here. Here it's like marriage counseling, going to the counselor. Just, I never hear anybody saying, like, I'm doing art therapy, which is cool, and the thing that you can do.
So yeah. Sure. It'd be nice,
A little girl Russ.
hopefully it'll take after her mother.
Did your mom ever ask you, like, did she ever ask about grandkids, or did she just leave it be? Not anymore, she used it up.
It came up a few times.
And their beehive is still Lewis.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping something crazy would happen, like Queen Bee would magically show up and then the whole hive would return.
No,
I wonder where they go when it's so cold if they left their hive.
Yeah, how the hell and I know they can. They're not quite like ants. Ants just basically store the food in them in the front of the dressing.
I didn't know they stored it in them. I thought they stored it in tunnels. Oh, wow.
That's
Well,
it,
they
yeah,
leave
it's
that out of
basically
that
something.
story about the grasshopper and the ant.
Yeah, ants generally just they have I think it's called a crop or social stuff.
That's cool.
Bees might have something like that. I'm not sure.
Well, there's so many different types of bees to me. I
Hopefully-
love bumblebees. They're the cutest. I love it when they land on me with their furry little butts.
Hopefully there's some. But yeah,
Without a hive, though, where would they go, do you think? Inside of a tree, maybe? I know. Well, what are those bees called that can go in the sand? Are those just called sand hornets or something? Okay. I think you're right, too. I think it is a wasp. Yeah, I just wonder where they would go without a hive when it is so cold. Because I would think they're so teeny, and since they have an exoskeleton, like, wouldn't they freeze or something like that?
Hollow logs and stuff.
Hollow logs.
If they huddle together, they stay pretty.
I wonder how hot it is in the hive. Have you ever stuck a
Good
thermometer?
one. I mean, it's hard to tell in the summer, but in the winter it can go up to 78.
Oh wow.
So yeah, we have to buy more nuclear pollinating outside again in the spring. Not too enthusiastic about it.
How long did you guys have them? Because I mean, that honey, I still haven't cracked it open yet, so I don't have bread to put it on. Don't use sugar in my drink.
Just this one season.
Just this one season, and you got that much honey? Wow. I don't know why, but I
It was
thought
already
that.
a large colony when I got it, and back in July, I think, it actually split off of the new queen.
Yeah, that. But then you went back there, and then it was just the whole thing was gone.
But they were still pretty active up until like early October.
I just watched a movie too, like in the last month, called Beekeeper. Have you seen that? I guess I was late to watch it. I think it was on Hulu, but it might have been Shudder. It's good. You should watch it. It's about this guy who was a bee. He's like, I'm a beekeeper, and it turns out it's a code name with the CIA, and he's like a special assassin that's been trained. But the way he like handles all CIA operations is to be a beekeeper and protect the hive. So there's all these references about it, but it was actually really good. It sounds stupid. It was good if you like kind of cheesy action films. Like if you like Face Off, that movie with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, you'll be into it. It's good. And the bee references were really cool. And then there was like a female beekeeper who was trying to assassinate the guy that retired from being a beekeeper, who's like a hero of the story. And he basically, these assholes killed a friend of his, and then they came and killed his beehive. And then it was like, all right, all bets are off and killed them all. And then he literally kills everyone. He like even goes so far as to kill the president's kid or whatever. It's like it was, yeah. And the whole time he's like, "I'm a beekeeper." It's good. You should watch it. It was short. It was only like an hour and a half. Yeah. But it was funny because the whole time I was watching it, I was like, "Man, I wish I had something to put that honey on because it made me want honey." Just all to talk about bees and him being a beekeeper. And he was like talking about bee colonies, and then the CIA was like, "Oh, we found a beekeeper. Oh, you have to fear the beekeepers. Those are the smartest ones." It was like, I wonder if you could have a beehive here, right outside of the condo. Would it extend further than 36 inches? If not, you could. I don't know though. Like, do they have to be in a special spot?
Not really. Ideally, you want it to face south. Yeah, the opening to face south. Yeah, they're not this tall.
Because the HOA, since we're on the basement unit, we're allowed to put anything that we want pretty much outside of our condo as long as it doesn't stick more than 36 inches from our window or our wall. Yeah. Yeah. And there is no rule against bees, but there is rules like, we're limited to 2 cats a building, a unit.
It might be about 36 inches.
That'd be cool though if we had like a beehive on ground. Well, probably we have a crazy neighbor that would be like, "I'm allergic to bees, motherfucker."
Yeah, I don't have any on the walkway here. I think the HOA would be cool from changing the number on those days.
I have no idea because they used to have in the bylaws you couldn't have any curtains hanging in your window unless the HOA approved them, unless they were plain white. And you could not change your windows or your front door. It all had to match. But Andy and Kelly have new windows. And so I don't know. Yeah, they did that right before she had a horrible flea infestation, interestingly enough.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah. And and that wasn't allowed. So I don't know if either the bylaws changed, which I would have legally been required to receive those and I haven't. Or if they're the same, and that's the big thing. Because Anne-Marie Bauer has literally made up non-existent bylaws and then threatened me with them and then later apologized and acknowledged that she made it up in writing. So I used to have the bylaws memorized just because it was like an ongoing thing with Anne Marie. At one point in time, it was like years of me having to talk to her every fucking month. And then she got cancer and almost died. And I thought she's learned her lesson, and she left me alone for 2 years. And then the North Everett precinct of fraudsters and federal felon Andy and Kelly looped her into what they got going on.
She's a piece of work.
Well, I thought after, usually when people get cancer and then they think they're
Right,
dying and
a
almost
near-death
die, usually they're
experience.
not a huge fuckface again within years. But, you know, the problem is it's the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. And like anybody, I mean, if a police officer comes and tells you to do something that's illegal and that they're going to make it so it's not illegal and you should do it for them, most people are inclined to do that. That's why the FBI said there were 27 people facing federal imprisonment in September. Now that's a single digit. Now it's in the single digit.
Yeah, people will acquiesce to anything that
Yeah, but it's unfortunate, you know, because there were other people that owned units, and everybody that has been here as long as me sold because they all did the same thing as me. They got a unit for 40 grand, and then they were able to sell it for 200 grand. So fuck yeah, they're selling and going. And a lot of the people that were here as long as me were men who had more than one house already. This was a second house. So it's like, of course they're going to sell it. Now this thing is worth 400% more than it was, and they've already got a nice house in Puyallup and a nice house in Olympia. Yeah, and like Scott, but those people had their own issues with Anne Marie and made up rules. And Scott was the first one that ever stood up to Anne Marie other than me. And it was so cool because I will never forget the one and only HOA meeting that I went to. And she was trying to tell him he couldn't park his motorcycle in a spot that he was allowed to park in. And he was like exactly like me. He's like reciting the bylaws to her. And then he's like, conclusion, I'm going to park my bike wherever the fuck I want. And you're never going to say that to me again, Anne Marie.
See, I wouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah. It's stupid though. Like, I don't know. The whole HOA here would be so much better, and with the rates that we pay, like we should have a pool. We should have a pool. We should have a sauna. There should be something else in our yard other than grass.
Yeah, there's not much out there. There's the plan.
Yeah. And I would love it. Even if we couldn't do a pool, why not a hot tub and a sauna? Like a sauna would just be so nice. The hot tub, yeah, or just covered. We could just do a roof only. You know, if it's a hot tub and a hot sauna, why not just a roof? But like for the rate that we pay, it's like that could easily have been done. And a lot of times, unless something's changed, and a decade ago, it used to be a lot of the work getting done around here were Anne Marie's personal friends or her boyfriend / husband. Like the one time when he got $700 or $800 to paint that bench and used interior paint and then didn't put the bench back together any way, shape, or form on the bottom. And then at that point, Andy actually was cool because he's like, what the fuck is this? Why are all these bolts on the ground? Anybody that sits on the bench is going to fall over. And he fixed the bench and he bitched about that and was like, why are we paying $700 or $800 to your husband to paint this bench that's peeling on the second day because he used interior paint and didn't screw anything back together? And then she was like, you're not allowed to talk to me anymore, Andy. And now apparently Andy's allowed to talk to her again. Because everybody wants to get rid of the Jew in the basement. Everybody that's going to prison. I mean, it's funny, but it's only funny in the sense that it's like, damn, Godzilla, what the fuck are you allowing?
Yeah, especially since they just increased the show.
Did they increase it again? It went from 200 to 4 something. And then you told me it was less than what my parents had said.
It's been a year or so.
What is it officially right now every month?
400.
Okay. And then I know that property taxes did go up at some point since COVID, because the property taxes also used to be like half of what they last were when I checked. And I think I last checked in like 2022 or something. And I was like, shit, this is like double what it used to be.
I asked for a short
Yeah. Anyway, dude.
Yeah, so Hanukkah's on the 25th this year.
Yeah, that like rarely happens. It's super exciting.
Really, right?
Mm-hmm. And fortunately, I have my electric menorah, so I'm going to let that up. They wouldn't let me order any candles. 207. That was one of the purchases I was trying to make, and it was like, nope, you do not get candles this year. Is she Jewish or does she just like to practice
She's
lots of
not-
holidays?
she's not Jewish.
Oh, that's cool. She actually is. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not ethnically Jewish. I'm just spiritually Jewish. But I love Jewish people, and they have a lot of cool special rules just for being a Jew. Like if you're a Jew, you don't tell other Jews secrets. That's just a rule. Like there's just little perks to being a Jew, going to a synagogue, knowing Jews, and defending Jews. They're great. Same with Palestinians, though. I'm a Jew religiously, but Israel and Palestine are separate places, and I don't support anybody that is like an Israeli fanatic that thinks it's acceptable to steal or harm Palestinians to take their homes. But most Jews are in the same boat as me. Like you wouldn't think that when you hear people say like, "Oh, now it's Israel." Most people, I think all Jewish people don't like Palestinians, and I think most Jewish people would say, "No, we are fine with Palestinians. We don't want any fighting, and we don't think it's okay that some Jewish people are stealing, literally throwing Molotov cocktails in Palestinian families' homes that have lived there for decades, and then forcing them to leave to steal their home. That like has happened to hundreds of people." So does she speak Hebrew or Yiddish, or is she?
Not too much.
She make any good food for you?
Yeah, they do like latkes and that sort of thing.
Yeah, matzo probably.
And home cooked
That's awesome. That's fun.
chocolate coins and a good thing.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, last year was cool because it was the first year that my boys got to celebrate Hanukkah with me, so we made dreidels and stuff. And they got the gelt and they liked it. And then I didn't give them 8 nights of presents or whatever because everybody else is doing Christmas with them. So I'm just like, here's your $100 each. I give them each $100 for the birthday and $100 for Christmas. Just for the last few years because after they don't want things anymore. It was more fun when they wanted things because it was like I would just buy stuff all year long and stock it up. And then they'd wake up and you'd be like, boom, Santa came, the house is full. And I always like did separate separate wrapping paper for Santa. Santa presents come in separate wrapping paper than mom.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Well, I feel like it. Yeah. As a parent, you're always like thinking that you're smart. Santa is the only one who can Santa
I've
wrapping.
never seen this one.
Yeah.
Paper.
Stupid little things like that. Then there's some things that my kids were just never into, like Elf on the Shelf. My kids would not give a fuck about Elf on the Shelf. But the movie Elf with Will Ferrell, my kids love that. Yeah, they both think it's hilarious. They also both really like certain comedy movies that we've seen in the last couple of years that are like for adults. Like, have you seen that movie Step Brothers? It's super duper funny. It's got Will Ferrell and I forget his name. He's a good looking like red haired guy. He has a weird face. That's why he's good looking because he just looks weird. But it's super funny. It's got 2 like adults who both live with their single older parents, and they're like supposed to be in their 40s. And then their parents marry each other, and the parents are like, "All right, you guys are both 40 something and still living with us. You guys need to get out and get jobs." And they become like white rappers. They try other jobs. I know it sounds really stupid, but it's actually hilarious. It's one of the few movies I've ever watched where I like laugh every 15 minutes. I like British comedies too, like Monty Python and Holy Grail, The Life of Brian. But The Step Brothers one was a good one that I watched with my kids. Same with Elf. I didn't see that until I watched it with them. So other than getting videos of the New Year celebration, no new news from Woodland Park Zoo or upcoming plans for the immediate days ahead? I know you're going to your families for Christmas, or do you go there for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day?
Once in a while, I'll stay there for 2 days.
Does your mom do anything annually that's like a ritual, like bake cookies or? Yeah, because you said the peppermint makes you sick. No, like family traditions though, like hanging up the ornaments. I guess probably you did that weeks before.
should probably be putting up the lights in this car.
Or did they decorate that exterior?
They used to. And he's kind of doing up on that. So they're doing that.
It's hard to hang exterior lights because it's really hard to make them in a straight line unless you've got like a nail gun.
Yes, hooks.
Oh, hook's already on it? Well, that's smart. So
So
he knows. He was prepared. That's actually super smart too. Then you only do it once.
yeah, they've been there since I was 6. So
Aww.
I did used to just go over there and put them up earlier.
Well, you could maybe do that as one of your gifts, but then you'd have to turn around and come back a week later. Because it's like New Year's Day when everybody pulls everything up there.
Yeah.
This year, I think it might go a little bit longer because of Hanukkah starting on Christmas Day. Because it's like, woohoo! When Hanukkah rolls on, I feel like people are more inclined to leave their seasonal decorations up for a little bit longer. I'm bummed out because the FBI has told me I couldn't put up, like, I was able to put up some stars for Hanukkah decorations out there, but the FBI said don't try and tear down and put up new decorations. So I've just been missing season after season of hanging our normal decorations. They don't want me standing outside of my windows for too long. It's just like too much of a temptation for these idiots. So every time I'm out there and I'm doing that, it takes me at least 45 minutes to an hour and a half when I switch out from one holiday to another. But I'm going to be super bummed out if I don't get to put up my lunar decorations because my Chinese lunar decorations are my favorite. And I'm pretty sure it is the year of the dragon, and the dragon on my door is my favorite thing on my door. I feel like my house looks the coolest during Lunar New Year every year for holidays. Which is super vain, probably, but like, when else do you have a chance to put a fucking dragon on your door?
You're the snake.
Oh, is it a snake?
Yeah, I think this is wow, actually have a weird now. It's based on the zodiac
Yeah, and I know it was a bunny. I thought the bunny was last year.
That was
Or the ox.
that was
23 was the bunny? So 24 must have been the dragon. Lunar calendar. Chinese lunar calendar. Alright, well, at least I had the dragon up to be the dragon.
Snake is close.
Yeah. Well, after Snake is supposed to be one of my best matches, and every person I've met that was born in 1977 has been a real piece of shit, except for one specific person. That's the only people I've met that are snakes. They're all 1977s. What do I want to look at?
Based on the orbital period of Jupiter.
Well, and also the myth of the Jade Emperor's race. It's supposed to be in the order of who won the race. Yeah, so 4 seasons next year.
Which is actually closer to like 11.8 Earth years.
Horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog. Dude. Yeah, I like rats too. And I'm a fox. Yeah, my kids and I used to go down to the International District and watch some of the dances because it's cool to go down there and celebrate and, you know, go do walk tomorrow and get some rice. But we haven't done that either for the last couple of years. Now I feel like they're too old for it. But it was one of those cool things that you could do with kids. And my grandpa used to take me to do it when I was a kid, so I liked copying him. But when we go, it would be like a whole thing. It would be like 12 hours spent in the International District, and he'd be telling me that they were going to kidnap me and throw me in soup with dead turtles and stuff. And we'd go to these ramshackle, scary pet shops where he'd buy fish, but he would like literally, there'd be turtles there for sale for soup, and he would always bring it up. And then we go to restaurants, and he would order things that were intentionally just horrific for a young girl to watch somebody eat, just because he's so cool. Because my grandpa's my favorite guy. So he'd get like a whole fish with its head, and then he just started on the head right in front of me. And this happened every year. I'm telling you, for Lunar New Year's, it was like me and Grandpa Bob are going to the International District. We're going to go to some fucked up pet stores that seem like they definitely have a room full of kids that they sell with these turtles for soup. He's going to eat some nasty shit in front of me, and we're going to see dances. And it'll be fun. That's cool though that they're doing stuff over there in Thailand for decorations. I wonder if they'll have like a parade or what sort of shows they'll have for her, just like at home, like fireworks, sort of festivities. Obviously, she'll get some red envelopes with money, which she should be giving them out to the kids. That's like the gift exchange. Well, I only really know Chinese people who celebrate Lunar New Year. I know it's like common in all the Asian countries, but most of the people that I know and have celebrated with have been Chinese. So I have no idea what they do in Thailand. It's the same, I think.
So similar, but yeah, I think they do have something. Imagine that town more or
What's that? What's Palmore?
it's this mountain nearby where she
Oh, the
lives,
one that you went to with the back
yeah,
there?
the backside.
Cool.
And the road that goes between those two peaks is just
Super fun.
music and shit every night. So imagine it.
It sounds so much better than here. When you came back, you're like, I would have been like, I'm going to stay in Thailand for a few months, I think.
And it's a little cooler this time of year. Not by much, but I think she said it's in the 80s range, 80s for the day, which beats 105.
Oh, it was that hot. Oh, and the humidity.
It was hot when I was there in April. It was always over 100.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I've never been to Thailand. I want to go. I'd like to take both of my boys, especially Indy, because his passion for the last couple of years has been MMA type things and boxing and whatnot. And there's a ton of really cool camps there that adults I know like to go to in Thailand, where you pay a flat fee and then you've got your accommodations, your food, and then like 8 hours of training and fighting, which people who are into that love that, you know? Yeah. Well, that's one of the fighting forms. I wanted him to be really into that. He took some classes and wasn't super into it. The way that his autism works is he gets really subsumed by whatever it is he's passionate about, usually for 2 to 3 years, and then we'll find a brand new passion. But from my understanding, now that he is 15 years old, he's looking to form his identity and wants to be able to say he is a X. This is like something I literally learned in a class that I just had a couple of semesters ago from a guy that's a psychologist who's teaching it. But he's going to want to say he's a musician, he is an artist, he is a mystic, he is a boxer, whatever his thing is. So I think that this passion will be like one of the ones that actually sticks. Because he was like totally obsessed with Abe Lincoln, Walt Disney. We went through periods. When I say obsessed, I mean like when he was into Pokemons, I spent over $10,000 on Pokemon cards. I bought him Pokemon cards once a week for over 2 years. And not like just any, like he needed tins, he needed gold packs, and he knew all of them. Like it just was like it becomes a passion. And then when it's dead, it's just dead. It's like we read like literally dozens and dozens of books. I think we've read every book on Abe Lincoln or Walt Disney made for a 13 and under kid that probably existed up until 2020.
I never got into it.
Yeah, and he didn't even play the game. He didn't know the game. He just liked the Pokemons and the cards and the value of each card. When he gets into everything, when he starts collecting it, he learns everything. It's a assuming passion, and it's that way with everything. Right now, it's the fighting stuff. But like with a Pokemon, it was like he knew all about the creator, how each character came to be, how much this card was worth. The shiny one is worth this much, which is more. These are different. This is a first edition. He's like a little walking thesaurus.
Yeah, I have a couple of cards back from the I think the first movie from or something.
Well, and now it's super sad because 2018, a shitload of his Pokemon cards were underneath his bed and in his room. And that was when our whole house flooded last, was November 2018. And so he has some Pokemon cards left in a tin and then a couple of small books. And I know he has some that are worth a couple $100s, but thousands of dollars of Pokemon cards got destroyed and he bawled and bawled. And I was sad because he was bawling. But fortunately, he was like already had begun moving on to Pokemon. It was more just like, are you kidding me? Heroes of my life. I spent on this Pokemon collection, you know? It made sense. I mean, we all would have tried. Yeah. Anyway, I'm curious to see how late I'll stay up today and whether or not I'll be able to go to sleep at a reasonable hour because I gotta find some sort of middle ground with the black tea because there has to be a way that I can drink it every day and not be up until the middle of the next day's morning. Like, I was kind of excited that I was on a normal sleep schedule, and then I drank those 2 gallons of black tea, and bam, drank less than that yesterday, and it was the same thing. I was up till 4 a.m. I think this morning, and then I slept for not even long. I was up. I went to bed at 4, and I got up before 10 a.m. I think it's like 9 so I woke up. And then I haven't had a hot cup of tea in hours, but I have been nursing this cold one. What about you? How did you end up spending the rest of your first night off? Oh. Have you gotten
I don't feel like playing much because I left early.
any inspirations for any of your pieces, or does that usually come after you have like a slight break, especially since you were so inundated and all of that this month? Well, really last month, so you said you were really busy last month too.
Usually the beginning and the end of the month, so it's a good place to go. Yeah, sometimes you can decompress a little bit.
Yeah.
We get back to that for Christmas and other things.
You might get inspired by them too. Is the Lilith piece the primary focal point you have right now, or there are no projects that are like the favorite? Is there a favorite project you're working on right now, or
Not
just
really,
a lot of projects?
Just like I said, it's a lot of sketches. I would say probably certain
Concepts even count?
features or
Features?
yeah, specific genres.
What's creatures? Like Kraken and a hot girl?
No, it's like different fantasy creatures, like the Anubis one, things like that.
Oh, okay.
Like it's mermaids, fairies,
Mermaids. If mermaids are real, what kind do you think they are? Do you think they're like the pretty girls who have a magical lair under the sea, or do you think they're like lizard covered, amphibian like, or
in my canon, that's more of a siren, which is separate. Yeah, mermaids are more humanoid, but they have distinct editing features, I would say. They mine cannot live underwater. They're essentially just marine mammals, but they hold their breath.
well, that's good. There are deep sea divers in Asia that can do it for like 15 minutes.
But yeah, that's like a couple hours or spinning or something. But sirens actually have
Okay. Yeah, I believe in mermaids, dude. I believe whether they still exist or if they're extinct, I don't know. But I absolutely believe that at some point in time there were definitely fish people. Yeah, some people are like, oh, well, you mean like the city of Atlantis? And I just feel like the city of Atlantis was just a city that sunk. somewhere personally.
We don't make that.
But I feel like mermaids, absolutely. At some point in time, there was real mermaids. I just feel like it's such a obscure thing for somebody to just fabricate completely. Like I feel like if the guy says he saw a fish woman, why not?
It's usually attributed to some
The sea manatees.
manatees.
Yeah, and I call bullshit on that, dude. Have you seen a sea manatee? That does not look like a woman.
Well,
It's like, well, I mean, a really large woman, I guess. Really large. Sea manatees are cute, but I don't know. Loch Ness Monster. Think it existed or no? They know now it doesn't exist or it's not alive.
Unless it was a plesiosaur.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought maybe it was just a dinosaur and it went extinct way later than the others.
There might have been an isolated population. It's possible.
Bert Kreischer on one of his podcast episodes, I think it was him, maybe it was Theo Vaughn. One of them was talking about the Loch Ness Monster and how, like, wouldn't you be bummed out if you lived next to that lake your whole life and you never went swimming because you were afraid of the Loch Ness Monster? Maybe it was even Joe Rogan. And I was thinking about it and I was like, oh yeah, dude. But at the same time, if I was a kid that lived right there, I would be swimming every day trying to find the Loch Ness Monster. That's what I'd be doing. My boys and I used to go Bigfoot hunting. They each have their own Bigfoot kits. We still have the kits, but a lot of the pieces are like hanging on the walls now because they're too old to go Bigfoot hunting. But that was my way to get them to go hiking with me. And the Bigfoot kits came with everything, including, they didn't know it wasn't real. I convinced them that it was real. Vials of Bigfoot hair. So we could compare and contrast it whenever we came across there. So I get my kids to go on these long ass walks with me with their Bigfoot kits, and we track and look for all sorts of things. The kit came with like their foot tracks. It told us that Bigfoot ate berries and that if we had dogs to be cool, and he's a vegetarian, so he won't bother us as long as we don't yell at him. And we would go to Leavenworth and Winthrop repeatedly every single year. And so on the way back from Leavenworth, we'd stop in Index because they have the Bigfoot Research Center there, which they didn't know it, but it's like a prop. It's not really, but it looks like a scientific building, and that's what it says. And there's a coffee shop there. And the coffee shop there, they also have all these signs saying like Bigfoot's like right around the corner. So we would stop there and then go Bigfoot hunting all around the property. Super fun. Yeah, I totally think Bigfoot's real. That's another one where I think they're all real because I think Godzilla's like, I'm going to make this motherfucker experience a Bigfoot and no one will believe him. I'm going to make this person see a mermaid. But Bigfoot, I like to imagine, was either a married couple, Bigfoot and Yeti, and they crash landed here because they were aliens and got in a fight and they divorced. The Yeti went to the Himalayas and Bigfoot stayed on the West Coast. Or brothers that got in a fight that were aliens and crash landed. I like the idea of there only being one Bigfoot and one Yeti, and they just live for like thousands of years, and they're somewhere out there, just avoiding us.
You know, the writer of Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle.
Yes,
Yeah.
he wrote one of the scariest, saddest stories of all time too, Childhood Dinner. Yeah, I love Sherlock Holmes though. The real one in the story, who was nerdy and wore a purple trench coat. Super cool.
Apparently, he literally believed fairy tales. He felt he was caught in a fairy hoax.
Oh yeah, those were the old black and white photos that they eventually
The doctor.
admitted they did something to.
He apparently saw those, and even after it was explained, he didn't accept that it was a hoax.
Mm.
Which is funny for the guy who wrote Sherlock Holmes. But no, fairies too.
Yeah, well, he wrote Sherlock Holmes and he wrote Childhood's End, and Childhood's End is a sci-fi adventure / dystopia. After the first time that I read that, my boys and I all read it together, and once we got to the ending, I was like, this is the scariest story I've read in my entire fucking life, dude.
Yeah,
Basically, I don't want to tell you the whole thing because maybe you want to listen to it. I can lend it to you on Audible if you have an Audible account. I own it, so I can lend it to you from my library and then you can listen to it. The audiobook's good. It's like 7 or 8 hours long. But it's a good audio reading. Whoever the narrator is, like when you're reading a story, he sounds like he's the actual character. He doesn't do voices or anything. but it's written in the sense that you're basically like reading a diary from a guy who was there when things started and he was there when humanity died or didn't really die. They end up like marching around like zombies on this planet, not even realizing they're like covered in filth and they think they're alive. It's just all sorts of crazy. But the start of it, the whole like story, is that these alien ships that are huge just appear all over the world. And nothing comes out of them, but they're everywhere, just hanging out. Like you can't go outside and not see these giant alien ships. And without giving away too much of the story, eventually turns out there's all these alien ships, but there's really only a couple of aliens. And they take down pretty much all of humanity. And one person who wants to be a hero hops on board one of their ships to go to their homeland. And it makes it so that I think he goes back in time 80 years or ahead in time 80 years. Like traveling through space leads to total changes in time between Earth and here. And he leaves because he wants to see what they're about or something. And he leaves behind his like family and everything like that. And he goes, and then he's like stuck on this planet with the aliens, and the aliens are just no fun compared to people because it's an alien society. And then he finally makes his way back to Earth, and then yeah, it's just a crazy. And then when I found out Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote that plus all the Sherlock Holmes, I was like, dude, he must have been super cool. You're Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dude. I would hang out with him. Like to have the kind of mind to come up with Sherlock Holmes in Childhood's End. And the reason Childhood's End I don't think is super, super famous with people is because it's scary. Because the whole time you're like, no, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. And then in the end, it's like, I didn't describe it accurately. That's not really the ending. But I just remember that was my takeaway from it was like, are you fucking kidding me? All of the humans are covered in filth and they don't even know what they're doing. They're just rolling around in their filth because of this like alien trance. Because they were all so stupid when a bunch of spaceships showed up. Like, I just remember it was one of those endings where you're like, no! And there's no sequel. That's a good one to reread. Maybe I'll reread that one too. You said you do have Audible. My Audible membership is gone, but the library, I own those books and I can lend them. I know that because I lent one to one person before. And I was able to send it to his cell phone. A link. So let's see. I did it from my phone though. How can I lend somebody one of the books I own in my Audible library from desktop? You can use the Amazon password feature, which allows you to share your Audible commentaries. I didn't have to do all this. I didn't know there was a password section of it. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes. That's funny that he believed in the fairies. I believe in the fairies too. I think all of those mythological figures and creatures that they have existed for at least someone's seen them. And I totally think that Godzilla does like to just screw with people like that. Like there's one story about the Bigfoots where there was like 4 or 5 guys that went hunting and they allegedly saw one Bigfoot and they shot it or threw rocks at it or something. And I thought that we had it on the article. Anyway, and then they all went to this cabin they had hiked into, and then they claimed that that night a whole family of Bigfoot showed up and started throwing rocks at all of their house, and they couldn't do anything, and they were just locked there overnight thinking they were going to die. And when I heard that, I was like, dude, that's definitely Godzilla. Godzilla did that just so everyone would think they were nuts. Because, like, who would shoot a Bigfoot anyway? So, of course, you shot the Bigfoot or you threw rocks at it and got some screw with you and make you just scared all night.
That's really, that's not the only one that's really plausible because the idea that they would find it and what that isn't far-fetched and could realistically diverge and have to a tree of something.
So you're a big believer in evolution. You think that it's... What do you think we came from? Because I thought that they kind of disputed that it's already been disproven there's no way we could have come from algae. I thought thought that had already been disproven, like just recently, like some Pluto stuff came from it.
Cell organisms is where everything started. It just depends on how. But you go back far enough, and everything's been complex. Splits.
We have multiple books that are audiobooks that are also on CD. But I'm like 99.9% sure it was on Audible because I think I listened to it from a grocery store. The CDs we listen to. And I've got like a gazillion books on here. Not really, but I set it up to show me 50 at a time because I'm 6 pages. Oh, this one is a good sci-fi one too. Have you ever read the Incarnations of Immortality series by precinct? So it's really good. It's a series all about different gods and how they got their job as gods. This is the best one. Book 1. Incarnations of Immortality, Book 1, on a pale horse. This guy he becomes the Grim Reaper. So he gets the job of being the Grim Reaper because he goes to shoot himself in the head. He's super broke. He goes and makes this awful trade and realizes once again he's not getting the hot girl and he just fucked himself over and now he's so poor he's going to lose his house and everything. So he goes to shoot himself in the head. And just before the bullet hits his head, the Grim Reaper opens his door and then the Grim Reaper dies and he's forced to put on the cloak and become the Grim Reaper. And then the Grim Reaper has like a cool car that talks and has his own little house and he has to go to the house and like there's a news channel just for the people that are gods and so then everybody's like, oh, you're the new Grim Reaper, like what's up? Just acting like it's no big deal and he's got to learn all the rules. And then like there's another book that I really liked in the series was the one on Chronos about time. But each one is like a totally different story. It's really good though if you have any interest in sci-fi. Here it is, I do one. How do I add to
One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Right on a pale horse.
Yep, that is the exact one. Maybe if I download it, I can send it to you. 214 MB, is that like something that could be sent via an email? It says it's a .8AX. If I download this like I'm doing right now, do you think I'll be able to email it to you?
Yeah, depending on the size.
Okay. And then we'll do that. You don't have to listen to this, but if you liked anything about Sherlock Holmes and him believing in fairies, you should read this because it's like nothing like Sherlock Holmes and it's just like, whoa. Like the fact that his mind could create Sherlock Holmes, that book, and believe in fairies, like he must have been super duper cool. Too bad he's dead. There's a lot of interesting people like that. This laptop has a Gmail account that I had to create because they shut down a couple of my email accounts. Fortunately, the Real Mystic Twin is still working, but I'm only allowed to access it from this laptop that runs the live streams for the FBI. So I can email this to you, and I will get this email if you send me an email. And this email address, it's a Gmail account. It's like Mystic Gwen will never remain handsome. Yeah. Let's see if I can even find that. It does show up in the notes. Large files must be shared with Google Drive. Okay, got it. It says it's going to create a link for you in Google Drive. Anyway, if this is the progress bar, you're probably not going to get a lot because they haven't used the Play Store on any devices for the whole time.
2014.
It's not too long. I think it's only like a 7-hour long book or something.
But yeah, I think it's
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. When I lent it, the person I lent it to was my brother when he was staying here, not the same book. I lent him a different one. And I did it just on my phone, but I did it from the Audible app on my phone. It was like a text message that I sent him, and then he was able to borrow any books he wanted from my library for like a month while he was here.
Yeah, I think the other account is actually my sister's.
Well, I think that since I owned this book and I downloaded it, and now I'm sending it to you on Google Drive, I think that you don't even need a Audible. It should just give you a copy of my book. Assuming that it's allowed. It is really good though. If you've got a whole week off, 7 hours, I mean, listen to it for 30 minutes and see if you'll be into it. Either way, you'll be like, this is crazy about the guy that wrote Sherlock Holmes. This. But maybe it'll give you some insight. Like maybe he believed in fairies because he clearly wanted aliens to be real, but also thought they were going to destroy all of humanity. Yeah, but in a different way. It's super interesting. The book was good. And like H.P. Lovecraft, do you like H.P. Lovecraft? Do you think you know any sort?
I'm a fan of the mythos. I haven't actually read or listened to it.
If you use Spotify at all, you should search H.P. Lovecraft Vault. It's a British guy. He sold out in the sense that for some reason he agreed to them putting ads in that podcast at certain points, which didn't used to be the case, and it was so much better when it wasn't. But he has long stories by H.P. Lovecraft that he just reads the whole story aloud, like an hour to 2 hours is a long story by him. Short stories, like my favorite one is only 12 minutes long. About the old fisherman or whatever. I've been binging my brother's. This is my brother that's been here for a month. His podcast. I've been listening to his podcast all day because I've been binging podcasts and audiobooks that I've already heard or seen this whole time. I started watching some movies in the 70s. That's where I started watching. But this guy is good. I can't remember the name of my favorite one. It's like the old fisherman or something. The one that's like 12 minutes long is my favorite story. And some of his, so H.P. Lovecraft is really cool because he was this good-looking guy. His parents both were crazy, like full-on institutionalized, claimed they saw entities and whatnot. He got married to this girl who was like, I'm going to financially support you. She wasn't rich or anything, but she's like, I'm going to financially support you because you're such a good writer. He started thinking he was going crazy. A terrible old man. It's 10 minutes. He started thinking he was going crazy because as a child, his mom and dad both, and not just his mom and dad, it was like his mom, his dad, and his aunt. His whole family, basically, super rich and happy, one by one went mentally insane, but they all had the same sort of experience with seeing these scary entities. So all of his stories like have a different theme completely. Like some are about, a whole town full of crazy people that cannibalize each other. Others are about rats and monsters. But the woman that he married that wanted to financially support him so he could be an author or whatever, she ended up leaving him, and he eventually thought he was going insane because he said that he started seeing a lot of the entities that he wrote about. So to channel what he felt was his own insanity based on his mom, his aunt, his grandma, his dad, he just started throwing everything into his writing. And I forget how he died, but it was super duper sad. But this is the best one by him. The terrible old man, dude. I hate ads. I could do the premium or whatever. I think that's supposed to get rid of them, but now they're in it. Oh, that's just one of the many new laptops. Well, it's not even a year old that they trashed and ruined. Can't even turn them on.
I have one of those.
Fusion 5?
No, not a laptop, a brick PC. That one you saw next to the desk by the plant.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I just saw all the big ones.
Yeah, because we should have bought it at Costco about a year ago, and damn thing didn't work.
I won't force you to listen to it, but it's a great story. You should listen to it. It's only like 10 minutes long. The terrible old man. Yeah, so what are you gonna do with the broken one? Are you one of those people that can take it apart and use certain pieces for other things?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
come back in.
probably take the GTX, I think, the GPU. Yeah, put it in the other one, maybe.
What is the
Bottom, make it slightly more.
what's the best email address?
Oh, the RUSS SMITH. L2B.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have to, but mine's actually rocking now. That's good. Maybe it's like red. Oh, look at that, you pop up. Someone needs access. Does it want to give you full access so you can download it? Someone share with the quick editor, you can type so that you have full access to whatever you want with it, or just view it. I'm sharing it just with you. Even if it's an audio file. Or whatever, let me know if it doesn't work. I'll send it to someone else. It must be on me for open now. Okay. Hopefully it arrived in your inbox. It may take 4 or 5 hours for it to actually show up though, because sometimes they just deliberately delay my emails from even going out. Yeah, even though I knew you were a virtual artist and stuff, I wasn't expecting your office space to have so many computer monitors. Is that for when you're doing big pieces of work, so you can get like an idea of what the full piece will look like, or is that from different programs? Or?
Yeah, just the one on the left is the one I use for all my art. The others are just for
Gaming and stuff.
Yeah, I keep this one on screen usually, and the side monitors for looking shit up, and the main monitors for main matches. Yeah, for the longest time I just had the three. I was like, no, I need a fourth monitor.
It looks good. I like the way that it looks in there. It looks professional. I have friends who have lots of laptops, and some of them have like double monitors stacked on top of each other. But usually it's like scattered all over the place and also around the room, like the rolling chair, you know. I got a lot of friends that are engineers. And they have lots.
I use that for the phone.
Oh, that was the day that I got my name changed. I know exactly what it was. Yeah, that was the day that I literally just finished going to Arlington Courthouse and getting my name changed. Yeah, I haven't dyed my hair red since 2021.
My problem was I wasn't stalking or something.
Oh, no. Stalking, I only use that word when people are hacked into all of my devices and cutting holes in the floor to throw water down, which is caught on a YouTube live stream from 2 years ago, and actually stalking. I don't use it to be stalker. I've never called anyone a stalker except for my multiple times convicted stalker and people that will be convicted. I don't know what the count is officially right now, but according to the FBI, in September, when there was 27 people facing federal imprisonment, there were 16 people the FBI was confident could be convicted of stalking me, including, they went so far as to say both Kelly and Andy, and Marie Bauer, because a lot of what Kelly and Andy in Unit 207 gave her, and everyone in Unit 207 that had a gun. That was, they said there were 16 different people. Like, that is insane.
Yeah. So
But
basically, they just needed the foot to get out of it.
well, they won't be getting out of it. But at the same time, it's like, what's the cost going to be to me? Because since they co-conspired with my multiple times so they could stop an abuser, whenever things go right for me and I have my money, my children, or even the ability to leave my house and go to court and be like, hello, I'm here. What would everybody like to say? As soon as any of those things were to occur, that's not how it's going to occur, though. It's going to occur by the FBI detaining them all, and then I'll be released. But if, as soon as any of that happens, he is going to be a danger to everyone that co-conspired with him and to myself. He tried to kill his own mother at the age of 15. He is a violent, hateful, scary man. So it's like, and then out of that, I know how God is. So it's like, I would not be surprised at all if all of these people get swept up. I get a large payment, or it's being sent in the mail. My kids are returned, and then he gets released on bail a week later, or maybe 2 months later. And my boys and I have gone to Hawaii because we are 100% going to Hawaii for a solid month as soon as I am paid. And then he shows up and shoots me in the head right here and kills me. That would not surprise me at all because of how well I know him and because of how I know God. Like, in my experience with God, like, anytime that he gives you something that's really good, it's like immediately superseded by something really bad, or vice versa. Really, really bad, however long it's really, really bad, that'll be superseded by something that will be equally as good for just as long. So it's like, I would not be surprised at all if I would be surprised in the sense that the last time I was clinically dead, I very clearly heard that I wouldn't be dying until I'm 43. So I fully expect to be dead in 4 years. Totally. But I don't expect to die this year, but at the same time, I just also know that God's just such an asshole like that. Like, it wouldn't be surprising to that. And then I've got the extortionists, unfortunately. I don't want to be responsible for their marriage ending in the event that their marriage ends. I don't know how my mom and my stepdad. No, Andy and Kelly, I honestly know them well enough that I believe, no one has said this, but I believe they've probably blown the whistle to prevent themselves from going to prison months ago. And I already said, even though I'm able to, I'm not suing anyone who blows the whistle. So basically, everyone that's done me wrong that has already gone to the FBI, I'm not suing. But my mom and my stepdad, my mom has never not gotten money that she wants. And so I don't think that she's necessarily going to be a violent threat, but I'm worried about what's going to happen to her for a variety of reasons. And my hope, if I had my way, the only people that would be going to prison is everyone in Unit 207 and the officers and everybody who's responsible for it, because neither the extortionist or Andy and Kelly or Richard Garcia would have been able to do anything they've done if it wasn't for them violating U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, conspiring with 2 or more people to deprive somebody of their civil rights, which the FBI has stated they are guilty of in multiple cases, which I don't even know. I've never been involved in multiple cases except for when there were multiple cases before he got convicted of stopping me, and then all the others were just like thrown away. In multiple cases, they apparently have already made admissible all of the evidence needed to convict them all of that. So, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying that all of this horribleness, I won't be surprised at all if God then gives me like a really good month or 6, and then I'm dead. Or something fucking huge happens like that, or my kids die in a freak accident. Like, I just feel like, I know how you are, Godzilla. You're not going to give me millions of dollars and then not do some other fucked up shit. Look at the last 15 months. Like, I mean, obviously. Yeah. How about you? Since I know that you feel like sometimes that you fall into like a sense of despair and whatnot and gloom, but when you look back at your life, you notice patterns of that. Like, think about some of the happiest moments of your life as far as doing things you were excited to do, or getting a new job, or starting the job that you have now as your only job. Does it seem like that event was superseded by something equally as bad.
Yeah, but it's usually self-inflicted.
Oh, really?
You know, like I said, mental break, I think, between the two.
You described it as that, but then when you described it, it didn't even sound like a mental break. It just sounded like a horrible, horrible, horrible panic attack.
That's what I call it. But yeah, that's
It didn't sound crazy to me. It sounded more like a physiological reaction that would make anybody feel like they were about to implode or explode. Well, obviously the professionals didn't think you had a mental break because you went home that day or whatever. Has it ever gotten that bad or close to it again? Like, or do you feel like that was just a horrible instance that will never repeat? I know sometimes we can be wrong about that. Like with my seizures, I haven't had them in a long time.
That was the worst I've ever had. I've had ones that close to that similar.
Well, that's good. Hopefully that was like a moment only. And I wasn't putting it down at all. It's just like to me the way that you described it, it sounded awful, but not a mental illness thing. More like just a fucked up series of whatever caused it and when it happened. And the causation, having had panic attacks like that horrible one I had 20-something years ago at the Alderman Mall where I ran out, ran to Red Robin. I totally, I mean, that was like being on drugs right there, that panic attack. The mall ceiling in the food court literally sunk in on me, and I was like, oh! I ran out of the mall and left all my friends and went to across the street. I ran until I felt like I could breathe, and then I was like gasping for air and had to just sit by myself for now. I was not going back in that mall, and I hate malls ever since. I'm always concerned like, what if I have a panic attack all of a sudden? Because it came out of nowhere. And
that's part of it too. Is the concern of what happens again that feeds into the whole thing and exacerbates the problem further.
oh no. Oh well, sorry. Well, I wasn't trying to make you think that it would happen
No,
again. I just was asking if it had.
No, not really. Just like a general.
Yeah.
In 2019, it had been building up, I think, over that year since I left the hotel. It was just kind of just a sense of like what
You hit your goal.
I achieved a goal and didn't really have anything beyond that. And I still kind of started with that.
Do you know what you would want beyond that, or are you just like looking at other people and thinking they're happy when everyone is actually fucking miserable? We can all smile and look at the photos. Yeah.
That's what I mean when I see like the cousins and that sort of thing.
And they've got the baby and the marriage. Yeah. People are never as happy as they.
I know, that's what everyone says.
Oh, does everyone say that? I feel like everybody says the opposite. I feel like everybody's like, no, that's what you should strive for, the American dream.
No,
I'm just the opposite. I'm like, everyone in my family's been divorced at least once, except for a few people, and I'm just waiting. I'm like, all right, you guys are getting up there. Once they get to 35 or 38 years, let's see.
Well, it's one of those cousins that's been divorced, but I'm always told people aren't as happy as they might be. We don't know what's going on.
So what's prevented you? Like, would you never do something like a mail order bride thing? I feel like that would be like a perfect stick for someone like you. Hot ass Polish girl.
Yeah,
you like dominatrix. You like half the girls in Poland, dude.
I looked into that, but I couldn't find either legit or just not Philippines.
Oh, really?
I never find an actual legitimate one.
I always advocate for my friends that are single men to consider a mail order bride. And it sounds totally racist, but it's not racist. I'm telling you, like half the girls in Poland are like just naturally like dominatrix in bed. normal girl in Poland has like the body of a ballerina with a bit more curves. Very beautiful. Usually very little makeup. But I feel like mail order brides are like the way to go if you're an American guy and you've established your career and you're tired of dating and you just want to get married and have some kids. The problem is that like whoever it is that you bring over here, you have to sign up that for 10 years, I think it is. For 10 years, once you're married, that like if you guys divorce or she just refuses to work for something, you'll pay for her. Like she can't go and get food stamps. That's why it's risky.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Well, I'm just thinking if I were you and I was like thinking, oh, maybe it would be nice to have a life in the because there's tons of beautiful girls all over the world that would love to come to America, and not all of them are just interested in that. They want the same thing. They want a husband and baby. Well, and right now you're kind of like, it would be hard to date knowing that all the girls that you're associating with except your sister are all like sad. You're surrounded by Eeyores. You're like, we need a few bears. Yourself, really? I know that you say you've gone there, but I just never. Well, I guess we all have.
I just don't have any real problems. It's just
Oh, no. It's a real. Your emotions are real problems. They affect everything. And also your mind, man. It's like what is that show called from like the 70s or 60s with the boy that has the pet robot? And the robot's name is Hal, I think. Sometimes when your mind starts going and you're just thinking about a lot of different things, sometimes I think, is this really even my own thoughts, or are these just like, do thoughts have consciousness? Because if they do, sometimes you can feel bombarded. Like, I hate it when you lay down and you're really tired, and then all of a sudden your brain wants to think about 800 different possibilities.
yeah.
Yeah. But I think that people can quote unquote not have any problems and still be super sad because they're thinking about things like all, just what they're thinking about. What happens after death? What is the purpose of this? What's the meaning of this? Why don't I have this? Whatever it is.
Yeah, that was one. Like I said, for a while, I was wrestling with the idea of just the concept of non-existence or experience.
Yeah, awful. Awful.
It's kind of mind-blowing if you think about it.
That's what made it so scary every time that I died. Once I got to that place after the amazing dying experience, that place I described as Shoal, where it was like all of a sudden my consciousness is shoved into this two-dimensional square wedged in between billions of other squares that were full of other people's consciousness. And there was no way for us to like communicate with each other. And then all of a sudden it was like, then there was nothing. Or usually like the last time it happened, I was like, no, 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 no. And then it was like, fine. Number 43. But that was awful. Every single time that I've been clinically dead, I go to that same exact spot after the amazing dying experience. And it is absolutely what the Buddhists refer to as nirvana, Zen, the nothingness. There was nothing, no physical sense. It was literally like your consciousness in a flat space to do nothing. It was awful. It was awful. But you think about it like it would be good the way you're describing it.
No, I just think of it. I mean, 14 billion years before I was born, I experienced stuff like that. I just wrestled with
Maybe you had no experience. Maybe it's like a giant terrarium and you were here as a lizard. And then you died and became a tree, and then you got chopped down and became someone else. A woman.
Yeah, I wonder. Really,
Well, that's like the Buddhists, like Buddha allegedly after like his. Yeah, and you just retained all that information.
Because,
Yeah, but how would you feel if you found that out? If you were like, oh shit, I've been here 5,600 times. I've been a plant and a pig and a dog and a beautiful woman. Yeah, there you go. Is it super duper cold in here? I feel like it shouldn't be too cold, but
No,
I guess you
it's-
are kind of sitting in the trajectory of the fan. And the air purifiers. Yeah, not having the heater on in here. I think last I checked it was 40 something degrees out. So it's probably the same temperature as it is outside right now. The back of the house is hotter.
I think it's
A little bit warmer? Okay.
we could call it thing off
The shaved head?
shave upside your head, just have that
No, I could absolutely not pull that off, and I love my hair. But I took a shower the day before yesterday. I did not shower yet today, and I did not brush my hair. My hair is curly, and when I don't brush it, I get dreadlocks literally anytime I don't brush it for a day. And then I have to shower and decondition it and brush out the dreadlocks that I've created in my hair. There's never like any sort of consistency to it, but when I took a shower the day before yesterday, I just totally forgot to brush my hair. So now it's like extra knotted. So I'm just flipping my hair this way because I gotta take a shower. That's my only plan for tonight is shower and brush out these knots that are in my hair from me not brushing my hair the day before yesterday. Otherwise, I have to chop it, which I do quite regularly. Like at least once a year, I have to chop out at least one huge chunk of my hair because
That's a very thick hair.
yeah, it will when it does this stuff, it just does what it wants. But right now, it's definitely like Medusa grade. Only I don't have like the ability to turn people's chin. And like I'd be out there eyeballing them.
That's a shame.
I'd be in their window. Knock, knock, guys. I decided to come bother you. Offer them cookies and something.
Has anyone ever seen anyone coming early?
Oh, yeah. The FBI's had full surveillance on them for way longer. So I reported all those people in 2017. I don't know exactly when, but apparently because of certain people that are involved, they've been on this for just as long as they've been up there. And there's been some suggestions, which I have not had verification on. There's been some suggestions. I was under the impression the FBI had only been actively involved with them since September, but there's been multiple suggestions of last year, multiple suggestions that they have actually been involved since December of 2022 because of the fact that one of them has been verified as absolutely co-conspiring with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser this whole time, and for years prior to that being friends with him. So, but right now is when they finally are perpetrating the felonies that I've been reporting for a year straight. Like I've been reporting that they were threatening to kidnap my kids using John, Erica, Richard, dcyf, and the North Everett Police Precinct for 12 months this month. And then the FBI is just like, basically said the more that they plan to commit felonies, the more we're just going to let them commit the felonies because then it's easier to sentence them and incriminate themselves. And then I consented to 6 months, but the FBI kind of tricked me because nobody told me I wouldn't be able to work. Nobody told me that I wouldn't be able to go to the dumpster and just little things like that. All add up. Nobody told me that they would continue to steal money from me and then steal more money. They've stolen every month. They're stealing a minimum of $3,500 from me just by doing what they've been doing for 12 months. So it's just crazy. And then with the FBI, since everything's on a need-to-know basis, like I don't even know who thinks they have a legal case with me. Like other than my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, but the FBI has literally said multiple cases repeatedly that I'll prevail in multiple cases without ever stepping foot outside of this door. That I'll be running a YouTube live stream when they come to the Blitz sweep, and that I will hear the commotion, so I'll be able to run to the front of the building because I want a YouTube live stream that.
Oh yeah.
I do. I know it's stuff like that. I'm going to do that, dude, and I'm going to keep that public for, I don't know, maybe the rest of my life. So it's like I just have to piece together things, but it's awful, and then at the same time, there's nothing I can do. I mean, literally, I cannot leave this property because they've prevented me from being able to run a YouTube live stream from any phone here. And I am not going to leave and go anywhere, just like I haven't in over a year without live streaming it because of their threats also for a year to illegally and criminally arrest me wrongfully. Something I've experienced literally had happened to me in 2011. And then my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser was subsequently convicted, and everything against me was null pro sequi. They said we never should have arrested her. The fact that one officer went rogue and arrested her when this guy is guilty of all of these things and did the whole thing. So, and I know it's like, oh, well, that was 2011, but look what's fucking happened, dude. Like, there is no legal reason that I shouldn't have a minimum of over $35,000 in my bank account right now. Both of my sons here, like, no reason. My mother suing me and not having helped with kidnapping my kids, and God knows what else she's done. Her doing it would have been no problem at all. I already knew that if she ever sued me over this house or tried to do what she was threatening when she was extorting me, I already knew that any judge would say, your daughter has bought this house 5 times over. This is what you paid for closing, and here are the receipts. She is not your tenant. She owns that condo, lady. Get out of here. Well, it's in her name because when I moved in here, and still to this day, I owe like $56,000 in student loans. So I didn't want it on my name when I moved in here because I thought, well, they'll just come and take it and sell it to pay off my student loans. I was wrong about that, and I didn't realize that. But I'm like part of the save plan or whatever. Like right now, currently, I don't have to pay them anything. As soon as I get paid the money that's owed, I'm sure that's all going to change because the FBI said I need to hire a CPA. So I don't know how that works, but anyway, that's the only reason it's not in my name is because of the fact that I owed $56,000 in student loans, and when I moved in 2012, and this closed for 40 something, I thought they could come and take it. And at the time, I didn't know that it's like rarely do people who owe student loans actually have to seize your house. I thought it was like something they would just do instantly if you didn't pay off student loans. Did you get your tuition? Was it paid for? Did you do scholarships? Did you do student loans? Did you pay for it? I did college for over 10 years. I mean,
Half of it was scholarship and the rest of it was just
that's really nice. Yeah, I didn't have any help. And
that
when
was only like 10.
so I was an emancipated minor, so I was able to get student loans like 5 years before other kids, and that's why I had $56,000 in student loans. I took out over $35,000 or $45,000 in loans before I was even 22. And what did I do with that money? I took people to Disneyland that were adults that had never been to Disneyland. I took people on vacations. I didn't spend that student loan money that I received from the age of 18 or 19 to 22 in any way, shape, or form or form. Yeah. What was I doing? I was a fucking idiot. I don't know. But I already owed $56,000 when I moved in here, 2012.
But you said you were making pretty good money.
Yeah. 6 figures a year on average. 2013, no. But yeah, every year after that. 6 figures a year. And then in 2019, way less. It went like down to, I'm trying to remember what my taxes were. I think it was like $39,000 for the whole year of 2019. And that was a big difference. And I've had my job that I do now as my only job since 2013. So it is what it is. But it's a bummer because I have been told by the FBI, like I got an email from somebody who was claiming they were quiet, and they may have been. But with my job, I can't do my job at all legally for as long as they've been here and as long as they are here because my job promises confidentiality, and I haven't had that on any of my devices, nor do I have that right now. So I can't even do my job unless somebody wants to waive their right to confidentiality. And who's going to want to have a reading knowing that 3 to 4 people upstairs are listening, judges are reading transcriptions, you know what I mean? It would be like, do you think your clients would be affected if you were like, oh, just to let you know, there's like 8 people that are going to see this artwork before you see it, and some of them work in the local city police department and think they're real smart. Yeah, see?
They
Exactly.
probably-
That's how any client it reacts.
They probably wouldn't care about other people seeing it, but if they brought up that it's law enforcement, they'll be like, oh, what?
Yeah, and then keep in mind, my primary clientele have been federal employees, celebrities, congressmen, and senators. That's who's taken my kids to Disneyland multiple times. That's who's given tens of thousands of dollars to the school district where I volunteered for tens of thousands of hours. Like, so, yeah, it just is what it is. It is what it is, and I will be paid. But in the meantime, I'm scared and broken and injured, and like every day more miserable than, well, not more miserable than the day before, but like more miserable just knowing like, oh, the FBI says it's going to be worse till January 20th. There's 3 people upstairs that really think they're going to steal my house on top of my children and just what? Like, what do they expect? For me to just sleep in the alleyway? Because that is never going to happen. But just the fact that there are multiple people upstairs that believe that's going to happen in 3 weeks or less is scary. And it's bothersome. And it makes me a non-violent person literally want to fill up squirt guns with my urine and just put a sign on the door that says, if you knock on the door, I'm going to squirt you in the face with my urine. Because then if they sue me, I can tell the judge, hey, I know about this one case, so I put it on the sign. Like that judge said you needed to. But if they knocked, I wasn't going to blow off their legs. I was going to shoot them in the face with my fist.
Yeah, you wouldn't sleep.
Well, no, it's not going to happen. But that's like literally, that's literally what they're trying to do, apparently. 3 of them. I mean, the FBI did say specifically 3. And I don't know if that's anybody that's up there right now. If that's the people that have the week off for the holidays and will be back. You know, I don't know who it is. Because remember, over 50% of the people up there are whistleblowers. So, and the FBI has said that some of the people that are going to prison for the rest of their life have gone to the FBI and been like, we think that we're doing good things and we're part of an investigation to do this, that, and the other. And then the FBI hasn't told them, we actually know everything you've done and you've gone beyond the scope and have no immunity. And now you're here trying to pretend like you're a nice person when we've been surveilling your ass since 2023.
Beyond the scope, that's the word.
Yeah. And it's my understanding the situation I described involved 2 people who literally were trying to tell the FBI how they had powers they don't have, but the FBI does, most notably cross-territorial jurisdictional authority in civil and criminal proceedings. Like there is a woman who works at the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office that the FBI is going to charge with 2 different counts of kidnapping my sons. And she's not the one that had possession of my sons. I don't even know if she's ever even seen or spoken to my sons. And then it's just crazy. Like if you look at the tort claim I filed the first week of August, I'm like talking about their threats. They're threatening a long-range, long-scale series of big super felonies that are going to be perpetrated later this month. This is before they kidnap my sons, steal more tens of thousands of dollars, Shut off our phone and internet provider of 10 years, make me pay 5 different cellular providers, buy brand new phones and over 9 eSIMs, and they don't let any of them get activated. And then they don't let me get a refund on any of that money because all of the cell phone places require you to call in or to send mail to get a refund. And after 45 days, you can send it to them. And they didn't even let me use my VoIP number that I can use on the phone thing for, until they had already had my kids kidnapped for over a month. That's when that magically started to function and is no longer the number that it used to be. Because I had a Google phone voice number for like a decade that was a New York number, and now it's some 4251 that I never picked.
Yeah.
It's because they are controlling it in all of my devices. And the FBI said that they think that they're sly, but that they fucked up because they don't realize that the FBI has some way of proving very distinctly this whole time that even though they're pretending to be my devices and they're using the Chrome operating system, that the FBI has tools that prove that they are not my device and they are very much upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't sound like a huge deal, and I didn't think, because I'm so used to being cyber attacked, because it's already led to people being arrested and me being paid money before this many, many times over the last decade, that like with the cyber attacking things, I didn't even think you could go to prison for a long, long time for that. But according to the FBI, just 3 instances of that is like 7 years in the state.
Yeah.
These people have it every day they show up at work. But some of the whistleblowers, it's been like this, and this is where I feel kind of bad because some of the whistleblowers they were basically used as fall people and patsies, and they didn't even know it because they got orders from commanding officers to do X, Y, or Z, and those orders were only authorized and allowed because of fraudulent court orders that are sealed. For what? I assume investigating my extortionist mother because they made multiple comments about how I'm no longer going to be the lead prosecutor's witness and that if I do anything to affect them from getting Erica, there's going to be a problem and all of these things since September. So it suggests to me, okay, perhaps their criminal thing was focused on my mom and the fact that because at one point in time she got 16 grand in grants that I got for being poor all of a sudden for this condo I had already at that point bought over and over and over. But I didn't tell them to give her that money. I told them to give her $850. Then they chose to give her 16 grand. So, and that was, yeah. So anyway, a lot of people were doing things they were told to do, and they were shown paperwork that seemed legitimate, and the paperwork was achieved only via fraud, and then it was renewed, which tells me it's a warrant or a wiretaps, because those have to get renewed every 6 months. Renewed repeatedly under fraudulent pretenses to terrorize me. And according to the FBI, a lot of people didn't even know they were patsies and fall. Well, a lot of people didn't know that this has been threatened for 7 years, and then silly me, I thought, well, this is not going to happen. And then I've experienced the last 15 months without abatement. It's been going on since earlier in 2023, but it was never 5 days a week without abatement until September of last year. There were months and months where it was just nonstop, and then there would be a break in 2023 that kicked off starting April and the end of March 2023. But then, like, June was fine. Like, they didn't do any crimes against me in June of 2023.
Yeah.
So it's like,
And we talked to
well, I haven't been bringing it up with anybody because I've been sending cease and desist letters, and so I just assumed they're going to cease and desist. But then it became super apparent in May, and then I was freaking the fuck out in June, and then I didn't understand what the fuck the FBI was saying, and then I was like a dumbass because then less than 2 weeks later, like 10 days later in July, they're like, dumbass, we're on this. Remember what you reported in 2017? That's exactly what's been going down. You have no idea. Reread everything that you received from your multiple times convicted stalker and abuser about your neighbors, dcyf, and the police. And then there's things like Andy literally told me before he had any problem with my youngest son. Before that, he told me that the North Everett Police Precinct was upstairs in Unit 207. And then I asked him, why are they in Unit 207? And he just acted like he had no idea. And this was months before he had a problem with Garrett. So that, I thought that his problem with Garrett started in September of last year, but on the YouTube live stream, it was July of last year. So it was months before that. So he had actually told me in the spring of 2023, the North Everett Police was upstairs.
Yeah,
Oh, there's nothing. I just have to take it day by day and complain and be miserable just like everybody else. My plans for today: to brush my fucking hair, take a shower. That is literally the only thing that's on my agenda. I was gonna cook and clean, but then I was like, no, I'm gonna do it tomorrow because tomorrow is a weekday, and without the kava and with the black tea, all I can do is just think, how unfair. Why are you so annoying, God? Why is it still going on? But then I'm like, it's my fault because I consented for 6 months. But I didn't know. I didn't know it was more than just my kids. I was consenting to completely royally fucked over with. And then also knowing that every single day for the next month, there's a chance of somebody walking in that's not you. Freaks me out.
that's why I don't.
It freaks me out. Like, what do I do whenever they do come in here? The FBI's already told me what to do. I aim the camera at them and film. What if they cut off the live stream upstairs, though? Something they've done repeatedly, right when somebody opens the door. Like, I just feel it. And then I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's just going to be a repeat of the first 55 days, and they'll just be here every single day knocking on the door. I just don't know. And it really bothers me the fact that there are 3 people that truly believe I'm going to be out of this house in less than 3 weeks. I don't know.
But yeah,
Well, you haven't even just walked in. Every time that you've opened the door, you've said like it's Russ.
Yeah.
Hi. As long as you say something, I instantaneously am like, well, it's just Russ. I didn't even make me flip my head around or anything. Like in a few sense. So feel free to come over here. I would have been more entertaining, but I'm going on 4 hours of sleep for over the last 48 hours. And my hair is fucking rotted. But last night would have been. It was fun to have that shot with you, but then I came back over here and it was just like, Unit 207 wants my attention. Now I can't do this. Now I can't do that. Now I can make this purchase. I can't make that purchase. Now I can do my work. Okay, now that it's midnight, I can work until 4 a.m. and get what I tried to do at 8 p.m. done. It was just like, that's every fucking day, dude. For 15 months.
Yeah, I can
Anyway, I'm just. Oh yeah. Well, no, tomorrow's not Christmas Eve yet. Yeah, if you want to hang out tomorrow, I think it would be more fun. Or if I can even come over there, since we now know that my live stream doesn't cut off if I leave my laptop at your front door like I did yesterday. I can come over. Either place, either or. But what? Oh, you still have live in part 2, but she's got her daughter for a little bit. Yeah, and then Christmas Eve is the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Today is the day that my best friend killed herself. December 22nd. So it's always like a separate holiday for me. Because I'm just like,
Yeah, I probably won't see her until after Christmas.
Yeah.
So,
oh, you gotta be on New Year's. It's like the best night to go out.
yeah, I'm gonna hopefully I'll say that to her that we should do that.
If she wants to go back down to Seattle, you guys should go to the Cha-Cha, the basement in the Cha-Cha. The Cha-Cha on Capitol Hill, and then just beeline. Once they card you, skip the whole front, go immediately down the stairs, and then stay down the whole time. Just if you end up going back down to Seattle, it's the best.
Probably because she pretty soon itself, senior, Tacoma-ish.
Oh, that's hard as fuck. She's like, why'd you pick somebody so far
I
away?
didn't.
That is like,
I swear, every goddamn person I meet is all the way the fuck down there.
Really? That's crazy, dude.
Family, she lives down, was living down in Maple Valley area.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea. I like those areas though. Most people think they're like ghetto. I don't, man. I think people who are smart live down there because you get way bigger houses for less price.
That's where my half sister Tracy was.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Is he abusive or just a dumb or just a selfish guy? Or a selfish person rather, because I know more selfish girls than I do guys
I'd
actually.
say domineering, controlling, like,
Yeah.
and he's
That's good only if the girl wants somebody like that. There are people out there that just want somebody to control them.
I feel like she strikes me as that too. She might have been that way earlier on in the marriage. It seemed like she was this way. It's not like some kind of she tried to get both of her sons are from that. So she tried to get a dog.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, great idea.
And he made her get rid of it because it didn't
Oh,
fit with
that's
our
fucked
lifestyle.
up. That is fucked
When
up.
I heard about that,
No.
massive red flag.
Yeah, that's awful. And the poor dog too. I hate that. That's a pet peeve I have when people, not that specific situation, that's fucked up and he sounds really bad just because of that. But people who adopt or get pets and return them, I don't know why, but I judge them. And I've known so many girls who get adorable dogs from the pound and then return them, and I'm always like, you're such a fucking, I'm never going to like you as much ever again. And it sucks because, yeah, I definitely am a judger of people who return pets.
Yeah, I've never returned one, although I did sort of rent a baby monkey when I was in Indonesia.
Oh, that is so fun.
Yeah,
I want to keep it.
so really
Was it nice? Did it pee on you? Was it trained to do anything? Did it have a
No.
personality?
No,
Did it show you it was the boss?
We wore diapers.
Cute.
Well, just kind of jump around the hotel room. And
How much was that?
it's
Or do you
like-
remember?
It's like $90 US
A lot. Or
and 1.2 million
Oh, wow.
rupiah in their currency.
Rupiah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of dollars.
Did you like it there?
Yeah, it was hot. Not as hot as Thailand, but it was very
I did. So did you just get the monkey with yourself, or do you have like a hot girl and you were going to hang out with the monkey, or how did it work? There's just like a
It's
stand
just
where
me.
they have monkeys.
The
Like I just imagine like I'm here for my monkey.
The
Here you go.
hotel, yeah, the hotel I was at, there was this exotic pet shop down the street. And I just stopped
Did you find out about it, or you just like
there. Yeah,
scouted it out yourself, or was it something you read about before
I
you
think
went?
it came up on my map when I was searching hotels.
That is cool. What a fun thing, dude. I've never heard of such a thing. I know all my friends that go to Asia, it's like anywhere you go in Asia, you get to hang out with monkeys. But there are some that are really aggressive. So it's like, I feel like with a monkey, I would just have to like decide if he's running at me and I'm holding a banana or, you know, anything that's a food item, I'm throwing it at him if he's charging me.
Yeah, no, there's this kid with it.
There were these monkeys, they're probably extinct now because they were on the extinction list. These cute little monkeys that were no bigger than your fingers. And they were on the extinction list. Are they totally extinct now?
No, they're still, no, they're not extinct, but they might be threatened.
Oh man, I've never seen one of those little angels, but every time I see a picture, I'm like, oh, it's so fragile, but also such a baby. It's a baby. A fur covered baby.
World's smallest primate.
That's messed up with the dog thing, though. And
Yeah, and
did she do something else? Did she get a cat, or was it just?
they have a cat.
Yeah, it's not the same as a dog because if her kids moved out and she feels lonely, she wants something that will do things
There's
with her.
more of an African.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like, should I get involved? We're not that close. We see each other.
You can't because they're
once a year
married,
at
so you
most.
can't get involved. Yeah.
So it's like, what am I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, you could say, well, that's fucked up.
Which I did.
Oh, you did? Yeah, see, there you go. That's all you could do. You did what you could do. Well, yeah, that is awful to tell somebody this animal doesn't fit in with our lifestyle.
Listed as vulnerable on your
Oh, so no longer facing extinction. Then it's improved. They did something to save them. Thank goodness. 'Cause they're
Vulnerable.
so cute.
Vulnerable is not as bad as the real extinct.
Yeah, like I love river dolphins, and the one in the Yancey, they're like gone now. They've done the last few years when they've gone out with the poles, they can't find any of them. So it's like, oh, there's no more river dolphin in China. But there's still like the pink one in the Amazon. Yeah, I like the river dolphins because they're all like ugly and blind, but they can swim in fresh water, and they're dolphins, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's my only plan. Well, and try and recoup on some sleep. I think at this point I might just switch. I have a bunch of chamomile tea, so maybe if I drink like a gallon of chamomile tea, I'll maybe go to sleep, and is what my body needs, and I can tell. Yeah, I have that literally sleepy time chamomile. That's what I got in there. But yeah, I got to do something because my body needs 8 hours solid of sleep. But it's my own fault because for 3 days, the amount of black tea I drank, I feel like it would be pounds, like well over 5 pounds of black tea I drank in the last 72 hours. And I haven't even done anything other than yell at them and try and do tasks that should have taken me an hour that they may take 10. And it's like, that's it. Well, and I got to have a shot with you and conversation with you, which is super duper enjoyable, especially given this situation. It's like, oh no, so refreshing. It's one of the reasons why I think I'm binging so many podcasts. It's just like, then at least I can pause it and pretend like I'm having a conversation with somebody. Yeah. So tomorrow, do you want me to come over there and knock on your door, or just wait?
Yeah, it's maybe just
I'll call you because I don't trust text now.
Yeah, call because I don't know it's
Can I just have your permission in advance that if we call you tomorrow to see if you want to hang out, I can record it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I don't know when I'll be able to go to sleep. I am going to drink like at least 8 cups of chamomile tea, and then see. Right now, I feel like same thing as yesterday. Like way too much caffeine. Like, I'm tired. I want to shower and brush my hair.
You want to try it?
No, thank you. No. I can't do anything that's like any sort of sedative because yeah, it wouldn't be good for me. Well, kava. I can do kava. That's what I can do. It's a sedative. Nature's gum. The other stuff though, knock me out. Yeah, okay. Well, then I'll call you tomorrow. And now that you have the time off, is your sleep schedule still the same? Like call you after afternoon, maybe up to 3?
Yeah, let's usually run up.
Okay. I like the baseball shirt. That's cool.
Oh,
Pacific Northwest.
BMW.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming and visiting and chit-chatting. Sorry I'm boring and dirty at the moment. I'll be more entertaining tomorrow. Ciao. How many cups of chamomile tea does it take to counteract 5+ pounds of black tea over 72 hours, guys? That is the question. What I read online said the caffeine half-life, the black tea should be out of my system after 12 hours. I don't know how much black tea I drank today and yesterday, but still too much. I know 3 days ago, absolutely drank probably 128 ounces of black tea. And I thought yesterday I drank half that amount. And today I drank less than either day, but same exact thing, guys. I am like, my brain is wide awake at 10:14 p.m. But not in a good way. And like, I've had lots and lots of caffeine for days and days. In that sort of way, you know, where you like feel kind of like, I don't know, caffeinated, like it's coming out of my pores. That's how it feels. It feels like there's caffeine coming out of my pores.
And my hair has knots. And I've still got on my cool shirt. One of my cool shirts. It's actually Indy and Garrett's. I got them each the same. I love ugly holiday sweaters. You guys heard the story? This is the story of the terrible old Mystic Gwen by H.P. Lovecraft. Check it out in the H.P. Lovecraft vault. Oh, my bad. It's called The Terrible Old Man. I thought it was called The Terrible Old Mystic Gwen. A lot of tight sphincters in the building, guys. What's going on? How come so many people's little assholes are clenched? You may be wondering, did the FBI just debrief me with that fun fact? Bye! Next episode. I'm binging one of my brother's podcasts, guys. I don't agree with everything he says. I agree with some of what he says. And I like everything he says. Even the stuff I don't agree with, I still like. It's A Cult of Misfits. The picture is a really cool picture of a guy with a head that's upside down. I really like his thumbnail. Anyway, I am playing episode 33. Oh, I know what it was. It was that one boy upstairs was really pissed off when I made the comment about Andy taking place months before his issues with my youngest son in July, wherein Andy said the North Everett precinct was in Unit 207. Is that what has Unit 207's buttholes largely clenched right now? That's my speculation. Back to the podcast. It's 10:19 p.m. PST. In Nerd Squad, as we already knew from the preceding live streams from the last 24 hours, one of the packages that Unit 207 was pretending was out of stock that wasn't until after midnight that should have arrived today is not arriving today. Order 2000127811197159.
We've got another package due tomorrow. Perhaps they'll bring them both then. Or perhaps they'll delay that one, which was also an item that, as you can see in the preceding live streams, they pretended was unavailable. They being the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters and everyone in Unit 207. I sure hope none of the 3 people the FBI has stated mistakenly believe I'll be out of my home, who are going to prison for the rest of their lives, aren't upstairs. But if they are, or one of them is, let me just tell you, fuck off. Fuck all the way off. 10:20 p.m. PST. And then I also want to remind you guys, here's a fun fact that I don't think I've said to you. The FBI says that my YouTube live streams are great for them. Way greater for them than they are for any one of you. For evidentiary purposes, guys.
let's say free will is an illusion. Let's just say that everything in this whole reality is an illusion. I'm starting to question the nature of the universe. I'm starting to dive deep into quantum stuff. Just stuff that's really over my head, so I'm going to take it slow. But there are theories out there that the universe that we're currently in is possibly finite, with this weird bubble twin that's created by Yahweh and God. Someday we don't know the first one, real life, the veil of reality for you. So I'm saying all of this is that I think that this is everything in our known reality is an illusion. And therefore manifestation is an illusion. Okay? We think that we're manifesting a dream job or a meaningful relationship or whatever it is you're trying to manifest. As soon as it manifests, your brain is like, oh, I can do that. I can go get it. Without realizing that that's actually part of the dream. In the same way the brain says, oh, I will do that.
Only the whistleblowers are going to avoid going to prison for the rest of their lives.
The mind is just a picture case of this big realm. It doesn't necessarily know what's going on. It's like playing part of your brain. It's here to keep you alive. It's here to regulate things bodily, mentally, but it doesn't.
I just want to remind everybody, aside from Raggedy Penis, there shouldn't be anyone that's too pissy tomorrow. But Tuesday night, dude, I suggest you avoid anyone that you know for sure hasn't blown the whistle and is going to prison for the rest of their life. Because a lot of those folks, according to the FBI, are having a fucked up time from Tuesday to Friday. And then remember, clap for the lady going to prison for the rest of her life and everyone who's requesting to join her, including another lady who's younger than her that idolizes her, so that they have the best 3 weeks that they're going to have for the rest of their lives. And they get those applause.
It doesn't know how to go beyond that. And I think that's by design. It's a governor of sorts that's sort of restricting us. Because we're not meant to break free from that yet. So we're talking about reincarnation cycles, breaking free from those, achieving nirvana. And so I'm starting to wonder if these things that I think I'm manifesting are really just always meant to be. Talk about destiny and fate and things like this. I think that there are moments, and I haven't break this down, I think that there are moments in our lives that tend to panic the next in our lives, or it's not death of a loved one or a marriage or a child or a certain job or whatever. I think that many of those things are predestined. So then I take that step further and say, well, if these things are intentional and predestined, let's stop and take it one step further and say all of them. And it sort of gets at odds with trying to manifest this. Because I'm frustrated that my manifestation hasn't come yet. But I think that it just comes when it comes. I think that like the oak tree, I don't have to necessarily do anything. I think that I'm on a pre-recorded life. I think that God or my higher self or spirit or whatever created this simulation for myself in order to achieve certain things that I wanted to achieve. And so I think my higher self, my omega self, I think my omega wrote this whole story. So it sounds like something that I would do, my higher self. I'm totally as I think of infinite things that are in the realm. It probably sounds like something I would do. It's a very close story. I'm starting to, why I'm talking about this too is because I get very frustrated sometimes when my manifestations don't come as quickly as I want them to or in the manner that I want them to. And so the broader, deeper topic here uh, is really about patience and acceptance. I think that really what we're truly meant to be doing, we're meant to be doing practically all other things observing, is just accepting. Accepting what life throws at you, accepting the good and the bad, accepting the season that you're in, accepting that all the leaves have fallen onto the ground, accept that you have an abundant life, the leaves are back, it's full of fruit, everything is going great. Um, because you know, in spiritual isn't religion, it isn't oftentimes they say about prayers or manifesting, just consider it's already done. It was already done. It was already written. Chose to accept this is, we don't have free will. It's already done because it's already done. You think that, you know, I always think about this, another scientific test they did with pigeons. They put these pigeons in a cage and they would give them food pellets randomly throughout the day. And the pigeons, anytime the food came out, the pigeon would think about what it was just doing, like flapping its wings. Like, oh, I just flapped my wings, the food pellet came out. Not knowing it's completely random, so instead of these pigeons started thinking, oh, because I was flapping my wings, that must be what brings the food. I think about that often. I think about that often because I think we're programmed in many ways, but religious systems, they sort of preach, I grew up in a religious household, preach this idea that you have to do things in order to please God. Right? You don't want to just
Baby, little kitty,
things, not bad things.
little fur butt.
Sort of goes further deeper as that launch phase. It's about this need that many of us have, that I have as a approval from my parents. And even into adulthood, it's something that I just need to work on getting free from. Working through that, not feeling the need to have their approval because I often don't. Learning to be okay with that. And in my own life, I'm full of advancement with all kinds of things. And my life is better now and there as I work through that. But it also translates to religion. Like, why am I always trying to impress this guy guy? There's a business guy who you always got guy. He is a lucky guy. So, it's seeking this approval from the deity, from the higher power, from the parents, right? It's all connected. So when I breaking free from seeking my parents' approval, why is it breaking free from seeking the approval of the divine? This divine being. I'm always trying to do the right thing, so I don't fuck up, so my life isn't miserable. I think it's already done. I think it's already written in the stars. I think there's so much. I was listening to a podcast yesterday on the side about how the stars and the constellation the position of the planets the time you were born has a lot to do with your personality in certain ways. The podcast is also talking about how there's looking into the correlation between your star charts, your star sign when you're born, and your physical looks. That certain things apply in certain ways, and all these different people who are born under these stars or not, whatever. They had certain facial features that were very similar, so very interesting. I think that a lot of who we are as humans is pre-programmed, including your entire story. So we're also told by mainstream science, but also spirituality, that time is an illusion. There's no past, present, and future. And so in another way, it's already done, because the future is already here, somewhere out there, in space and time, in ways that I can't hold on to. future version of me that already has whatever it is that I want, my heart desires. It's just a matter of aligning yourself to that frequency, is what I'm talking about. Is what I've talked about many times, answering the question. I want to share these things because it's just, as soon as we get real comfortable in our belief systems, whether it's a religious belief system or even a spiritual, especially being spirituality, kind of like, oh, I'm trying to focus all that religious stuff. And now I'm finally on the true path, and I can see the esoteric wisdom and knowledge and resonates with my core. I finally see the light, and it's just another system that's inside. I just hop from one religious system over to a spiritual philosophical system. Just systems. It's real easy to latch on to what is truths because we don't question these things. It's part of my practice. I question them.
Is there anyone upstairs that is one of 3 people that truly believes they're going to do anything that I don't consent to at this point in time? Interesting. So, will there be a super Nazi scum in the building tomorrow, Monday?
Not one whose scalp I won't have.
Good on chin.
I am the Nazi hunter.
I think it might be a product of ego. It's not to say that I just think the miracles and happenstances and synchronicities come into our lives.
And you may be wondering, well, what was the answer? I'm not going to tell you.
So, I'm trying to come to a place of acceptance and realize that whatever.
How's that? That's it. The answer is I'm not going to tell you. Federal funds.
No, this is real.
Whistleblowers and informants as well. Whistleblowers, remember, you're the secret heroes. Yes, we all applaud you.
This with that, to accept what is given to me, to accept what is taken out of my life. Super challenging. This is like the razor's edge to straight down. The difficult path. I'll show you my notes. Same thing with fears around money and fears and fears. What I want to talk about. I often talk about how I faced all these fears in my life. I want to say all my fears, but that's just not true because that's just not possible. There's always going to be a fear mechanism. Just when I think that I've conquered all my fears, this has a way of giving me several new ones to punch on for a while. Based on those fears, here's the newest one. You're like, oh, okay, fine. So, the last few years has been a huge journey of facing my money fears. And so, I say I don't have any free will, so my ego wants to be proud of me for all that I've done. Like, hey, I did a really good job facing my fears. It's really difficult. Facing my fears around my body issues. I treated my body, I treated myself. I don't like social anxiety. It's a long list of things, right? So, systematically working through those, but I don't know if that's on my own accord, right? So I don't know if it's my own board, but that's just again, that's just how. It's just how I want to recognize it. Look at me, what a good job I did. So, question at all, but I just thought maybe I'll share with you guys some of the things that I did, whether or not realities we all talk about it. That's an example. Face my feelings these last couple of years. I had a lot of lack mentality. I'm always living paycheck to paycheck, or I'm not getting enough money for next month's rent, or how am I going to pay this bill? Just lack. It's just so behind the program that I'm trying to find out for years forward. show my parents have a certain view around money, and it's easy to rub off on the kids. That's why it doesn't matter. I have $10 million in my import taxes. If you have fears around money, you're not going to have this relevance. You're wealthy and still have this money fear. It's like, what am I going to lose it all? What if the other shoe goes down? This is fear. I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to be desperate. Fear. So the universe is been giving me lots of opportunities to face those things. It came to a point in my life 8 years ago where I thought, okay, I think I'm ready to face this money fears. I don't really know where to start. I don't know what that means. Step one is recognizing, yes, I have a lot of fears in my life. Now what? How do I conquer it? How do I wrestle with it? And so I bravely / foolishly asked the universe to intentionally give me situations and scenarios where I would be facing money fears. And the universe sure did deliver. Unexpected bill that would come, or a medical bill, or speeding tickets, or just any number of things. I started getting all of these money-related issues. All of a sudden, started popping up in my life, and I started freaking out. Panic mode, red alert. My guidance, my angels, like said, sit down. We got you. I remember you asked for this. And I'm like, oh yeah. Okay. Answer's not. But I'm still scared of my mind. I'm still pissing my pants. And so, what do I do? And so, Spirit wanted to show me all of the times that I freaked out about money, and then all of the times that subsequently worked out. Where I panicked, I wasn't going to pay that bill, and then somehow, some way, I did. I wasn't going to be able to pay rent that month, and then some way, somehow, I did. My car engine blew a gasket, and I don't know how to get paid that, and then I did. And so I started reminiscing about all the times that I freaked out at things, all the times that it worked out. And then I started playing a game of like trying to think of all the times that, okay, fine, cool. I'll prove you wrong. Here's all the times that it didn't work out. And it was crickets. Not to say it wasn't rough, not to say it wasn't a bumpy ride, not to say it wasn't terrifying. But at the end of the day, yeah, yes, you're right. It didn't work out. Fine, got me there. So I had to build this trust. Hey, in the mind camp, call it whatever you want, find yourself, or what did I say earlier? Glenn, Dave. I had to have faith in trust. I had to be sure that something out there has no back financial statement. And I went through some real hairy situations. Not having a job, not having a place to live, living out of my car, all these situations that the universe lovingly put me in. I laugh and try to say, it's not fun, it's not easy, it's the most challenging thing that I ever have done facing these fears. So once I built that foundation of trust with God, knowing that, okay, this is, God's not playing a trumpet in my own life, it's all to be played. These things just mysteriously, miraculously working out. So based on that, we then take the next step forward and have a little bit more faith and trust the next time these money things come on. And just have to repeatedly tell myself that it's not going to work out. I know that I can't see how work out from my current position. Humanize your close my eyes, walk your face, walk your chest. Led not to a doom, but through this storm.
Anyway, on that note, guys, how do you feel about Clark Kent? How do you guys feel about Superman?
It's not going to break the heart. It's like, why? See,
We're not all one, guys. There's the Marvel mayhem, the down to earth DCers,
early on,
and then there's Looney Tunes, guys.
we have an opportunity here.
Which one do you think you fit in best with? Obviously, I am a member of the Justice League.
Not allow it to rock our boat anymore. Does.
My preferences include Batman, Wonder Woman,
No, I want to
Superman.
I don't know where to start. Just thinking about it scares the hell out of me. Asking for divine help, point in the right direction.
Runner up, by the way, Looney Tunes, man. Why? Marvin the Martian, Elmer Fudd, Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny's a superhero, guys.
As these money scares or as they're still the universe gives it to you with another one. Puts you in these situations, this scenario. It's also this whole simulation of matrix. It is of the place of physics. It's a large part. It's the only component, but it's a major component. I don't think that we're allowed to advance to the next realm. Until we have purified ourselves. This is part of the purification process. Is cleansing all these fears that we texture. They're all in our minds. That's what I have to remind myself often. Is this just all in my mind? It's all stories that I've told myself and chosen to believe, and it's about rewriting those stories. I wanted to start pursuing fearlessness. Great, how do I do that? That's what fears. Oh, shucks. Okay, here we go. I start getting better at it. Better at it. Very slowly, guys. Very slowly. Not an overnight success. Still not even a success. Still not. But I think that once we recognize these things, recognize our fears, that's step one. It's like, okay, I can see it now. I can see it for what it is. It's still scary, but at least I want to look at it. You know, my whole life being more look at it. I want to look at it, think about it. No. Put my this is my own life. You don't have to do it your own. The universe has a way of goes back into our lives over and over again until we learn the lesson. Because our soul has us here for that purpose. Certain lessons that we can learn, certain fears that we can face, and we're going to keep coming back until you fix them. And the universe has a really good way of doing this. It's all just batting practice. It's not shifting it from the victim perspective. I'm like, why does this shit always happen to me? Why is my life so painful? Why are all these things happening? Shifting it and saying, thank you for all these opportunities to grow. Thank you for another opportunity to make me badass. Let's do this. I have to ask myself, why are you here? Are you here to bitch and moan about the government or, to make friends? All of those points, right? I ask myself, what do you think? Your spirit has me here for a reason. Like, let's get something. Let's do this thing. Because if I don't learn these lessons now, I'll learn them in the next life, or the next life, or the next life, and I'm going to keep on reincarnating according to the matrix. heart is lighter than a feather. Stripping away these impurities, these fears, these mental blocks, mental traps. I want to be fearless. I want freedom from all my fears. Because my whole life they were shackles around my neck. Around me. Freeing myself from my own shackles of fear. And I know it's scary. And I know it's difficult. And I really know I'm doing it. But I want to encourage you as you do it. You're never going to get to achieve zero. So know that whatever it is that you may be going through, you can get through this. You can do it. You have the power to be fearless, to face this fear. And the next time it comes, it's going to be a little bit easier. The next time it comes, it's going to be a little bit easier. Until it gets to the point where you're like, oh, wow, what kind of keep me up at night more than it used to. I don't have that knot in my stomach now that I fall from the used to. I can just breathe a little bit. Looking at that demon that has been on your back this whole time and say, man, look, thanks for coming along. Welcome along on this crazy journey. Embracing your demons, embracing your shadows. Because at the end of the day, they're just part of you. They're just in your mind. They're aspects of you. Hello, everybody. My name is Alex, and you're listening to another transmission from the Cult of Misfits. If you're new to the cult, this is a space where I talk about spiritual awakening, inner journeys, consciousness, major realities, interdimensional beings, all the fun stuff. So if you enjoy my content and feel led to reciprocate, you can do that by sharing the podcast with fellow misfits on social media, or by making a donation to all-111 or Venmo. You think everybody was done just those things. Sharing and donating. I love you. I see you. I appreciate you. You know, the Gnostic Gospels, I don't know if you know this or not, but the Gnostic Gospels talk a lot about sharing their podcasts. And if you share my podcasts, the ancient scripts talk about how an angel gets a place. So if you feel like it, you want to help the celestial kingdom multiply, you know to do that at this time. Obviously, share my podcast. So thank you so much for everybody. Reciprocating. I love you. I love you. Today, I want to talk about a real undercurrent topic, existential guilt. There was going to be just one of many topics I was going to talk about today, but the one on the walk, it just sort of kept expanding and expanding, and so that's what we're talking about today. Existential guilt, the awakening process, not mental soul, the difficult stuff. That's what I want to talk about today, and I want to end on a positive, uplifting note and talk about ways first guys. But what they did, like, these like 40 feet, two trees are next to each other. They completely stripped all of the branches off with chainsaws. And when I came into the game, they were at the top of the tree. And what they have done is they have lumberjacked themselves up there. Once they clear the tree, so it's like a giant, tree thing. They stick there, except for the top of the tree, they're about to go after it. So they attach a cable, a pulley system to it. And the chainsaws, there's right now more waiting for it. They slowly drop the top of this tree down. This big bulky knotweed. You can't just chop it across it because it goes right. So they have this pulley and cable system that allows them to slowly lower the top of the tree down to the ground, and then they start going nuts. They start chopping off the tree and little bits, like 2 or 3 foot bits, like logs, and inch their way down the tree a little bit, and chop off a couple more logs, and slowly, like, beavering their way down the tree, just slowly diminishing as they chop it down. Really interesting to watch. So, other channel guys, I don't think so. That's too many magical things that I see at once. The reason why we're talking about existential dread is because I'm going through existential dread. I feel like this is not the first time I've experienced this feeling, this dread, this darkness. And I've done it enough times now on my journey that I can talk about this. I take notes every time I go through. I take notes mentally through this podcast, right? I document what I'm going through so that when these things arise in my life, these bumps or these blocks or the scary stuff or the rough patches or whatever, I document it all with great detail because I want to learn how to deal with it next time it comes around. Because it's always going back around. That's the way this lovely universe works, right? Where we have these cycles and patterns that keep appearing in our lives, and so knowing that that's a mechanism of the universe that we're in, we start keeping notes. So the when the dread kicks in, when the darkness kicks in, I'm like, okay, I've dealt with this before, this is fucking rough, but like it gets easier every time because I talk about it. So what my experience is to figure out what works and doesn't work for me in the process and then share it with y'all before I'm not trying to educate on its own things. But this is just what I do. It's so difficult when you're in those dark pits of despair or worry or fear or the scary place. But just recognizing that you're going through it too right now. That's why this is just you're listening to it. So I'm too talking to someone. I'm realizing this is part of the process. Like everything else, try your best to like it. It's not going away. This is part of the process of awakening. Somebody asked me, what is the awakening process mean to you? It's just sort of the stripping away of the way that I think things are, my belief systems, and how I see things, and why do I respond that way? Why does this trigger me? Why does this scare the shit out of me? Why does it scare other people? Always digging to these things out. So that's what the awakening process is for me, is just learning more about who I am, how I operate, and to do it, I love it. That's why I had to work, because I did not do it very well at the beginning. And I'll repeat myself, I'm saying that I'm doing this whole, spiritual awakening thing wrong. I'm an idiot. I'm not good enough. I can't meditate long enough. It's too hard for me. Like all the things. But in that process, I've learned to love myself through it. Like, you got this, buddy. This is just a part of the process. It's not going to last forever. Do the things I call myself. Because the truth, once I come out of the tunnel, once the coin flips, once the pendulum swings, whatever analogy you want to use, whenever it turns around, it always does. You see this always coming. Sometimes they seem to last forever. Here one of those seasons right now. Cheers. What's it? That's sort of kicking this. What kicked off this conversation these last couple of weeks has been really diving into the nature of reality and talk about things because I think it's very important. I think it's a big component to this whole thing. So I talk about it often. I've been really questioning the nature of reality upon analysis. I go real deep, listen to what everybody has to say about it, and came to some conclusions. And I don't say it with a capital T truth. I just say, like, well, this is what makes sense to me today. Who the fuck knows what's going on in here? Nature of reality. I don't know. I don't come from a place of like, this is how it is, guys. The burning bush told me reality is fake. Like, listen to me, the God's spoken. It's not that. It's just that going on my intuition, going on my feelings, going on what science tells me, going on what the ancients tell me, going on what philosophy, spirituality, what my intuition, what it's all pointing towards, it's all pointing towards one of these two. It's all religion. Everybody else is going to question, is it free will? I don't know. Do we have free will or not? I don't know. But what I'm playing with, the little game I like to play, is not touch an assets that I do for myself, is I try to push myself outside of my bounds mentally by questioning these things. Could I get to a place where I'm okay and content if A, none of this is real, it's all an illusion, and B, I have no free will because it's out of my control. I'm just playing out some story that the divine being has written for me. Maybe my higher self, maybe God, maybe government, maybe God, whatever it is. But that put me in a state of like, well, that's cool. So nothing I do matters. I can't change anything. I'm just on this, floating down this cosmic river of life that I can't change or alter. And I'm just supposed to enjoy it. To just accept it, to just be, as I usually say. Can I come to a place where I'm okay with that? And it's rough. Because it starts stripping out the way. It's like, well, can I grapple with that? Can I get myself to a place where I accept that it's perhaps those things are true? So that's why I'm not in this place of dread. I'm like, wow, what is the point of any of this? What is the point of manifesting? What is the point of the inward journey? What is the point of discovering more about myself, learning to love myself, learning to face my fears, going down this path, going down that path until it really matters? That it's just happening because it's meant to happen? That's hard to process. It's hard to process. Whether or not it's true, I'm just grappling with it. So I've been here before. I've been down the path of questioning, the government and big pharma. My eyes can see things that I haven't seen before. That's part of the process as well. I'm like, holy shit, I hadn't thought of that before. It's been right in front of me the whole time. How could I not see that? That's part of the awakening process. Opening of the eyes, opening the third eye. But in this stripping away, that I think it's extremely painful. Mentally, spiritually, physical shit. All the things. So what I've learned when I'm in these dark places and questioning everything, throwing my fists into the Las Vegas experience. It's awesome. But it's about not staying, not far. It's about not staying there in that dark space. It's allowing for the dark space. It's allowing myself to feel those feelings. And that's what I know how to feel like the Omega, my higher self, or the dark soul wants to experience. So I don't try to push all those feelings of existential dread at all. What I want to do as part of this process is not to cramp down or ignore and try to change it, try to be more positive. Those things don't work for me. They may work for you. I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just saying what works for me. These are the things that I do. The more that I dwell in those places of self-pity or victimhood, or why is this happening to me, or can they make me feel that way, or how can they have done it, all those things just prolong my own suffering. So what I do is I allow the feelings to come. Sometimes a few hours, sometimes a couple days, usually a few weeks or months. So that's what I'm doing now. Over the past few years, this experience of darkness and depression, all these things that I've experienced in my life, I've learned to manage them. That's what this process is about. It's just learning because they're not going to go away. Dark times are always going to come. Coin is always going to play. Penguin's always going to swing. And so it's about, for me, I want to get myself to a place where I didn't rock my boat as much as I used to. So I've fallen into dark periods for months. And now I've learned, I've been given these tools, is what I should say. You know, just given these tools that I'm grateful for my spirit team for showing me the way about how to make these dark times a little less focused, a little less scary. So I talk about it. So I'm trying to dwell on it. I love it, I accept it, and I say, okay, we're cutting this up. No twist for all its worth, with all of the tears, shaking and twisting happiness. Let's grab our bootstraps here and let's get going. I don't want to go on this. So what I do is the two things. The first thing that I do is gratitude. And gratitude is harvesting joy. I'll go on these long walks and I'll just be thankful for everybody. Sometimes I gotta jump start. Thank you that I have food. Thank you that I have air to breathe. Thank you that I have legs to walk on. Thank you that I have this free time to go and take walks in the woods and to be with nature and to be all that is. I'm so thankful for all these things. And then once I start down that path, I jump start something, right? And once it starts moving, then the gratitude starts flowing. And the tears start flowing oftentimes too. I'm just sort of, looking all that is, and just sort of is flowing through me. Just sort of being thankful for my journey, and thankful for all the things that have been shown in my life, and thankful for all of the tough times because they make me stronger. It's the good tears, guys. You go. So I feel like I have to get myself in a place of gratitude because, first of all, it feels good. It feels real good. And it gets me to a frequency where I'm not wallowing in suffering. I'm not wallowing in self-pity anymore. I'm down to one. So it literally just refocuses my mind on all the good things that are going on in my life. Because oftentimes, the voice in my head, which I call Hal, 2001 Space Odyssey shows Hal. Hal's always trying to throw me back into this fearful and dark thought patterns. So it's about practicing baby steps, putting duct tape over Hal's mouth and saying, nope, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to allow myself to wallow in it. Yes, I see the thought came, the feeling came, the pain came, and I got to do this thing for a minute, and I'm not going to let it do that. See you, love you, bye. Because gratitude really gets me to a good place. First started doing gratitude, it was a rough moments. It was really hard to pick like 5 things I was grateful for. I've never been one of those people who writes things down in a journal. Before you go to bed, write down things to be grateful for. But hey, grateful for my kids, grateful for food on the table, grateful for that food. And it just wasn't heartfelt, wasn't genuine, and the universe knows. Like it's a thing. So rather than giving myself like, you know what, I'm going to do something, I just throw it away. I just write, that's okay. It's all right. I start working on this gratitude. So it always starts feeling good. It's not every day that it feels good. Sometimes, it's harder than others, but it's a about trying to put yourself in the best frame of mind. Because once you start doing it, you start realizing, holy shit, I actually do a lot of good stuff going on. Yes, granted, there are things that I could focus on, and they're not doing the way that I want them to. Those things that those people did to me, or these circumstances have come up, right? But I make an active choice not to focus on these things. And in doing so, lets me become less effective naturally. Just let me practice it, and keep practicing, because I find that when I don't practice it, I get a little rusty. So it's just skills practice. So thank you, University. Skills practice. Thanks for keeping me sharp. Spiritually strong. Mentally strong. Just all this practice, practice, practice. So gratitude really helps me get me out of that pit. Despair. Life is described. Shout out to precinct. That was a weird, yeah. I've been putting out Mario. I'm going to put princess in it. I was going to princess in it. So, I'm going to say right up the script. The second part of going to the case for in the start places, going to the start places. So, is, girl, please, there's surprise, please, meditation. When we started the spiritual journey, meditation was just this weird, like, I don't get it, so it's not really for me. I don't understand it, but I'm doing it wrong, and like that. I suck at this. I just have to suck. So I'm like, love myself. I started finding that it was a super useful tool in my spiritual toolkit position. And I realized that I was going to make meditation do what I wanted to do. I didn't necessarily feel like I wanted to sit in a lotus position and, have my index finger in the thumb position like the Buddha and, straighten my spine and try to get into the correct position, whatever the fuck that is, according to who. So I started playing around with others meditation, and I found it much more enjoyable because they're much more me. For me, meditation is just shutting off that fucking voice in my head. That's it. Stop thinking. That's meditation. For me. And once I defined it like that, a lot of avenues of meditation opened up for me. I realized, I would hear these gurus or whatever talking about how they went on a spiritual journey and not meditating, 6 or 8 hours a day, and I was like, holy shit, what the what? That's even possible. But now I'm at a place where it's not consecutive. I'm not sitting there for 6 hours meditating solid. But I do meditate about 6 hours a day. I take a lot of long walks, and I found that, I just do a lot of contemplation, or just being, just listening to the sound of, my shoes on the gravel, on the path of the trail I'm walking on the woods, or the chirping of the birds, or there's so many things that I can just focus on that allow me to not think about the past, or not think about the future, or what's going to happen, or how's this going to work out, or how am I going to do that? It's exhausting. So I found that in practicing shutting the voice off, I've got a lot more control. It's such a useful tool for those moments, especially when I'm feeling existential dread, or I'm feeling the darkness closing in, or I'm feeling the panic attack setting in, or I'm feeling, like it's all over. I laugh, but it's not funny. But what I do in those moments is I close my eyes and I just let me breathe. It's so simple. Here's the first thing sense. I just that's why I'm talking about it. So in those moments of just, the walls closing in, I just breathe. What not for what? Right? Just listen to the sound of whatever is here. It could even be the sound of traffic. I was sitting on a park bench recently, which I do not want this. No parking spot. Just sit there, watch the creek, or watch the woodpecker, watch the lumberjacks. The lumberjacks in the woods. hopelessness, these rough periods. Right? Super hard. I just try to remember that I have a flame within me that will never go out. I have legions of angels and beings in the spiritual realms that are looking after me and guiding me and leading me every step of the way, encouraging me left and right. Keep going. You got this. You're doing an amazing job. Even when the voice in my head is telling me, no, I'm not. Which is what myself through. I was having a particularly rough day yesterday. And the universe gave me a message I didn't say on here, but it helped me get through it. Was that this period that I'm in right now is a bit like a psychedelic trip, an LSD trip or something. Now, I've never personally had a bad psychedelic trip, but so the universe just sort of told me yesterday that to just pretend like you're on a bad trip. My higher self, my dad is just sort of like, rubbing my back gently and saying, it's gonna be okay. You're gonna get through this, buddy. And I'm like, how much longer is this gonna last? Like, you know that it's gonna be the end at some point. Like, if you're watching your friend go through a bad trip, you're like, oh, shit. Okay, well, let's just get through this the best we can. But he's like, you know, nothing you can do to move along. There's nothing you can do to make it end. It's just like you're for a ride. And you just gotta get through it. And here's something you can get through it. It's over when it's over. I'm sorry to tell you that, but these are things that are going to. I just remind myself, like, just write this out. Calm. Know that I'm looked after and taken care of. Just breathe. Just tell myself when you're not supposed to. Just look at anybody. Yes. Say it. Sense of calm. I'm not in panic mode. Take a step back, and say, okay, see it for what it is. Go back trip. This is a rough time, a rough patch, a rough day of the soul. That's super good. Whatever. There, machine health, whatever. Well, as I walk today, also my mantra, because oftentimes the mantra that came to me when I share with you, I don't have a mantra or one or two mantras. I just sort of given these mantras from great beyond, and we shared working with it seems appropriate. So today, I realized that I'm often trying to get myself out of this dread or out of this dark night of the soul. I just want it to be over with. What am I going to do to change this? Am I going to try to be more positive or just wrestle with it? That's all exhausting. And I've learned that it doesn't really do more in terms of speeding it along. So it's just let it happen, accept it. But rather than trying to change it or to mental my way around it, the mantra that I was given today was, I am in harmony with all that is. There's nothing that I need to do to be in harmony, for I am already in harmony with everything, with my divine path, with where I meant to be. I am in harmony with all of it. It puts me in a place of being and accepting that there's nothing to keep, nothing to change, or I am nothing to hold, and to believe as I am, and I am in harmony with all that is. I'm in harmony with everything. I don't see the way. I of his panicking. The higher self, the deeper self, the knowing is that you are already above this. You are already complete. You are perfection. You might not feel it, even though friends or family may be telling you that you're not. Experience of material power. If that is true, then I am divine and perfect. I am the light of God. Therefore, I am peace. I am unity. I am harmonious. Exactly what you're meant to be. You're meant to be someone else. You know, you're meant to have this or that in your life that they would do. If it's not, then it's not good for you. You do not have some purpose for everything. Part of this process of awakening, whatever that means, has been a process of metaphorically putting old me up on the altar of sacrifice. Sacrificing old versions of me. Those versions of myself that are living in fear, that live in anxiety, that didn't know how to handle life. Was always nervous, always trying to impress people, always trying to pretend that I was something that I wasn't, so that I could fit in, or be liked, or gain acceptance from people, or group, or family members. I had to take that little nervous guy, put that guy up on the altar. And part of this process for me has been about accepting that that is a part of me. Those are parts of me. And I love them and accept them and incorporate them. It's spiritual alchemy. It's accepting everything and incorporating it into who I am, which is to say the all is. And so I metaphorically put these aspects of myself up on the altar during these dark periods. Because during this period it's stripping away, burning away the things that no longer serve me, serve us. And it showed that. It's very painful and scary to let those things go, to release those things from my life the way often I have found, or gripping onto quite tightly. I do not want to let go of certain things. The universe lovingly nudged me medically towards putting exactly those things up on the altar and sacrificing them. I grew up in a Christian household and never truly understood sacrificing on the Bible very well. And a lot of times sacrifice how to go to the mountains. Sacrificing goats. Sacrificing something that's important to you because they don't have the options. Money. They didn't have money back in the day often because their currency was livestock or goats, right? So to sacrifice a goat was often like, taking $23 and throwing it in the fire. Right? Like you're out of money. And it's this process of learning to let go of these things, trusting and having faith that there will be more goats. That God, the universe, and all that is, will always provide. Do not hold on to these goats too tightly, or your money too tightly, or these things that you think are important to you too tightly. It's about showing God that you're willing to let them down by sacrificing these things. That's what it means for me. So when I close my eyes and I picture myself putting all of these insecurities up on the altar, lugging them over my shoulder that I've been carrying around my whole fucking life, these insecurities and fears and all that nonsense. I say nonsense, but like it's part of the process. It's not nonsense, it's just who I am. It's part of this journey that I'm on. So I take them all, I dump them all from the altar. And as I started getting scared of all these things going this year, in retrospect, looking back at all the things that I let go of, Spirit has asked me to let go of all of my material goods. I was asked to release all of my belongings and to practice being okay with that. And that's like these are the types of things that I've been asked to do about. These are things that I've asked to sacrifice on the altar. I like to actually practice these things rather than just talking about them, to incorporate them in my own life, to experience them, to talk about them. This is what it's like to sacrifice things. It's not easy, and in retrospect, looking back, it's so freeing. This is ultimately what I'm looking for, what I'm manifesting every moment, every day of my life. Is free. I want to be free from it all. Not just free from the government or these sorts of things, power and all that stuff. I just want to be free from my own mental traps, free from my own mind, free from these games I will just play with myself, with others, and mind games, and just all the things, right? Trying to fit in, all of that stuff. As I work through those things, ultimately, at the end, sacrifice them. And what I do is I work through these things, and once I get myself to a place where I feel like I'm no longer shackles around my neck, but I'm so free to let those chains fall to me. I love listening to the sound of the chains clinking, because now I'm a little bit more free. Yeah. And I face another fear. I hear another chain fall to the ground. I realized looking in the mirror when I first started this spiritual journey of mine, I looked in the mirror and I felt like Harry Houdini. He would he was an escape artist, so he would often, bundle himself up in chains and get thrown into the river or whatever as an escape. So as I metaphorically looked in the mirror, I just saw I was bound in all these, just an endless amount of chains and irons around my entire body. Of my own construction, by the way. I looked at who manufactured those chains, and they said, property of Matt Owens. I was like, wait, what? I created those chains? I must be able to undo them then, huh? So I feel like I feel like I have to the matrix. It's like a hack. So that I can actually unlock these things and get these chains off like nobody told me before. And as I start doing that, it feels so good. I feel light. For me, that's what this awakening process is, to just lighten the load. My own load. And I put it on my own back. How? But I'm not going to chains or, well, they put those chains on you and that chains on the back. It all comes to the balance. I was having a real conversation with a few months ago with the Omega, and he said, look, I'm weary. Weary of it. I feel broken, I feel down, I feel all alone, I feel unexperienced, I feel you don't have to experience that place. And I said, I just can't, I just want out of here. Those of you who love me know me in real life, I'm like suicidal, so I said, I'm not talking about kill myself. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this realm anymore. Like, I'm ready to just move it along. I've heard a lot of stories about great things on the other side. I'm ready for that. When does that come along? I just want to be in the 5D. I just want to be in the New Earth. I just want to be in heaven. I just want to be whatever I want to be called. enough. Let's do this thing. Like, I put in the hours, I did all the things drastically, I faced my fears, like, well, what's next? Why am I still here? Why am I still here this road? You just want to be my higher self. I just want to be you. Master Omega. I just want to merge with my higher self. Put this all behind me. And the response that I got was that it's coming eventually. What gets me to the 5D is doing exactly what I'm doing today, and tomorrow, and the next day. One step after the other, one foot in front of the other, pushing through the fire, pushing through the darkness, pushing through the fear, pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. This is what gets me to the higher realm. This is what releases me from samsara, from this cycle of death, rebirth, death, rebirth. So I was told that the exact things that I'm doing are exactly what gets me there. So keep on going and doing your job. And no, that's not what I want to do. I was like, well, fuck that. I don't want to be here anymore. To be in the darkness, to be experiencing this. My soul is not affected by the process at all. My higher self, the higher aspect of myself, is not affected by the process. The human is. The human is scared out of his mind. So it's that embodying that higher self, embodying knowing that everything is okay. So it's not as bad as the voice in my head is telling me that it is. It's all about perception and perspective and practicing, not being perfect, not wanting, that this boss was talking about, not having want or desire in your heart, because that just ultimately leads to suffering. I never really broke that down before, but if you think about it, it's true. I've seen with my own life, at least. The more that I desire something and it doesn't come when I want it to, oh well, I want it now. But everything comes with the comfort. Learn to get more comfortable with that. I will tell you that I have to practice it, it gets a lot easier. So if you feel encouraged and ready to do it, because it does get easier. It doesn't go away. It's places where it's too challenging, but I'm also going to overcome those challenges. I'm going to tell you that you can as well. You're never going to make it, Don't remind me of that. That's what I tell myself that. How many times have you faced difficult challenges in your life, and in retrospect, you're like, well, yeah, I got through that. The voice in your head is going to tell you that that's not going to happen this time. No, everything's going to fall apart, everything's going to get worse, we're on the back. It's about not listening to the voice. Creating a new truth for yourself is the way we create. Create new truths for yourself, new stories, new scripts. More something like that. So now I'm feeling helpless, hopeless, adrift, wet, surrounded by a bunch of kids. Always Catholic, yes. But these are some of the things that I do the right time. So wade through it in a way that diminishes my suffering as much as I can. Because the more that I try to struggle, the more that I try to control it, the more that I try to do things to get out of it. I'm going to try to meditate more. That's why it's not a shit people like that. free to ask for help. We'll call to the always. I'll pick up the red phone, the back phone, and say, we got a code red, you're free to help. Okay. See what it's picking up. Just remind me, lovingly, that's all okay. That's why I'm not here today, but okay. Everything's going to be okay. You want to look back on this? Smile. Maybe not today. But another day for sure. I love you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to another transmission of Culture Misfits. If you're into things like existential dread, interdimensional beings, the state of consciousness, the nature of reality, all the fun stuff, well, so am I. These are the things that I enjoy talking about on my podcast. So if you enjoy these things as well, I strongly, firmly, not too much, I don't want to push you, but I seriously insist that you follow my podcast. Optimists. You also find me on Instagram. I post content talking about red clothing. This is everything for this guys regularly. Post a lot of pictures from my nature walks, my afternoon walks, where I connect with y'all that is like sweet dog, chase squirrels. So check out my podcast. Listen to it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, all the places. I wonder if it's there. Not a big, but it's like my heart, but I'm basically all over the places. Check me out on Instagram, Twitter, all of the above. Today I want to talk about Buddhism. I want to dive deep in the potatoes of this thing. It's going to be like 4 noble truths. So we're going to talk about suffering, the nature of living in this world, talk about nirvana, how to get there according to the Buddha. But first, I want to talk about the tallest building, the tallest statue in the world. And I want to talk about a little analogy that came to me from the divine realms. Praise be. A little analogy about Chi-Chi chasing some rabbits. It's going to resonate. So first of all, I was playing a little trivia game recently. And the question was, what is the tallest statue in the world? Very fun trivia. Love a trivia. Good fun. If you think like, should I write maps for trivia sometime? Yes, the answer is yes. There's a great move. Let's go here too. So the tall statue. I was like, oh, well, I think it's the all the happiness was for my answer was the Jesus statue in Rio de Janeiro, right? The big statue of Jesus with his outstretched arms. I'm pretty sure that's the big statue. So we went with that, and that was definitely not perfect. So it's like, well, we looked it up. What the heck is the difference? And we were all shocked. We were a psycho, just a normal looking Indian guy, 600 feet tall. So I'm into it, and that's kind of thing. So it's kind of looking all these other characters like, where are all of these other, like, I asked ChatGPT what the 20 tall statues in the world are. Here's what else surprised me, is I think that there is like that. And I'm like, how are these not common knowledge? And here's another big fun fact, is that 95% of them are in Asia. Which is like, wow, this is really insane. So clearly I've never traveled to Asia, and maybe this is bigger than we talk about this stuff. But, just a little fun fact here. So next time you're playing trivia, whether or not you're invited, no pressure, guys, but you're free, let's just, when it comes down to the statue of grace, you guys know something. Let's move on. Today has been a lot. These little analogies, remind me of little Jesus parables, right? Just like those little things that I can relate to, my little human mind can wrap itself around and try to understand these cosmic, this difficult. It's a bit most of it, but it's a parables that help break it down. These analogies. So, to be on the walk, she just goes nuts. This is a walk and truck. It's you've seen it in a poster on Instagram. Like really overgrown pictures of sweet teacher. But anyway, he goes, bananas for the rabbits. He's going to conflict in his life because it's too common to just don't know how to say that. He's here to hear what he's saying, right? And he's doing. But today he was like chomping at the bit to chase this rabbit. It's smelling. So he's got his nose down to the ground. He's just like furious. His nose is sweeping air looking for this. But it's not good. And so the thing is like, because often you can't see the rabbit. You just knows it's nearby somewhere in these flies, these black bushes. I always like calling them wires because it makes me feel like I'm going to downstairs. Like British people call them wires. It makes me say, I see blackberry bushes, I feel like some redneck, like, oh, blackberry bushes, that's fashion. But wires, that's where cute little rabbits live. That's a part of the children's story. That's precious. Blackberry bushes and ribbons. But anyway, so oftentimes you can smell the stupid ground in this thing, but I can see it. You can't see it because I just realized so many times it's colorblind. The stupid ground is camouflaged for a reason, but my predatory eye is exactly to the rabbits. I can see it sitting like 3 feet away from Gigi, just like not moving muscles, not moving Gigi. It's kind of vicious of it. But it was just sort of a parable in my own life, because oftentimes there are these things that I this known, this gut instinct that I just know something's around the corner, and I can't see it with my human eyes, but I just fucking know it's there, I can't explain it, but like there's just, let's get you to a popular guy, so you can see it, it's close by, you just haven't seen it yet. Certain kids, it's over to an investigation, it's things that they want to their lives. We're not going to just kind of feel like, oh, it's something's right around the corner here. And you just sniff it around, right? I feel like there's these things in our lives that are often, as I was taking this journey, this inward journey, right, towards tell me about it. Like, what do you understand? It's like, you can't see it. It's not, it's like, after that, the shrimp like shoots it, it's hot bubble, and we have a lot of it's like disgusting. And so with portable treats, it's like it's been there the whole time. There's ancient wisdom in these schools and this esoteric knowledge, this gnosis that this society is not sort of whispering and talking about. These sorts of things, right? But I now have less done in pigs and sort of arbitrary plain sight to see. You can't see it until you see it. So that's how those portable treats like the film that took it. History, philosophy, maths, college. And it just didn't soak in. And I get into that today. And I'm like, oh wow, just reading so much more now than I really expected. So let's go through this. Let's talk about the four global truths. As I was just kind of, the way my brain works is I just kind of, I want to, let me talk about the election. I just want to sort of take a broad stroke. What's going on here? And then I like to sort of break it down into big bites that every time I can. Look at the whole picture, the whole puzzle, and down and put it together. And it's like, okay, now see, this is the story. So, so there's affordable truths for everybody to know. Means the one who awoke in the afternoon. Anyone else that didn't realize this is the safety. I don't know why, but the brain, I always thought that the other one is like, Chuck E. Cheese, it's like, not even agent subcontinent, but like, I don't know, I picture it, I just picture the statues, and then everything like, oh, he's there. So that was what this presentation was. I don't like using the word truths, since we're talking about creating truths. They sort of shy away these ideas or analyze. I don't like saying that this is a truth, because I believe that that's also good. We start talking about things like good and evil, secrets, in a dualistic way, and then it turns into, I'm right, you're wrong. This is the truth, that's not the truth. You're a liar, you're wrong, I'm right. This will turn into, hero fest, you're the sinners, I'm the saint. So I don't like saying these are the truths, because they're too perspective. And we realize that we hear from the lives. You don't say, like, this is the way, but why? I should say, this is the way, this is the way for me. And we never like to say, like, hey, this is what you guys should be doing wrong. You should be happy when you're doing it wrong, because our ego, the voice in our head, which I call Hal, is very important. Hal's always putting things on the table. Until we get into a place of duality. I'm better than them, they're wrong, morality, sin, superiority, all that stuff. I end up getting you know what you come back to last year, just atrophy and hurting myself because what? Talk about so rather than calling it truths, more noble truths, I watched a video today that suggested that we could consider laws, right, for the sort of laws of the universe. It's just kind of how things work. Rather than say this is a good path, it should say, like, hey, this is how it goes, the mechanism that we all is working through in this material realm. So I'm going to briefly say what the four noble truths are, and then I'm going to break it down. So the first noble truth I'm going to bring is basically a recognition and acknowledgement that life in the material realm is going to include a lot of suffering. So I'm going to tell you, I hate to break it down to those, but there is no good or bad. You're going to be suffering a lot of it. So that's the first stop suffering. And then the fourth dimension talks about the path to endless life. How are we going to do this? Okay? So we'll start with the first one, which is just saying, hey, y'all are going to deal with what I suffer while you're there. Okay, we're going to be this conversation, this having a philosophical, deep conversation. So many and I enjoy having these conversations. And they were saying that, from their perspective, life is just suffering. Life is just an endless stream of suffering. Occasionally, here and there, there's moments of happiness and joy and celebration, but then it's just going to be a lot more suffering. And another breath of fresh air for a minute, and then like just a lot more suffering. And I was in my head, here, that's just, that sounds real pessimistic. Real weird. I was like, I do not agree with that viewpoint at all. I love having these conversations. I love hearing other people's perspectives. And I love sharing my perspective. I'm asked for it. I really got stuck with the conversation.
That person is me, guys, if you're listening to this episode. Yes, it was me. And I'm not pessimistic. I'm the most realistic person you'll ever meet. It's because I'm rational. My level of rationality is higher than many a person's. How are the federal felons in Unit 207 doing? You guys seem to have calmed down since your little temporary outburst a couple hours back. They did indeed steal, delay, or do something with the package that should have arrived today. Will they do it with the package that's supposed to arrive tomorrow? A different order? If they're extremely stupid. And based on a pattern of criminality, it's 50-50. No, real talk. Everybody should be pretty chipper for Monday, except for Raggedy Penis. As far as the named federal felons that I know of. But Tuesday to Friday is a very bad time for some of you who will be spending the rest of your lives in a federal penitentiary. Will it be maximum security? I think it will depend on your crimes. Should I just sing and butcher the airwaves every time I address the federal felons? Federal felons, have I told you lately you owe me millions? Have I told you how disgusted the FBI was when you called yourselves professionals over a year ago? Oh. Yeah, the federal felons calling themselves the professionals, dude. You guys have fucked up in just about everywhere that you could. Well, you guys aren't pedophiles, but you may have given my children to a pedophile, so there's that. Or maybe you are pedophiles. Would surprise me, because we all know you're child abusers. And kidnappers. Amongst all the other adjectives that accurately describe you.
Whistleblowers excluded. Oh no, look at that, guys. It's day 138 of being illegally detained by the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, child abusers, stalkers, hostage holders, thieves, cyber attackers, hackers. It became day 138 7 minutes ago. It's now officially Monday. And I am not drinking any more black tea, but I am still trying to figure out the correct amount of black tea to drink and not be awake, basically indefinitely from drinking it. It is not out of your body in like 4.5 hours like other caffeinated beverages, like green tea or a pot of coffee, which I can drink a whole pot of coffee and take a nap 5 hours later. No. Not black tea, guys. Nope. Black tea, 12 hours later, you might get to go to sleep for 5 hours. That's been my experience over the last 3 days of drinking way too much of it, but also liking it because it's like, woo, black tea, man, I never knew. Stuff is intense, man. Once you throw down that 5th cup, it's like, boom, boom, boom. Welcome to caffeine. But the flavor I have started to like. I described it as tasting like vegan diarrhea poo. But after I drank about 16 cups of that in the last 3 days, the flavor just transformed from that to this stuff is powerful. The flavor's not as bad now. Now it just tastes like caffeine power. Caffeine to the 10th power, guys. Anyway, I can see why my autistic son became so addicted to it in the last year. Now that I'm drinking his shit. I'm like, woo, okay, indeed. Appetite suppressant? Yes, indeed it is. Because it makes you feel like you have a lot of caffeine in your body. After the 5th cup, guys, up to 4 cups, you're fine. You're not going to feel anything. Drink 5 cups of black tea in less than 4 hours. And then you clock when you're able to go to sleep next, guys. But you won't be for about 10 to 12 hours. Anyway, still trying to find that perfect number because once again I overshot it, and I literally have I drank half as much tea yesterday as I did the day before, or I guess now since it's midnight, half as much tea the day before yesterday as I did the day before, and then yesterday I drank like 75% of what I drank the day before, and I'm still having the same effect. Too much black tea. You are awake. You had caffeine. You can lay down. You no go sleepy. You no go sleepy. So tomorrow, I'm not having more than 5 cups. Hopefully, I'm not having more than 5 cups.
this ignorance also has to do with these false beliefs that we have about ourselves. Beliefs about who you are or who you aren't, what you represent, your belief systems. This idea of separation from the alternatives. You can't start down this path according to this. You can't start down this path until you start realizing that there's no separation. God is out there somewhere. The clouds in heaven, in another dimension, a place that we can comprehend with the human minds. It's none of that. It's all of that. Just come through way, right? It's all of those things and none of those things. The infinite mind is pervasive through everything, all the universe. And that literally itself. Because we have a part of the fabric of the all is. So, once you're able to start to wrap your mind around, this is what I did over, right? And it's not that you can't wrap your mind around it and you can't do this. No, that's not. But this also mirrors reaction and realization and awakening. It's a constant awakening process. It's not when I first started having these conversations, when I first started the awakening process in 2020. Just receiving. You start seeing things differently. You start asking questions. You start getting a little deeper. You start seeing things with new eyes. It's like seeing a rabbit to the lion. So the second one truth talks about this first. Great. Ignorance. And now we'll move on to the third noble truth. The third noble truth is retrogression. The third one says, hey, here's good news. Good news means gospel. Gospel means good news. Here's the good news. We know that suffering is a real heavy news waiting on you. The good news is it's possible to stop the suffering, to end suffering in your life. Now, I don't know about you, but my entire adulthood, I haven't had no suffering. I was anxious all the time, I was stressed out all the time, I was angry all the time, I went to the limit all the time. But now introspect is another perspective on myself. I had a 4-3 grade, I was more great to myself. 6 years ago, I was lost in the winter. Put those ones. So the good news, according to Lewis, the good news is, hey, it's possible to end all this suffering. And the way to do it is by letting go of all of your desires and all of your needs. So it's super easy. Super easy. All you got to do is just let go of your desires for it. Just stop wanting and stop attaching to everything. And you can achieve a state of liberation. Of freedom, inner peace, of nirvana is bliss. Nirvana is this state of real. And as I talk about energy teaching, notice operating is freedom. It always has been. Even as a kid, I always felt rebellious against authority, whether it was a teacher or a parent or perceived authority and saying, I got it from you. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what my mind. I'm going to do things my way. There's what the consequences are. I don't care. I'm doing it my way. And I'm really getting into that more and more in the last few years as I learned to be firm. It's still working. It worked. I'll tell you this. This is legit. It's still working. It's still waste of time. Don't do it. 1-star review. Weapons. Sometimes it's like one of these things in my life. It starts working. It's slowly but surely. One way or another. Once I start dedicating myself to it, once I start practicing the patterns and practicing it, I would just go with this real terrible things that I do in application. And what is it done? So just find a natural reason for this. I don't know how to say it humbly, but how one or two broken up the best. But this is just on fire. It's just all practice. Letting go of your desires and attachments, go clean shirt. It takes time, a lot of time. I know it can be very expensive. But I started putting myself in a position so I wasn't afraid. The truth is, I was doing this. I didn't want to feel like guilty. I didn't want to do the things that I felt hard. So I didn't want to look at their shadows and success. So I slowly realized, first for me, I never realized how many tactics, because I never thought if somebody had said to me, hey, you got a lot of tactics, I said, oh, yeah, okay. I guess. But, okay, reflection. Okay, fine, yes. Fine. You got me. I have a lot of tactics. Fine, I get it. I agree to myself. Look, I don't want to be telling people if that's embarrassing. But now that there's a big story.
Nerd Squad attempting to delete cookies and cache on the Linode Precinct pod probably will have the same effect as it usually does, and Unit 207 will just prevent their fraudulent Google certificates and whatnot. From being released. Okay, done clicking on see all cookies, and we've still got quite a few pushing media home, even though I just removed them. Same thing, open it back up, same thing. That time showed Spotify creator and whatnot. Open it back up, same thing. Let's not forget local storage, Google syndication. Every time that I open it up, there's still cookies even though I've removed all. All you really need is a little bit, not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. Dude, what is this? Xena Warrior Princess? Yeah. Do you Well, someone upstairs, Nerd Squad, is not happy with the cached image and cookie attempts of clearing, even though, as usual, since they did whatever you said they did at boot, there was still things there. You heard me. Is a little bit. Just a little bit. And a little bit. And a little bit. Oh, by the way, guys, remember, never pay your student loans. If you paid off your student loans, you're done.
Yeah.
And right now, I just want to thank Black Jesus. Because Jesus Christ is my nigga. Also, remember, I give thanks to the whistleblowers. Not because they're incredible. Some of them are. Some of them just didn't want to go to prison for the rest of their lives or didn't like the idea of having their paycheck garnished either. Especially one moody man that's not upstairs right now, but he'll be there later this week. Who I like, but everybody else gets really annoyed by. Let's be real, guys. So he's not here. Let's hope he doesn't watch this. You know who I'm talking about. The little Mitch. The little Mitch. You look better with long hair. So I'm watching 90 Day Fiance, the one with the autistic guy and the dude in the wheelchair. The show is addicting. I never saw the show until I think 2 years ago. And there's 5 million gazillion episodes. There is so many different types of these shows that I literally haven't even seen them all. But I like the new ones and I like this one. Including the crazy white girl that's like, I didn't know what Muslim meant, and then I married a Muslim guy, and now I think he's sexist because he's Muslim. And I really think somebody needs to make a reality show just called that, the stupid chick who married a Muslim and didn't know. Because, I don't even, yeah. There should be a show on that, guys. It would be a hit. And on that note, ladies, if you decide to marry a Muslim man, he's likely to be well endowed. I'll tell you, every Middle Eastern Muslim man I've ever hooked up with has a very nice tool. That being said, the rules are you have to dress the way I've been dressing for well over a year. Baggy clothes, no cleavage. Even when you swim, your husband's not sexist. He's Muslim. They don't have to dress like that all the time, by the way. You're at home with your husband. You can wear makeup and walk around in lingerie all you want at home with your husband. And I'm so glad that she got to hook up with a super hot, bald foster dad guy. He got 10 times hotter too when he was like, and I have a baby that I'm trying to adopt. What? What? Oh no. Girl. What? He's like, but you give blowjobs? Girl, no, something's wrong. If it's been 6 fucking years, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, you just said you haven't had sex in 6 years. What, dude? I cannot believe that. I totally do, but I think she's nuts. What has she been doing? Maybe she just made that up so she wouldn't be caught on film having a one-night stand, which there's nothing wrong with. Everybody watching the show wants her to have a one-night stand because she flew across the world. And then the guy was like, oh, we're just friends because I'm not attracted to you. And yeah, I said I love you, but I just say that to everybody. So she needs to leave. Hooray. They're foolish, dude. You should have just gotten some ice cream and buttercup. Yeah, guys. That's what foolish girls are all about. And it's not racist to say that. And I can say that because all of my friends that are foolish, and there's been many in my life, they know exactly what I said is true. I'm marrying the daughter, dude, not the mom. I'm gonna do much better. To the Muslim. To the Muslim. I think she already made it clear, but she's not converted. It's going down. Thanks again, Godzilla, for the cow eyeballs and pig penises ground up and heavily peppered, known as summer sauces. Tastes delicious as long as I don't remind myself of the ingredients. Tastes as good as it sounds. guy's nuts now. I like this guy a lot. Lauren, the boy that is cute, it looks like Quentin Tarantino in his younger days. But he's like in love with this chick that he hasn't even gotten the second base with. I don't get that. I don't know how people can propose to people they've never had sex with. Except for obviously people who are like super religious and saving themselves for marriage. And so, you know, obviously they want to marry anybody they fall in love with first. It's just such a big thing. Like, what if you married somebody you hadn't had sex with and then you get into bed and it's awful? But I like the Lauren guy, dude. He seems like the most fun. Too bad he only has sex with girls with penises. Dude, I'm telling you guys, these 90-day fiancé shows, this shit is like a drug. It's like a drug, baby. Godzilla made it just so we could all watch it and be like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not in a relationship on TV. I'm so glad I'm not in a relationship on TV. telling you guys, whoops, I married a Muslim. It's got to be a reality show. All the poor, confused American girls learning that their husbands aren't sexist assholes, but simply Muslim. Great religion for men, by the way. Highly advocate being Muslim for all the guys out there that want to turn Cap Stevens. How? I were him, I'd be like, why didn't you tell me this shit before I bought her a giant bouquet and a cake? He wanted so badly for her mom to like him, and then after he buys her a giant bouquet and a cake, she's like, I told my mom you had sex with a girl. Hey. Dude, I'm not in Croatia to the places that I want to go. I like everything about the architecture they've shown, the marina. Oh, I love it. What a fun hike. Look at that view. Who is this guy, dude? What the fuck? Oh, how cute. Is Godzilla an asshole, guys? Is it going to be a happily ever after? She went there for some guy who rejected her when he picked her up from the airport. Then she met a way better looking guy who's fostering a baby and apparently wants to spend the rest of his life with her after like 3 hands. Unfortunately, it's probably not a happily ever after, guys. It's probably a situation of somebody playing matchmaker, but hopefully it'll work out for at least a couple decades. I hope they get a good 25 years or more. Yes, yes, wink, wink. Never gonna watch that. I'm adding that to the Color Purple remake. I refuse to watch them because the originals are so good. The only reason anyone would remake them is because they didn't have a good idea at their own. There was no need for improvement on the original Beetlejuice, nor is there any need for improvement on the original Color Purple Rest. Or the original animated Aladdin either. And I love Will Smith. I'm not saying that shit either. Because I love Robin Williams more. Oh, yes. What a fun show. Dude, the hottest spot. She's so shit. She's thinking they're hot spot. Nice. In his mouth, she said. So cute. This episode is just full of nothing but happiness so far. But he's lame, dude. That's super lame that you have a good time with your girlfriend and then you're like, oh, by the way, we haven't brought this up, but you have to become Muslim and change your entire life if you want to be with me. Because my dad said so. DT.
GT.
DT.
$62.98. 33. $62.98. 33.
How cute. Look at them playing volleyball. So fun, dude. I can do all the positions for volleyball, guys. Sometimes I like to set the ball, sometimes I like to spike the ball. Volleyball is fun. She is training him on how to play volleyball because she just got super embarrassed. Oh, weird. Who looks at somebody and asks if you're their boyfriend? I'd be like, no. Oh, they are so cute. Look at them. I totally approve of them getting married. What an adorable, wholesome, beautiful relationship. Dude, I want to go to the giant feed in Croatia where you can make wishes on the toes. Cute. That's the only way that it makes it acceptable that that guy dug out when he picked her up from the airport. That was so sad and very sad. But that makes it funny. If she really does end up married to this guy. It is. And he has a baby. Just a guy and one baby. No mommy. She's so full of shit. They definitely fucked on that folder. I do not buy her 6 years since she's had sex. Yay. Yeah, before you fuck her then, dude. You're such a devout Muslim now. dude. To be at dinner with somebody that you've had a nice week with, and then they're telling you, my religion, you must convert to my religion, and it's the best religion, and you're going to love the religion. Never mind that you just said you know you're not going to convert. Let me just tell you. There we go. Super proud of her. I think most people would have been like, okay, baptize me. Being Muslim is the hardest religion to convert to for your lifestyle. For men and women. But really for women. feel bad for Lauren, dude. He went to the Philippines for no reason other than to spend all his money. Oh, and have everybody who's watching the show know that he got what the Filipinos call the illness of the horrors. Which is what we should all call gonorrhea, guys. He got gonorrhea. But the Philippines win for best name. The illness of the horrors. Oh my gosh, bro. I feel like all the scenes with Lauren, it was just Lauren being nice and honest, and then that girl making him wait, and then she just dumps him right before he leaves. Sad. Look at his ass. He's so cute. Best story. Her whole story kicked around, and I love it. Oh boy. Well, she's fun, guys. All of the single males listening, you need a Polish girlfriend.
I guess, right? Like, it's not me. I have a lot of attachments. I do it to myself, or I don't want to do it to people because that's embarrassing. But I don't put myself in a place where I can talk about it. So, I want attachments to outcomes, attachments to all one things to be in my life, not be in my life, wanting things when in reality are different. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I wish I had something else. I wish I had a different job. I wish I had this relationship. I wish I had this house or this car, this situation or something. I wish my life was different than it is right now. That would take a lot of suffering. I don't realize it's just a oh shit.
I wish I was on a nice beach very near the equator. That's what I'd wish for.
So I had to start getting myself to a place of not wanting my reality to go. And that's called acceptance. Which is again practice in philosophy.
But in reality, and fucked up Frank in the basement, not at the beach, yet. Keyword there, yet.
Accepting what's is.
Could also substitute with, again,
Because I started finding it as I started practicing accepting what is. I was, the amount of suffering was reduced. That's crazy. Oh,
dude, I can literally, there are places I have been, I don't know if everybody can do this, but I can literally close my eyes and literally visually see exactly what I saw when I saw it. And I do that with my favorite beach spots that I've been to in the world. And although I'm missing like the wind breeze and the excellent smell and the ability to walk around and get in the water on certain beaches, visually, it's all still there, like a little movie in my mind. My very favorite beach I ever went to was one I used to swim at the most in Hawaii. And then it literally got destroyed, the entire beach. Destroyed. So I'm glad I still have that one.
oh wow. It was like, see. If it doesn't work right away, I'm missing something. It's like, okay. I am, having more moments of serenity. They may be fleeting, but I'm getting more of them.
Yeah, see, I can do that and then fleetingly escape to the beach for like 30 seconds. But it's not the full beach experience.
It's bringing a little bit more ease to me. I'm having less frustration in my life. I'm used to it. Okay, let's see this. So, practice accepting. As the Buddha say, as the Buddhism says, this is the path of truth. It goes counter to the programming of society or our mind or our family or religious system or whatever it's not. It's just the way it works. So recognizing and seeing all of your desires, all of your attachments is the first step. There's a lot of attachment to material things in our lives, but also just very deeply is attachment to relationships and people in life that we care about. I don't want to die. It scares me. So we just have attachment to it. And then there's no way to remove this. So, hardness and summertime.
Dude, that was a great line. Let's take a pause for a minute. Heartless automaton. 5 stars for one of my brothers, Matt. That is a great line.
Once it started kind of moving around, it's like, so I attached myself to it. I realized that my loved one that was really nice. I don't know who it is, and it's like,
Also a great line. My loved ones are going to die when they die. Good job, Matt. Remember, guys, this is my brother's podcast, Cult of Misfits. Matt, look for an image of a guy who has a blue head that's upside down in outer space. That's it. It's like The Simpsons with the heads in jars. Just imagine there's 3 brains in jars, and then God is the person running the lab. Larry, Moe, and Curly in the jars. Also, just quick a correction here. My brother in one of the prior podcast episodes, he said that some people, he always thought that Buddha was like Asian and not Indian. Buddha is from Asia. China, I believe, was the original place. Vishnu, who is a Hindu god that is also a shapeshifter, who comes to Earth over and over again to save the world, was classified as having one of his many incarnations where he saved the world as being Buddha. But it was hundreds, if not thousands of years after Buddha had already existed. It was a decision that the Hindus came to after discussing it. They decided, well, Buddha, we think, is one of Vishnu's incarnations. Anyway, back to my brother's podcast.
So it's about extinguishing this experience. Moving on to the next thing. Seamlessly transition into the next world. That's the goal. So Superman is powerful. Superman is I'm on team version. So let's go on the 4th film, final one. Let's look at just quickly as a reminder. The first one is just saying, hey, there's a lot of suffering. Number 2 is here what causes the origins of suffering. Thirst, freedom. Number 3, here's the good news now. It's possible to stop the suffering. And the 4th number 2, the final one, is here's how to do it. It's like what it is, where it came from, and now, grand finale, drum roll please, how do I fucking get off this wheel? Gosh, that's exhausting with the practices that can get you off the wheel. I'm going to run quickly all the above and I'll explain more there. So Buddhist says you have to have the right view, the right intention, the right speech, the right action, the right livelihood, the right effort, the right mindfulness, and the right concentration. So the first one is Buddhist says that the path to end suffering is to have the right view. What that means essentially, these are my simple translation of it. It's simple, easy, but imperfect is other language. Having the right view is basically having eyes to see the true nature of reality. Everything is an illusion. Everything is impermanent. Everything is ultimately having eyes to see. This is the right view. The next one is the right intention. And that one is self-explanatory. It's cultivating wholesome, quote unquote, good intentions towards yourself, fellow man, world man, and nature, and earth, and cosmos, all things. Have a good intention in your heart. The next one is having right speech, which is just, say kind words. No gossiping, no lying, no manipulation. Having right speech. And it's not just to other people, but also having speech to oneself. Right? Don't mind, it's been the last few years. I have not been using right speech towards myself. Not because of how, but how I was telling me that I was not good enough, or too fat, or not smart enough, or he was wrong with some lies. And it's just like that. And it's sort of like thinking back to myself, like, you are a piece of shit. You can't do anything right. You are worthless. Who are you? What is it? So I stop saying these things to myself. Now the practice isn't easy, but now it's just the way things are. I don't talk about it. Practice. This one is right action. Don't take one. Don't take action. Just say things that happen. Physically hurt somebody.
You don't retire from the CIA. Party at the CIA. Party at the CIA. Weird Al. Hey, where everything is on a need to know basis. Agent's got that swagger. My classified dossier. You're probably gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA. But I'm almost on me, dismissed. Like execute some heads of states that weren't even on the list. Hey man, I'd like to tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. But I love a good waterboarding session. I'll assassinate him later. And my silencer was on. And another target's gone. We've got our black ops all over the world. Yeah, you can't retire from the CIA. I love this Weird Al song. Look no further, we're your guys. We got classy suits and ties. And we're a good 10 years ahead of the FBI. But I love the FBI. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA. Big Lebowski, dude, they're not going to cut your dick off. Not while I'm in the basement. Not while I'm around. Dude. Fucking Germans. Fucking Nazis. Fuck me. Nihilist. When I want to be. What do you need that for? Fuck the tournament. It's 2:23 a.m. and I just want to say, I hope my friend Steve has a great day today.
bit every day. Some days it'll be a lot bit, some days it'll be a little bit, some days it'll be harder than others, but at least you put in the effort. So good for you. I have to remind myself, good for you, gold star, buddy. Like, the voice you get your training, we did a little bit, that's fine, it's better than nothing. You did a great job. You did a good job practicing not to do something. You did a good job of being a little bit more present to it. You did a good job not being crazy like you just did. Good job. Sorry, good job. Good effort. The next one is right mindfulness. So it's kind of just staying in the moment, having an awareness of the now, feedback with non-judgmental awareness. How often am I self-judging these thoughts, these moments where I have something not even supposed to be present? Non-judgmental awareness. You can't lose. I don't know if you can observe it. Just observe it. Don't judge it. It's like easier said than done because it doesn't move. There's programming to judge everything.
Smooth seas, remember everybody. Until for certain federal felons Tuesday night. And for others, Tuesday night won't be bad at all.
It's a constant practice. It's not like a figure that I constantly come to find myself sharpening my sword and stay sharp. Remind yourself of the judge. Myself. It's very serious. It's a judge. Those idiots in the government. Or what those people are doing. I shouldn't judge those guys. Yeah. I laugh, but constant practicing that. Final one is right concentration. Developing a focused mind. It's primarily this voice I speak to myself via meditation. Practicing and learning to overcome distractions. Not just outward and external distractions like TV or ear distraction. When I first started this spiritual journey, I started dabbling in meditation. For the first time, I was holy shit. There was a voice in my head that was talking nonstop. I don't think it was that. That's probably why I'm so interested. But I didn't realize that not only is this voice constantly saying everything that I'm going to talk, it's not just that, it's songs from the radio, or what am I having for lunch, or thinking about the nature of the universe, or what that person said to me yesterday, or how this pissed me off, or how I'm scared about this thing, or how the coffee get that I'm thinking about. I had very little control over this. I was like it with the show until I realized suddenly I was like, oh shit. And I started down this path of gaining back control of my own thinking. Not realizing that I lost control. I never even had control, but I was holding it. Holy shit, I'm losing it. Jesus didn't reveal. I said, maybe I could take the wheel. I didn't realize that I even had access to this thing. Once I started seeing it, initially it felt really cold, robotic, and very bulky. I just wanted to sweat for it, particularly in construction business. I'm on the fence I feel about that. I just think it's a sidestep. You're talking about Star Trek or something. It's not like it's big fan of Star Trek, and it's like an alternate timeline with not just like the old Trek, but okay, not just really improvement. So I like the creativity behind the intertwine. I like the talk, but the first two movies were great. The third one was less than great, but I think check them out. They're so good. I love it. Spot, love it. Con, little bit more classic situation. But it's a little light Star Trek concept. So I think it's I don't know where I was at, but it's oh yeah, it's not the mountaintop there, so I figured it all out. But it's just it starts to become more and more obvious when you start to dig into all these religions and concepts and concepts. They're all talking about a flood. They're all talking about demons inside of the divine realm. But it's at the start of civilization. It's teaching humans and humans and showing them how to do agriculture. Planets and humans. They're all talking about this stuff. So I enjoy sharing these things that they're talking about. They're talking about this stuff. That's my outlet. It's not they all really love this stuff. But on that note, I really manifested sort of a great period of more lightweight people. Sort of cult for these things. Because I enjoy talking about this sort of thing. Also on a similar big one journey. Enjoy having these
don't know who Meet You was. Who is Michu Kachu? Oh, I've seen him in something, an interview. I don't know who he does. Oh, he's a basic person.
Oh, it's not here today. What's taking so long? What doing your phone? Do more of this, more of that. There's always some in space. Oh, my movies, all that. It's really popular. So I shut up, listen to friends talking about this, really wrong. Primo. Worry about let's see. I don't know if spiritual so I also took a very support tools that are like, ooh, it's not going to work out. So it's kind of spoiling it. Analyze what I'm doing. It's basically very insightful. Okay. A lot of cards, sat on it. Things like that on it. Talked to the person, spoke to guys. Let's do it. Let's do what's going on. And God said, like, hey, you want it? Sure, do I hear? And I'm like, what do you mean? What's out? Hours or days or weeks or months or otherwise it takes me this point. The whole time I'm screaming and kicking the tools of the I swat the woods top of my lungs and that's what fortunate. I walk in stealth engine mode and I walk in on pilot system because I feel like there was a really good opposite of this one.
Yeah, I want moccasins. I love that this podcast episode starts out being about previous someone else. You know, talking about moccasins, which everybody should have. By the way.
good chance, basically. Well, just this way. You know, good chance of maybe not affecting one way or another. Whether it's something solar or interdimensional or an asteroid or a volcano or
Ricky Berwick, scary woman. Run. Strutting official music video. Do you want to go strutting?
roughly every 8 years, the cycles of sort of evolution. That's the way as a society or as a country or as a people have it. Just sort of on. As we go through the cycles, I feel like we're one of the cycles is too sure what we're at now. Just the craziness, but I feel like it might be a good thing. And we're just, humans are malleable, it's difficult and challenging and involves suffering. Using power, potentially, indefinitely, having to go back to a different society. And what not is that for the scoundrels? It's difficult, it's chaos, cities are but eventually things will settle down. We have agriculture, we have horses, we have ways to get around. I think we can make do. It's sort of not sustainable in a way it wasn't so reliant perhaps on this technology. So we need to rely on ourselves rather than rely on these things to go on their own and to be able to do all those things. Just function as society. We can go from extreme to that point. Before to such a life function. It's over. Every time I have this conversation, I just watching more videos and building a couple more things like formal insurance videos on Microsoft CX. And it's true, it's just over and over again. It's not expressed enough, but I realize more free freedom. So cheers to freedom, cheers to liberation, cheers to nirvana, cheers to money. And hello everybody. It's 11:11 here local time, so I choose to be versatile. Good to see you again. Welcome back to Advanced Misfits. I'm Everett, of course. If you didn't check out the last transmission, it's real busy. It was real good. I got to have a chat with a new friend, Nathan. We connected on Instagram, and I'm excited to talk about all the fun things in nature of the universe, and this reality, and aliens, and the spiritual journey, spiritual awakening.
So he sounds cool. He sounds cool. Sounds like my talk to a cool woman. Maybe he's a Jew.
So look forward to more of that in the future. That's where this train is headed. So look for more of that. I post a lot over Instagram too. Follow me over there. Check the podcast. YouTube, Spotify. Today I want to talk about so often I think while asking people what they've been like, what are your beliefs, what are your thoughts on living God? And every answer is different, and that's process that all these different people believe, and different civilizations believe, and how you sort of process all the information. And I'm at this point where I'm asking myself, like, okay, cool, now what do you believe in balance? And I don't know the answer to that. And that really frustrates me. And I don't like saying that I'm agnostic. I don't like to put myself in those boxes and some labels, but I'm essentially very agnostic about it. I don't freaking know. Right? I'm trying to believe one way or the other, but at the end of the day, like, I have no clue what's going on. I don't, I don't really identify with any God or any gods. I feel like I don't have a personal savior or someone that God that I have a personal relationship with. I have no religion. I have a relationship with something that I can picture in my mind. I really knew what that God was. But as I sort of detached myself from it, started from the ground up, right? This stripping away process that I'm always going through that I want to play. This dropping in my soul and asking myself, like, why do you believe these things? Why do you think God is like that? Can we be okay with maybe there is no God? Just asking myself these questions and really how I feel. And so as I did that, I sort of felt like I lost, that personal relationship with that God that I knew back in the day. And it's really just hard. In a good way, though, it pushes me to become more obsessed with my comfort zone. Like, this sounds good. I never think God was like that. But I do feel a spiritual relationship to something other than something. So it's like the idea of maybe it's my higher self, and I just call my higher self the Omega. Sort of this divine spiritual being that has a real, has skin in the game here with me, and has a close relationship that I don't fully understand between me and my higher self, or my soul, or whatever. So I kind of feel less connection to a God or a deity, more of a connection to the Omega, my higher self. That's me. I'm the only one that can trust him. Me and the divine, or other than that's the world. So when I'm praying or speaking to the universe or whatever, I feel like that's who I'm talking to, my higher self. And even then, I don't feel fully comfortable. Yes, that feels right. I'm still kind of trying to find what is out, what is that going to do? So I kind of want to break down today just sort of what my beliefs are as of today. story like that, but there's other stories from their own lives, right? Or passing down these stories from their own lives to their children, grandchildren, whatever. I think too, it's nice to thinking about these ancient stories that now call myths. How crazy would that be if they were writing down what actually happened? And according to, most of them, almost all of them, there's just this thing. I start to look at all the themes across all these cultures, and that's kind of how I start calling this monopolist. It's like, look, they're on something. Okay, those probably a little bit chance there's a good one. And like, okay, what else are they all talking about? And you start taking notes, like, comparing them all. Oh shit, they're all talking about this or that. That's what I'm talking about. So essentially, all of them are talking about, and they all different names for it, some of them dive into it, but they have this broad strokes, right? Essentially, all the ancient stories talk about how there are these celestial beings who came down from the heavens and spent some time here on earth. Personally, I believe that they're the ones that built these megalithic structures, these pyramids and stuff that became spectacularly, perfectly aligned with the cosmos and the earth and the rotation and all the numbers and all that kind of stuff. So I think these mighty people are showing out what we get once. It's spiritual component to it, how the earth is involved in some way, and how the heaven is all at the same time. So they essentially it's came down, and at some point they were doing work that they didn't want to do. So they created the humans from the mud and the clay and applied these new creations called humans with some sort of divine spark of themselves. They talk about our purpose is basically slaves to the gods. We are here to serve and worship the gods. They also talk about at some point these gods are living amongst us according to most of them. And at some point these gods come down and start fooling around with all the earthly little god that keep thinking, this isn't the Bible. This is what they're doing. I was like, wait, what? I don't remember that. The Bible's full. I'm not here now to say words. They didn't talk about the aliens coming down and having sex with the women. Like, it's in the Bible, it's all it's in the Jewish texts, it's in all of these ancient things, but they talk about this stuff. And at some point, see, I think there's different levels of God. The pantheon of God, it's up until Zoroaster, bigger is this Christianity background. Up until then, everybody sort of believed in the kingdom of Christ. That for thousands of years. I don't think that now this story is a big thing. And like, I wasn't saying earlier, I was like, can you imagine you wrote stuff all down and you told stories through your life, and then, 100 years later, 1,000 years later, like, huh, that's a pretty wacky story. How did they make that up? Yeah, that's a pretty, surely that's pretty wacky. But there's no evidence of it here today. Like, there's no dragons flying around, so that's a possibility. It doesn't take into account that, like, lots of people are talking about this stuff, so that, to me, that's interesting evidence. It's really interesting evidence. So at some point, these guys start fornicating, and with the humans, and they start creating these monstrosities. Many of the stories, they're giants, right? They're these giants that they're filled like, they're not friendly, they're not friendly to humans. They're going around causing chaos and destruction, just wreaking havoc everywhere. So these gods that created this, whether you want to call them God or not, worship to, there are higher gods above our creators that get pissed off at these lower gods. And they're like, you idiots, what have you done? And they get so pissed off they cause a flood to wipe these monstrosities and the humans and just like reset everything. Get rid of it all and just screw it all up. Worst thing that stuff, don't do these things. Otherwise, guys will piss off for the reasons that mainstream scholars will tell you that the myths, most people believe that they're just myths. That's not what these things. But I question all the other currently wants to sort of believe like, yeah, but like, why wouldn't there be a handful of gods? You know, just these things that different, just being in different realms or different dimensions that we can't really come into, right? So I believe that the gods live amongst us. That's sort of that's what I mean. God live amongst us. They literally, our ancestors showed us this literally, and they showed us through this myth. And so there's this flood that wipes everybody face on the earth. And then afterwards, what happens? All these stories talk about these divine beings again. Hi, us again, remember us? Often they're coming out of the water now, flood waters, and they basically help restart civilization. They teach the humans that survived the flood how to do mathematics and astrology, astronomy, architecture, and construction. And this is so interesting because they all talk about crustal. They're all like, yep, after the flood, all this time escaped outside. And they, what's really crazy is that often these divine beings help restart civilization and connected across the world. They're all holding these weird handbags. These square handbag and cable turf, they're all identical, whether it's in the Americas or Egypt or Mesopotamia or whatever. They all have things handbags. It's super sweet and chunky and stuff with different technique. So it's just super interesting, right? And I've joked with this, right? It seems like there's a joke actually, but it's just not what I believe. Like literally happens. There's about 200 ancient myths and religions worldwide that have what's right. And I don't think that's coincidence. And they all share common things. So what I look to in terms of what I believe is happening in terms of my life and my relationship with God and how this works, I think that I'm this. I think that Earth is not home to humans. I think that it's comprised of many layers, like a nested doll. This is lots of people talking about. It's the ancients talking about it. Norse mythology. There's a long list, right? People can travel to the other side and have near-death experiences or are able to access the other side in ways that most can't. Talk about these different realms. They're all a part of Earth, but they're distant realms that you can't see it or see it from a full material realm. We're told that there are lower realms, like call it hell wars, or the world war II, than higher realms. Including time two, there's 700 time. But the one side of this construct, and that these higher divine heavenly realms exist for us on the afterlife, which I'll get into more in a second. And so I think that we are these divine beings from these higher realms, and that perhaps we even created this world for our own, or living in our own creation, age, whatever you want to call it, this religion. I think there's a chance that we, as a divine being, created ourselves and are just experiencing our own creation, which is part of the experience. So whether or not there's more to it than just it's the music of right. So I get real nauseous about this. It's like a roller coaster. But I think that we're experiencing this from the other realm simultaneously. We're existing simultaneously with all of our other selves in these higher realms, higher aspects of ourselves. And I think that it's for an expansion of our consciousness, if you want to call it that. I think that really what's going on is sort of beyond our comprehension, but just to put it in human words, I just feel like it's for the expansion of our own consciousness, our soul. And I think that our soul, who we are, is a fractal of perhaps the higher gods that came down and created us, who then in turn are a fractal of higher gods above them, who then in turn higher fractal and the higher fractal of the all that is. And so if I want to, I don't like to use the word God, but if I were to use the word God, that's what God is for me, this incomprehensible, all pervasive, everything and nothing, like we can't comprehend it, but the creator of the universe, but like there is no beginning, there is no end, it's just all this wacky stuff, but like that to me is God. The thing, the energy.
Okay, it is
that permeates all that
3:17
is.
in the
So I
morning,
think that we are
Monday,
part of that
December
God
23rd,
cosmic
2024. I'm ending this
love,
live stream, and a new one should
divine
initiate
energy
in 90 seconds
that
or less.
permeates all the realms. And so we are just fractals of